think people forget that Nikola Tesla also had all his experiments there where he was actually proving that you can have electricity flow through the air as well as through the ground.
You can have electromagnetic waves go through just low pressurized environment. You can create a vacuum, and you can send electromagnetic waves inside that vacuum, and it will just propagate normally without problem of that propagation of energy. You can send a microwave from a side of that vacuum to the other side that illuminates a light bulb in the other side of the vacuum.
Hmm.
And you can measure the flow of the energy while the vacuum is just on the normal atmospheric pressure. And when you turn on the vacuum, you can see that the energy is not going down at all, meaning that it's not dependent to that air that is in the vacuum, like sound. Sound is dependent to the air medium. Yeah, when you just turn on the vacuum, that sound will not propagate.
Yeah.
No air to create that wave, that sound wave in, so no medium. Meaning that that thing where the propagation of magnetic spectrum is happening is not air itself.
Oh no. Yeah. And if you can actually use a Tesla coil and then plug a wire into the ground, actual like dirt, and it would light up the light bulb from a certain distance. I think the furthest one that I seen was like 25 feet or something like that, 25 or 30 feet.
Yeah.
So that would definitely assert that ground itself is a perfectly capable electrical conductor.
Yeah, Tesla did it in a long range
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's
because
why
Tesla,
tower.
yeah, but Tesla made a tower, so it can cover really long range. So imagine that you have multiple towers that distribute them on the surface. Yeah, you will just have that thing eliminating everything around.
No one wants free electricity. I mean, people do, but business don't.
No, because you need to be dependent to source of energy, meaning that those holes in the wall. You need a
Yeah.
source of energy, so you can't have free energy. If you have free energy, you want to be dependent to that source. So you won't have just to live in the city or somewhere where there is those electrical centers that produce the energy. So you can just go wherever you want, put your house and live.
Yeah. Well, they lack the vision for that. Like you could just charge that as part of a HOA.
Yeah, and automatization will be so easy at that moment. You will have those your machines just working for you, machines that you can program to harvest to vegetables, to just what you will eat. Traps, mechanic traps that you can put there to just hunt wildlife. Yeah, and you want to be dependent,
Hmm.
so they won't have slaves, and it's not what they want. So they want you to be dependent to a source of energy. They can't let you just have that technology free energy.
Hmm.
free energy, you won't need to stop your car to recharge it. So you can go everywhere you want.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I actually built a magnetic generator way back when I was like 19, and just put it together. I'd never seen the insides of a generator and had no idea how they worked, but nevertheless, built one just because I realized that magnets should be able to propel them like other magnets, right? And so I put the thing together. I took it into a patent office, and they told me that's the one thing I'm not allowed to have a patent on. Why is that? And he's like, well, that would be a perpetual motion machine, and several 100,000 people have tried and failed at these. And I said, well, I didn't call it a perpetual motion machine. I called it a magnetic generator. And if perpetual motion is impossible, how would you know what this is? He said, just get the fuck out of my office.
Without any motion, we have already electricity around the house. You just need to harvest it. I show you for some examples. And so it's so easy and so cheap to do. Just need constant maintenance. That's the problem. They have helium already. They can make helium balloons and send them attached to copper wires, thin copper wires, or even gold if they want, and throw them high in the air. You have already the other part of the circuit below your feet, which is the discharge, the negative charge wire, and you can complete a circuit. Free energy.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't think about that. But that's literally how lightning works. So.
Yeah. Yeah, brother.
Well, there's other ones too. Like you can put stuff in the ocean that oscillates, and would oscillate friction coils if you set it up right. And that's pretty much, constant motion there. So easy free energy there too.
Just for example, I just give you a simple example. Remember those lightning rods that they put on the top of buildings?
Yep.
Okay, so imagine you have that lightning rod, you have that system that you have. So, for example, you plug capacitors, huge capacitors, voltage capacitors. You can plug also voltage multipliers and batteries in between that lightning rod and the ground, so that when that lightning storm will just go in through that rod, you can make like a circuit cut, like a thin wire that won't be able to transfer all that heat and that energy, so it will just heat up and cut. The lightning, when it hit that rod, it won't come back to the sky at all. Just be sure of that. So if you have capacitors in the way to the ground, that when that thin wire will just melt and cut, that charge will just go to the capacitors and the voltage multipliers and charge the batteries instantly.
Uh-huh.
That charge will never come back to the sky. It needs to go to the ground. It needs to be grounded. So it found that that rod that is next to the sky. They use that rod just to make that because it's a conductive material. So the lightning storm will find the shortest path to the ground to be discharged in. And because that material is conductive, it will just hit that lightning rod first instead of going to the ground, because the ground is farther distance.
Mm-hmm.
And you can harvest that energy, store it in giant batteries, and there you go.
I'd like to see him do it with silver. Just because that's the best conductor. Well, I say that, but there is one that's better, though. Have you heard of nanocarbon batteries?
No.
Okay. They call it a nano battery, right? But it's made of nanocarbon. And they say that they've only made really, really, really small ones, I guess. And this was like 5 years ago when I looked at this. And so they said that based on what they observe with the small ones, they feel like a flashlight size should be able to hold 5 gigawatts, which is a massive, massive amount of power. And that was something Michio Kaku had put together.
Need to see that thing.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look it up, he was theorizing on how to create a lightsaber, and this was just like one component there. And he went to the nano battery place, and I was talking to them about it, and it was pretty interesting. Now, even though I think he's a ding ding for the whole globe stuff he talks about, I still feel like he might be able to make a lightsaber.
What's up, fellas? Happy Sunday to you.
You
It's a good day for fishing, man, but I feel like staying in the damn house.
Yeah, same here. Nice day, but don't think I want to do anything.
I need some new hobbies, man.
Yeah, I'm building my house, so any chance I get to relax, I thoroughly enjoy.
Dang, in what context do you like building it ground up or just a certain part?
Well, when I bought it, it was like a shell essentially. So had the concrete work done and the framework like 3/4 of the way done, and then I did everything else from there.
Nice. What, 2.5 years ago now? Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, that's all I was saying.
Oh, yeah, 2.5 years ago, I bought my granddad's house. That's what I'm living in now. It's in an old little country town, and definitely had to put all type of sweat equity in it, man. Took all the floors up, redid all the walls, patched up holes, redid the countertops, all of the cabinets.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah. So it's a good thing to see your work pay off, even though it's still a work in progress as we speak.
Hmm. Yeah, my wife wasn't really like she's real skeptical about stuff like that when it comes to money, and yeah, you'd think with my track record there, she'd really kind of buy into it a little bit more, and yeah, it's been a struggle with her, but she's actually now finally, because we just got the appraisal done and it was a lot higher than she thought it was going to be. So she was awfully happy about that.
Oh yeah. Take some of that equity and put it right back into the house and then watch it grow even more.
Hmm. And with what I did this year, I did one house previous. Like she, when we got together, and then I put 6,000 into it, and turn that 6,000 into about 80,000, and then put that into this house and turn that into almost 400,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to do that because I do a lot of custom woodwork and stuff in these houses, and that's where a lot of the equity comes from. And this one, I just went way over the top on everything. I guess I'm gonna try and get a little sleep. See
Stay
y'all.
blessed and watch out for zombies.
Some sleep. Where you from, man? It's morning time. It's time to get up.
I'm from Missouri, man. I've been up all night yakking with people about shit. Having fun, but yeah. I don't have a traditional job. I work for myself, so I have the luxury of waking up whenever I please.
Starting to find out a lot of flat earthers are going that way, man. I'm the same.
Yeah, same here.
It's awesome. Hey, what time is it in Missouri? I'm sorry if that's a dumb question. I'm in Texas.
That's good. It's almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, okay, we're on the same time zone.
Nice.
Hey, anti-globalist, are you there?
Yeah.
What's up, my man?
What's up, man?
Nothing much. Hey, I just looked at your post from 809. If there's like a 10-mile distance to an object, then there should be like 66 foot of, I guess, curvature. Is that right?
Yeah, 66 foot of obstruction.
Right. So what that made me think of, right, is like with plane surveying, it says they do plane surveying, basically neglecting any curvature up to 10 miles. If that was the case, then plane surveying could never be done, especially up to 10 miles. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, because there's 66 foot of drop over that 10 miles. Yeah.
Right. So if you just tried to level something out across the, the entire 10 miles, it's like you're going to fucking fail miserably, right?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, that's, I'm sure they have some sort of, like the Globies probably have some sort of explanation for that, but yeah, that seems to be the logical conclusion.
Cool. Yeah, when I saw that, because I've been thinking about that same concepts when you posted that, I'm like, yeah, man, if we're telling you that the Earth measures flat and the most widely range that anything has ever have been built is using plane surveying, then in itself, that would be impossible if we're missing 66 foot of, drop.
Yeah, man, 66 foot, that's a huge amount.
that's not a small amount at all. Awesome. Now, what is this, the middle ground about with the Copernican principle?
Yeah, that's just Whitsitt talking about how like the very beginnings of how the globe model started to become a thing, and he goes over like all of the contradictions and little bits of like dishonesty, things like that were that were basically used as so-called science to add into this globe model that we have now. Some of the experiments they did and how they had to kind of fudge numbers and yeah, kind of like that. I only watched half of it. I need to watch it like 3 times so it sinks in. It's pretty technical, but it's really like good information. Everyone should check it out, I think.
Man, maybe you can enlighten me because I have no issues with Whitson whatsoever ever since I started listening to him years ago. Do you know what's the current like hatefulness coming from a select group of flat earthers for Whitson? Do you know what that's all about?
Because
it's probably jealousy first and foremost from some of the ones that are attacking him. But I think the main thing is that he speculates a bit and he kind of like treats those speculations as facts. And a lot of people say that's what the globe earthers do. You know, they make bold claims to things that they can't validate using the scientific method, right? So they're saying he's doing the same thing the globers are doing.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'm sure
Personally,
someone else can
that's the
elaborate more.
argument. People are making claims, and there's unfalsifiability involved with it. That's the whole argument. It's not the word; it's the actions related to it.
yeah, generally, what makes him in that category is the topic of earlier ether, because he's adopting that idea of the ether, and yeah, it's just an assumption. We don't have any proof of its reality. Yeah, we can plug it as logical excuse for why we can't have that understanding of light, the propagation of light, electromagnetic spectrum, and those things. So because they are just stuck there, so they need that assumption.
Right. Yeah, I get the reason of saying, hey, it's just an assumption, but I've literally been freaking bashed out of a room because I was like, Winston's a pioneer of flat earth, and they're like, what? Winston's a fucking grifter. It's that. I'm like, dude, calm down. I'm not his biggest fan or something. I'm just saying, the man has contributed to flat pretty big.
Yeah, dude,
he's got a great mind, man. He does an awesome job. In most things, I think Whitsitt just does an awesome job. He's just like an asset to flat earth, and I think the way he explains things, right, and his knowledge on the technical aspects of things is just amazing. And the way he doesn't get angry, he doesn't yell at people, he cares to actually help bring people to flat earth rather than just crush people in debates and yell and scream like certain other people do. I think he does a great job. And I think some of those yeller screamer guys that put shit on him all the time, I think they're a bit jealous, to be honest.
100% agreed. 100%. And you'd get crucified in some aspects if you were to say that in front of some people. They try to hold you to everything you just said.
Yep.
I agree, 100%. He's a great guy. His ideas are good. I listen to what he's saying. I never tell what people say from the window. It's just good knowledge to have. Sometimes you can use it.
Right.
And about that Copernican principle, so I just sent a video that I like so much. It's not from outside. It's not flat earthers that are showing that it's stupidity itself, but it's globers that are showing that documentary. It's called The Principle. It's all about that Copernican principle.
And correct me if I'm wrong, he's the guy that basically said, like, it's preposterous to think that we occupy, like, a special position. Is that correct? And we must do all we can to, like, make that false?
Yeah, it's about, it is the principle. The principle is he went on that idea of heliocentrism based on one single principle is just not making us having that special position, we center for the creation and having a purpose in life. just to take out that purpose in our life and putting us in a non-central position.
Got it.
Hey, what's up? Who?
Yoku.
Yoki? Who?
No, I said yo Q.
Ah,
What's
Yo
up?
Q. So says Yoki. I'm like, who?
No.
What's up, man? How's it going?
Good. Pretty good.
Nice. Yep. It's pretty dark right now, man. I woke up like a couple hours ago. It's already dark. It kind of sucks, I guess.
Man, sorry if I say your name incorrectly. Is it, let me see, Quasicodal?
Yeah, close.
Man, that's a kick-ass avatar. Does it have any significance to it? I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, it's Quetzal. Quetzal.
Gotcha. Is that what the avatar is, or does the avatar
Yeah,
have
that's
it?
the name of the avatar of the banner.
Okay, pretty cool, man. I never really even heard of it.
Yeah, it's a the name originates from the Aztecs, you know. So
Aztecs were kick-ass. I can definitely say that.
yeah, the name has two words of meaning, I guess. Quetzal is well, it's more like a spiritual thing as well. Like you talk about Earth and the sky. So the Earth represents the snake, and it's Quetzal then, and Quetzal, the other word is the bird, means of the sky. So it's like two meanings in one name, I guess, combined. Yeah.
Flying snake or dragon or
Yeah, the serpent, the feathered serpent in that Aztec belief.
yeah, or it could be energy.
Yeah, or that, I guess. Depends how you view it, I guess, from what point.
I wonder if they looked at the sun as like a living thing or a serpent type thing, or the moon. You know, some idea of like giving or taking or something to do with, I don't know. You know,
Hey, the early Aztecs, their cosmology kind of depicted flat Earth, right?
Yeah, I suppose they did. They had the what's it called? The calendar. What's it called? The stone of the circle stone.
Nice.
Trying to remember what the name was.
And anybody cooking breakfast this morning, or what we eating? Some frosted flakes? What we doing for breakfast?
I'm in Poland, man. It's like 4:10 p.m. here. It's starting to get dark already.
Damn. Yeah, I'm putting some bacon in the oven as we speak about that.
Bro, I haven't eaten for 4 days. I've been fasting. Yeah,
What?
man, I'd kill for some bacon right now.
Fasting for 4 days.
Yeah, bro.
That's what my fat ass needs right now. I don't think my body could do it.
It's a bit. I feel much better today
Body
on
is
day 4
flowing.
than I felt like yesterday I was getting headaches and stuff, but today I woke up feeling good.
I can say when I held myself to a high standard, I tried to go. It was just like freaking random too. I kind of went pescatarian for almost a full year, and I can say that was some of the best I've ever felt with my body. Then unfortunately, I went on a cruise. They had the little Five Guys smash burgers there, and goodness gracious, man, it was downhill.
What's that? Does that mean like just fish and
Yeah,
what's
just basically seafood. No hard meats, no beef.
yeah. Oh, it's super healthy though, man. Seafood's great for you.
Yeah, it felt great, man. I can definitely say if I had the mental fortitude to go back, I would. But this bacon is calling my name right now, and this sausage too.
Bacon's like the greatest. One of my favorite foods of all time, man.
Yeah,
That's what I'll be doing when I break this fast. I'll be going carnivore diet as well as eggs.
man. My dad went carnivore, and he said it stopped up his
Bro.
cold.
All I gotta say is, I'm sorry, dude, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but bacon, beef bacon is king of bacon. That's all. Drop mic. Beef bacon is king.
Beef bacon. What's that
Make a
like
beef
from the
bacon.
ribs? The rib section
Premium.
of the cow.
That shit, it's just like premium bacon to me, dude. It's the best bacon on earth, and the BLTs
You mean like
can make
just?
with it.
You mean bacon like still pork? Pork bacon.
No, it's beef. It's beef bacon.
Oh, okay.
It's really
and from the
way more expensive.
from the ribs, made from the beef ribs, or wait, it's smoked, maybe what Scotch
from the
like
belly.
the rib fillet or something like that.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if the one that I get is the most healthy or anything, but I like the company Bar S right out of HEB, man. It's the best bacon to me.
It's pork belly bacon, is it?
To be honest, dude, I do not know. I'm looking at it like literally right now.
It's like the strips, like the long strips. It's like
Yes.
traditional. Yeah, man, that's the tastiest bit of the pig in my. Perfect for bacon. They got amazing smoked meats here in Poland. You get so many different types of bacon and kielbasa sausages and just like huge unlimited selections of smoked meats.
Yeah, I can dig it. Like my favorite sausage is like Slovachex or Slavakex, whatever, however you say it. Slovakics. I don't know.
Is that a smoked sausage or a fresh sausage?
Yeah, hickory smoke,
Oh, hell yeah.
pork and beef.
You also want to say something interesting about Copernican principle?
Oh.
Hell yeah.
I'm
You
streaming the
stream?
video if you want.
Oh.
Show that to me and I'll play it.
I think they're all jealous of each other. I think QE's jealous of Witsit, and I think Witsit's jealous of QE too. Isn't that the weirdest thing?
I don't see why Witsit would be jealous of QE though.
Because he's jealous of Nathan too. Because he's not them. Because he's him and he's not them, and he's not the attribute of them just 10% enough, right?
I want to
It's the
assume
same
that
thing. The same way. Well, it works the same way, brother. The same way you said they're jealous of him because of the way he carries himself. He might be jealous that he can't exactly get away with the certain things they get away with too, but he has to go that way.
Dimok, you can't say that you can accuse someone about that because I can
Oh, I
show you
just did.
multiple videos. No, just wait.
I just
I can
did.
show you. I can show you multiple videos from Nathan's Oakley channel talking about Witsit, but you can't
I'm
show
not
me
talking about who
Witsit
talking about.
just talking about them in his videos,
And I've been on
spending
the
hours.
I've been in the thing with Witsit in fucking Earth Awakenings all the time. Witsit ain't no pretty angel either. What I'm telling you is I don't give a fuck about what they say like that. I'm telling you, both of them are the same. So Witsit has characteristics that he doesn't have that he'd like to be able to do, but he can't do. He has to carry himself a certain way. That's what he does. That's his thing. QE carries himself a certain way. QE would like to be able to carry himself a little bit more like Witsit, and Witsit would like to be able to carry himself a percentage of QE's in his being perfect, like the way he wants to do, right? He also wants to have that respect that QE has when he's like, shut up and this and that or whatever, like if people just listen or whatever, right? He doesn't want to be like just treated like, okay, yeah, he's talking real fast and does it. So if you understand what I'm saying, I'm telling you 100%. They both just miss a drop of each other's attribute and then they would be fucking perfect.
Dude, I was blown away when QE came to this chat yesterday. Like before he came, it was like the most respectful conversations with each globe where everybody's getting turns to talk. He came in just, dude, fuck you, even though you're a flat earther,
Right.
fuck you, globe earther, you're stupid than a bitch. I fucked your sister. I'm like, and he's telling people, hey, mute this guy.
And
And
that's
I mean,
what nobody
people are like,
wants.
Well,
people are
That's
he
actually
what they
didn't go
don't want.
joking.
quite that far.
Right. And
That was
nobody wants to do that.
crazy.
That's
That was
not
crazy.
the obnoxious part is not what nobody wants
Yep.
to do. The obnoxious part is not what Witsit wants to do. Don't get me wrong. He just wants to
So,
have a little more, uh,
so listen,
like
the difference.
voice respect, like the military thing. You know what
The
I mean?
difference, yo, Dimok, the difference is just that QE and Nathan, they are all in that topic. They debated for a long time. So now they already pissed. So they are already pissed by those Glovers. They don't have anymore that patience to let the Glovers and walk them through that reality and through the truth. So they are already pissed. That's why you are when you hear QE and Nathan just talk to a Glober, you will just hear them shouting and yelling and insulting all the time. Yeah, but comparing them to Witsit, which is just a new flat Earth relative to them, and he didn't debate as they debated. They do that weekly. So when he is debating, he debated very rarely in YouTube, that modern day debate and some different channels that than his, because he never debated in his channel, not never, but rarely debated in his own channel. And when also he debates in those servers in Discord, uh, Awakening server, Ether Cosmology. So
Yeah,
it's just
yeah. And they both. Well, here's the thing too. And I'm not saying. Listen, QE's cool, but he's a dickhead. Uh, Witsit's cool. You know what I mean? He tries not to be as much of a dickhead. That doesn't mean he couldn't be on a certain aspects. You know what I mean? Like a condescending, nice person is still a bitch.
and just Nathan Oakley. I remember because I'm new in the English Discord servers. Just came here just a couple of years ago. But Nathan, 3 or 4 years ago, he didn't. He had some patience for the Glober. He could manage to just talk normally, not being pissed from the first instant. But now he doesn't have that anymore.
Right, right. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's the way to be. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I'm not saying Witsit needs to switch to that. And I'm not saying they need to switch to 100% Witsit, but they need to take lessons from each other. Here's the other lesson they both need to take from other people who don't put any dogs in the fight and don't try to make 100 claims of fucking five old guys from the past. Whether it be protons, photons, electrons, quantum mechanics, all kinds of shit. Both groups, Nathan, Huey, and Witsit, have ideas that aren't anything they can demonstrate anyway. So at the end of the day, they both try to put their fucking their toys in a bundle and it's not working out because like Witsit wants ether. Don't give a fuck. We already got so many names for the word energy, memory, and intelligence that why do we need 57 fucking more? Or God, right? Then we got the God particle, the photon. Like, why do we need all, like everything? There's just so many people, and these are just two more dudes adding their shit to a pile of shit that fucking guys built up from ignorance. And then we're going to keep going with it. You know, it's the same shit that got us to round over flat, just
It won't,
reality.
Demark, it won't stop. We are not in a perfect world. It won't stop. People who have assumptions, who just
Oh, I
want
know.
to complete that understanding that they can't get with reaching that thing and studying it, they will just have to throw an assumption to complete that understanding, to make it logic in their head. So they will have to do that. What you will have to do is just listen and filter good information, something that's being verified here in the right side, something that's not being verified, something that was just an assumption here in the left side. I won't throw them from the window. I will just have them in my memory. Maybe sometime that ether will be proved and it will be useful. I can have that knowledge that I acquired now. I just can keep it in reserve to use it at the right moment. If it's not verified, it will just stay there in its corner.
Correct. And I mean that's my only thing. They should take no. This one should stop trying to do this thing and push all this, and this one should stop trying to push all this, and they should just push whatever the fuck you can demonstrate, test, repeat, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I understand. So watch the stream and look at the assumptions and what made of our world today. So I'm streaming a video from YouTube. It's an interesting part. It's not a long part that I will stream.
And don't get me wrong, I've argued with Whitson, I've argued with QE, I've argued with Nathan. I've had my
Yeah,
argument with all three of them about the same thing for all three on stuff that they talk about that I can't demonstrate to myself or prove.
yeah.
Yeah, they should be less of a dickhead. They shouldn't be as much. I mean, I'm an asshole sometimes, right? I mean, I could even be put in that category of like going, you know, being a little too. I mean, even though sometimes I'm not even agitated at all, and my voice will sound like that, and my voice just comes through so booming that people are like, "Calm down" or something, and I could care. You know, it's not even really. I don't even really care. I'm just talking to them. I got a deep voice, you know. So I don't know. Sometimes I'm not being mean, and they think I am, and sometimes I am. So.
Hey, can you rewind that stream about maybe 10 seconds? 10 to 15 seconds?
Here?
Perfect. Yeah, it's
Thank you.
fine.
What are you guys watching? It didn't show it to me. What do you guys watching? Oh, here.
Can you pause it, Necros? Pause it for a second, and just go back. Demok, just explain to Demok what we're watching, and then go back so we can all watch it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I see it.
So we are watching that idea of the heliocentric model and why Copernicus had to push that idea, his principle not being in the center of the universe. and now it's explaining what people were having as idea before Copernicus, and it will just go explain and go to a Copernicus and show his idea and how he wanted to derive that to make the Earth not the center.
What? And when you look at it, I don't know who paused it, but when you look at it, it looks like you're looking down on a flat Earth. It doesn't look like the outside. Like, so what really? Go ahead. Sorry. It's like a fucking avocado or a walnut. That's crazy.
Is it just my connection or is it paused for you guys too?
No, it's me too.
So I'm so sorry, I didn't hear. In the model that you see in the image, it's depicting the universe that is depicted in the scriptures, in the old scriptures. I think that one is the Jewish one. I think, or the Christian, because just both they have the one single dome firmament above the flat plane, and you see it in that dome in that image. It's a flat plane where in the middle and the dome above, and the sun and the moon in the corners, in the top corner, in the top of that dome, and the left of that dome right here, the sun and the moon in the right side, the sun in the left, the moon in the right, flat Earth in the middle, and the heavens are that dome where there is like portals, like some holes in it that can make rain enter from that ocean above, and the throne of God is above that dome. And in the modern science, they want to make that thing as like those ancient people believed in the sphere Earth, but geocentric. It's not in reality. So here, I continued.
At rest ultimately. Johannes. Johann.
They reverse the engineer the geocentric model. Just
Yeah.
that.
And that sounds like a king's name too. That's weird. Johann.
Kepler. Want me to continue the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
fucking rainbow. Things are phenomena. All costs. What?
Yeah, they wanted to avoid the phenomenon that being the Earth is being the center of the universe. They wanted to avoid that, to make the Earth as being not in the center of the universe. It was inconceivable. It was inconceivable for them. Listen to what he said. It's a quote from him. It is inconceivable for them to agree that the Earth might be the center of the universe,
What?
and they would just leave it to as the last resort. If we can't find an excuse to make our globe heliocentric model work, how we can at that moment admit that the Earth is in the center of the
What?
universe.
I wonder what the reference was, though. But go ahead.
I was before we get started. I was just going to say I love how they fixed Michael's experiment work still. Ah,
Yeah. Just in other words, the geocentric model works without those fucking assumptions, while the heliocentric model doesn't work even with those assumptions.
Access to the so the sun makes a W. So the sun makes a W pattern. It's a W and an M pattern. A W of heat and M of cold.
like that
Yes.
end pattern.
Yeah, look at that.
Like a W.
So
Yeah.
on a flat map, that's the sun's pattern. And E.
It's not. It's not this. It's not the sun pattern that they claim it is the dots or the background created by all the sky in all the sky, so that
So
like
the
for
wind. Yeah, the wind and the temperature that correlates where the wind's at, and then you got the temperature of the ground. Yeah, it's like
And we are already in the multiverse assumption. So this is the last one because it's the major thing that will help that heliocentric model, which is putting the Earth as not being in the center of universe. Many Earths, they are all in center of their own universe, meaning that just all chaos. They need a word where they can have that community of atheists. It was just about that.
Hey, not gonna lie, that shit was super informative, man. That was pretty good.
I enjoyed it very much.
There's another one, a super one called heliosorcery.
I honestly can't see if you've actually watched that as a glober to not now put your globe skeptic on and try to understand the almost religious side behind the globe more so than what's been proven.
No, in reality, I've seen it when I was a flat earther already.
So I guess one question I'd have, Necros, just to better understand the
Yep.
geocentric portion. They're saying that if we were to consider the Earth as geocentric, that we would not need dark matter and dark energy and all that. Is that what I heard correctly?
Yeah.
Now, how
It
does
will work
that actually work?
with without the need of that matter because those galaxies won't have that fast rotation around themselves to just take them apart. Because it was the dark matter and dark energy, it was put forward only because if there is just that matter that we know about, galaxies as that rotation and the speed of that rotation of the galaxy will just tear it apart. Like if you are rotating a CD and you take that RPM more than the CD that can just resist, the CD will just tear apart and break into fractions. So the galaxy will do that same thing. So that they introduced the dark matter to just hold galaxies together. Like if you are having that disk and you are putting tape around it or something like that, just to make the CD harder and resist that rotation. So when you spin it, it will just resist. So they added that shit on the galaxies.
So, do the galaxies that we can observe and I guess somewhat kind of identify and put to truth, are we saying that those all are at like a constant rate that they're doing that, or they're in inconsistent rates?
I swear, and for me personally, I never observed galaxies. I never seen galaxies. Every light that I see in the skies just appears to be the same as the one next to it.
Right. But as far as what they're saying is that there's galaxies that's moving not according to like what gravity would predict. Is that what we're kind of saying with the dark matter?
Yeah, because if you use that gravity, the equation F equal, and so that will be the rotation, the speed of the galaxy will be so much higher than the result that you will get from the formula. So you need something to hold that galaxy. The formula itself won't help you. So the just gravity won't make that galaxy hold, because it's
Yeah.
that rotation and the movement of those galactic clusters around the center. So that will shred it apart. It's not enough. So you need more mass.
Gotcha. So now I understand how it wouldn't work with the gravity paradigm, as far as like being geocentric. How does that work? Are we saying that it does work on a geocentric model? And if we're saying it does work, how so? Does that make sense or no?
Yeah, I understood the question. Sorry, I was talking to my wife.
No,
But trust me, I don't know.
got it. That was real informative, though, man. I like that. I got some good gems from that.
If you notice, those people who were talking, those astrophysicists that you heard in that documentary, no one of them is a glober. They all were scientists from the globes. No one of them was a flat earther, sorry. So they all were astrophysicists from the globe side. And you heard them, it's them agreeing, it's the globe side agreeing that the geocentric model wouldn't need that dark energy and dark matter to make it work. So it's them approving that thing. And no need for the flat earther to say that.
And if you can, in maybe layman's terms, can you explain what the axis of evil is?
So the axis of evil, it's just the axis of rotation of everything around that centered point. So when you remember that image, that spherical image of that microwave background image, so when they turn it into a sphere, you will see that everything is rotating. It is like a sphere, and everything there. It has an equator, which is that that black line around that sphere, what they call as the axis of evil. So that line, it will create an axis, an imaginary axis, which everything rotating around it.
Gotcha.
So, like the globe does have an axis which is inclined 23 degree, 23
Right.
point, I think,
0.4.
0.4, yeah, degree. So that will make an axis, an imaginary axis that is going through the Earth from the north to the south. And that ground is rotating around that thing, that imaginary axis. So when you see that image of that cosmic background, everything is rotating around that same axis that we have.
As if to say that everything's rotating around the Earth.
So the equator in the cosmos is our equator. That
Right.
black line is our black line.
That's crazy. That's awesome.
I think, for me, I think they call it axis of evil because it is pointing to that the Earth is the center of universe. So they just want to, like, if it is an evil thing that shows that illusion of the Earth being the center.
Right.
And
Right.
maybe also they call it the axis of evil because it is inclined by 23 degree point 4 Meaning, if you just read it in the other way, you will see that it is inclined
66.6.
nice, the number of the beast. So
Right.
that would be also can assume it as it can be the reason of why they call it like that.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. That's awesome. Oh, that's good shit for the brain.
If you got something to do, if you got nothing to do, I have another video if you want. I can play.
It's up to the chat, man. I'm here.
Nice. Okay. So just to understand the topic. So now you will see the thing completely from the religious view. So starting from the same guys, Copernicus, Galileo, and all those people, but still in the documentary called The Principle, they took the view from the cosmology view, what they call science, even if it's not the scientific view. But now you will see it in the religious view. They won't leave the church, so they will start from the church and they will keep going, and you will see what happened in the church at those points.
Hey, before you started, just so I can kind of look out for it and have my, I guess, my side notes ready. What about heliocentrism and religion? How do they intertwine with each other?
It is about religion. It is a challenge because the heliocentric model. It's in introduction of that word where that realm or that reality or that fictional reality where you can have atheism. In reality, in flat Earth, you can't have atheism. You can't have a community of atheists, just like in ancient times. Everything was just about religions, having ideas about the creator of this world, imagining that creator, making it physical, like they imagine it, like human beings, like men, Zeus, Odin, Thor, those deities. Shiva, it's just like a human, but having multiple arms and a third eye. So they wanted to make those things physical because they couldn't run away from the idea that this reality must be created. It can't happen with the Big Bang. You can't create the flat Earth with the Big Bang. It's not possible. So it won't work on it. So the idea was just a challenge, a battle between religion and atheism.
Gotcha. So when you put things like the axis of evil into it and kind of show that just about everything revolves, well, orbits us and kind of follows that path, then there's no way that it was by random. And the other side is saying, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I need to go do something. I'll be back later.
Hey, any Globers in the building? Hey, Necros, have you ever been on what is it, modern day debate or any debates? Or even Democ? Have you been on any?
Are you done?
Hey, can y'all hear me, or is you guys hear me?
Good afternoon, ladies and germs.
Yo, yo. Hey, Digress. You here? No, guess not.
What up?
What's up?
She didn't definitely not pay for this sauce. Right. Inte? Det var 7.
whole, the ocean does have to curve at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
That's why I
Okay.
asked you to quantify it. I
So,
asked you to quantify it. Like, what's a sufficiently large scale?
yeah, I think,
How far?
yeah, do you think
What's
10
the number,
miles, is
dude?
that not sufficient enough to measure it?
And if it's not 10 miles, what is
Listen,
it?
may I have a question, right?
Quantify it, dude. You can't just say it's that you're not doing that big enough scale. Quantify it so we can tell you whether this has been
How
actually
big?
observed at a
How
big
big?
enough scale.
How big will tell you that the experiment is fine? How big should it be? Because
I
You
if
tell
the
think,
glass
me.
of water
It's
is
your
not,
claim.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because a glass of fucking water is enough to prove you how the water works in the whole world. That's what I'm saying. That's my take.
What?
okay, well,
It's
at
not
No,
the
enough.
but that's not our
ocean,
claim.
do
That's a
you
straw
think
man
10
claim. We're not
miles out is
claiming
good?
that.
I'm telling
You're
you,
straw
you
manning
either
us, dude.
listen. Yeah. I don't. It's not 10 miles. You either go to the minimum, a local experiment with a glass of water, or you go through the whole Earth. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Why?
no.
What
I
Why is
already,
it
I
not? Why is
already
it not?
demonstrated.
1 mile, 10 miles? When will you
Do
say
you
that?
think that you can measure the whole Earth on a
Well, hold
horizontal
on.
facing?
Hold on.
Cannot.
Hold
You
on, buddy.
cannot. That's what I'm saying.
Buddy. Chill for a second. Chill for a second, all right? We know a few things here. We have some facts to work with. So when you're on a small scale with water, you can have surface tension, right? Defeat hydrostatic equilibrium, and you can have electrostatic effects like meniscus where it crawls up the sides of the container that it's in because it's basically being attracted to the walls of the container. That can defeat hydrostatic equilibrium. So after a certain amount of water, that those forces can no longer pull the body of water into an arc or that, right? So a very small glass isn't going to be a correct sample of a large body of water. They're not analogous at all. So you can take your small glass of water and drink it rather than try to use it to prove anything about the Earth in regards to the shape of it in your glass.
Yeah.
Now we
I have a
also
question.
know hold on, no, I'm going to finish. We also know that if you take water in a container and you tilt the container to where one side is higher than the other, the water will flow to the lower side. So we know that. We know hydrostatic equilibrium is true. We know that water on a slope will flow. We know that one side of the ocean and the other side of the ocean are contained by land. And we know that at present, the water is not overtaking the land. That means that the water is not flowing on a slope from one side to the other. So we know it's not sloped. We know it's at hydrostatic equilibrium minus waves within tolerance. And we know that water in bodies follows this rule. And the reason why is because we can go to one coast and the other, and we experience that there's no flow. So that means that the oceans are generally in a mean line of what is known as sea level, not sea slant, not sea slope. So there's only two options left on the table. Either it's curving or it's not. So once you establish that a small portion of that contiguous body of water is not curving, you've essentially proven the entire body of water is not curving. And that's pretty deductive. And so I don't see any way around it. You don't need to measure every point on the entire ocean. All right, go ahead.
You
Well,
have the
the edge
water
of the
has.
body of water would be where it would curve, I would think, the most, for one, or at least in his eyes anyway. But
I'm not a
yeah.
globe earther. Can you understand this? How many times should I tell you that?
Stop the cap.
Okay, so what you're saying is the equivalence of saying I can't measure my foot because I need to measure my entire
Okay,
body.
one last time. I'm going to repeat myself. If you have a glass of water, the guy told me it's not enough because you have a tension. If I have a container, 1 square meter of water, will there be a tension? The guy who gave all the theory, will there be such tension as the glass of water had? If it's one square meter container, would there be like a tension of the water on the top, as in the glass? Assumably no,
Well,
right? Would you agree with me?
there won't be a surface tension.
Right.
Well, I mean,
Right. So
no, there will be a surface tension that like a bug or something could land on, right? So we have water bugs, and they use
yeah,
surface
sure.
tension.
But
But
I
there
mean,
won't be a surface tension that creates a meniscus or a concave
yeah. So
surface
no,
or
no,
anything.
no meniscus, no, nothing, right? So what I'm telling you is this 1 square meter of container with water enough to explain how the oceans work or no? If no, why? If we don't have this tension on top
I
as
mean,
we
I
did
would
it.
say it's just statistically insignificant sample size. That's what I would say.
What would you call a significant sample size? How do you measure it?
And you could observe the curve based upon the formula of the curvature of the Earth. So if it is greater, I would say, than
So it's your
what?
personal, it's a personal take, right?
No, it's based on the
Personal
model
take
that
is
was
this: if
provided.
it's greater than 2 times the distance at which you should see a curve standing at 6 feet, I think it's sufficient enough to measure it.
So why does it makes it sufficient enough to measure it and tell the outcomes and say, okay, the 1 meter water ball does not work. Your measurement on 10 miles work. What's the difference between my container of water and yours? How does the water behave differently and why?
I don't think it necessarily behaves differently. I think
Wow, what I was trying to tell you.
No,
I
it's not
think
about behaving
that
differently. It's about the economy of scale. So, for example,
yeah.
if you're measuring something that has consistency over distance and it
Right.
has a variance, the greater the distance, the greater the variance. And so you can significantly say to yourself conclusively that there is no variance the greater distance you go. So, for example, with the tools that we have to measure something, we can get with thousandths and millionths of an inch, right? And when you measure water over the sample size that you say, it basically comes back within thousandths to millionths of an inch. Now the problem is if you extrapolate millionths of an inch variance as a tolerance over a distance of, let's say, 25 miles, you could theoretically say, oh, well, this is going to make an arc that could follow an arc, which ultimately results in a variance of 2 orders of magnitude. And so you then say, well, if I extrapolate this outwards, I can't really say for sure whether it's a variant at a greater distance. So what you do is you set up a methodology that can detect those orders of magnitude at a greater distance and then say, okay, no, it's not the case that this is actually following an arc at this distance, right? So having a bigger sample size is more conclusive.
It is surely more conclusive, and it would be 100% concluded basically if you could measure the whole ocean, right? But what I'm telling you is the water in my 1 square meter container is still flat. It does not curve. It will not curve on 10 miles. It will not curve on 1,000 miles. That's what I'm saying. That my experiment that I can pull up and do at home will explain to me overall without this 1 million something something, right? How the water works in the world. Is that correct or no? How can you disagree with this?
But
No, it
you're
does.
relying.
It's not just
Oh,
positive.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, listen. The waters of the world will work that way, but as far as conclusive evidence and being dispositive of the fact, it's not. You need a larger sample.
I
There's a
mean, it
point
would.
at which you can detect a horizon, right? There's a physical horizon. So if you can measure beyond that point, then you would have evidence. And over a body of water, objectively, it has to curve at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, give or
Right.
take for waves, and whatnot. So that's why we think that measuring over that particular distance would have to give you conclusive evidence.
Surely it
And
would give you more data, right? But however, Earth is flat in my 1 square meter container. The water stays flat in my room. Water stays flat in your experiment. Both of them prove the same thing. So what are you arguing? Why do you argue with me? Like, what's the point in that?
well, I'm saying you can draw a conclusion because there has to be, on a ball Earth, there has to be a physical location where there is a horizon line, right? So at 6 feet up in the air, when you're looking out, it equates to 3 miles out. If you can measure beyond that, you can then demonstrate that there is or is not a rate at which the water curves.
Right. Sure. Now going back for 10 minutes ago, we have this experiment with the water that we have just discussed, right? Can you say that you put this experiment on water and you apply it to all the water in the world?
Yes, because
Perfect.
water is
Perfect.
the one medium at which it
Right.
should absolutely curve.
Right. Now, when you go to the gravity, for example, right? Whether you believe in buoyancy or like density, fuck that, doesn't matter. You have another conclusion and you apply it to everywhere because air in Africa is the same air in America that you can breathe, right? It's a little bit different, however, it's still air. So, from these experiments, from this empirical data you have, you form a model of the whole world, like the Earth. Do you understand what I was trying to tell you? You need to have a model itself based on the experiments. It's impossible not to have a model of a working Earth after all of
Yeah,
the experiments you've conducted.
I
I would
think
call it
it's
an
possible to
extrapolation.
have data without a model, but
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
my
that's what I'm saying. So you put the data onto a model. It's not vice versa, 100%.
well, if you need to use it for something and you absolutely need a model, yes, you
Right.
could create a model using the data.
That's what I told you. Your arguments are weak because you can't even refer all of your data. You cannot ascribe it to a model, how everything works all together, how the oceans with the atmosphere work, how the gravity, so-called gravity, works with everything else. You don't have a full model. That's what I'm saying, that your belief was weak. Do you understand why I told you that?
What? That's irrelevant.
You can have data points that aren't weak, and we argue the data points that aren't weak that we actually know for a fact,
Right.
right, that are
Then,
provable.
okay,
That's not
sure.
an argument if it's provable.
However, you
You-
told me there is no model. That's the main breach of the basic dialogue we had. You said there is no model, and I asked you how could there be no model through all of the empirical data we have.
Well, I never
So
said that myself, but there
you,
doesn't
you did
actually
you did
have to be a model.
there hasn't there should it does not have to be a model. However, it goes from the data. This data
Okay,
does not
not
go anywhere.
necessarily. So, listen, models per se are for phenomenon, like phenomenon, like things that happen, events, things that happen in nature. That's what we model. We don't model what is, right?
Yeah, but
There's no model that the electron's a little ball.
yeah, sure. No, no, I agree with this. Then, final question that I started this whole conversation. That I asked a question. How does, presumably to you, right, the Earth looks like for you? Is it surrounded? Are the
From
oceans
where?
are the oceans surrounded only not by the ice
India.
wall but only the continents?
He wants to know
Well,
from the
so,
space porch, bro.
oh yeah,
From
yeah.
he wants
So,
to.
no, it's an inside joke. Um, dude,
So it's
stop.
like, how would you put all of this like onto a model that you're not sure, you cannot be 100% sure is if it is like this or that, or having all the data that you have, that the basically the model will explain everything that
Models
happens.
don't explain things, dude.
I mean, yeah, you have a model and you can explain why it is like this and why this model
No,
works.
no, dude.
Observations
Models don't
explain
listen.
things.
Models don't explain things.
They don't.
Models
Yeah,
describe things. Models describe things. They don't explain things.
yeah. Your model will correctly describe how the things work, like basically the map, right? not
Okay.
not the model itself. So you have the data behind a model, and the model is correct because the data is correct. Is it logical? Right?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking to somebody.
Yes and no. It depends on the model for one and how much data you have.
Right. So, for example, just the regular flat Earth model, meaning the water is always level, meaning that there is no gravity, etc., etc., the sun and the moon, and how does the world run overall? Can you be a little bit like more specific? How do you think the model works?
How does
Why
the world run?
Yeah,
What are you
overall, it's
trying to
just
say? How does the
ver-
world move? Because it doesn't move.
not move. Just why are the oceans where the oceans contain? Right? You told me that the shores, right?
It'd be around the land masses, I guess.
Land masses. Now,
Perhaps there's
okay.
a barrier of some kind around it.
Wow, that's what I was asking. So what kind of area? So what kind of what?
Oh man, who cares, dude? You're
I
out to
mean,
lunch,
yeah.
brother.
Listen,
because it's perpendicular to the surface of liquid at rest. That's all.
wait. Listen what you're doing. I asked the question regarding the ice wall, and now you tell me why you fucking care. That I care. That's why I ask. What do you think about? And you tell me there
No,
is no
no, no.
model.
It's not. It's not. No, dude. Pay attention. It's very simple. We don't need to know a particular type of boundary that's way out there to know
Sure.
that water's level, dude. We
Right.
don't need
I'm
to
not.
know that.
But how do you think it is? Because the
Yeah,
most
okay,
common
let's
answer in
say
the flat Earth community. Listen, one
yeah,
second, let me finish.
don't
In the
care.
flat Earth community, the most like
No,
relevant
I don't
map
really
that
care, dude. No.
yeah, okay, but
No.
I'm just saying this is what I thought. It's not your words. It's not your words. It's just the whole community, right? Let's say it's an ice wall surrounding that. This is their theory.
Listen,
How the water is contained, right?
friend, you accused my buds in here of being
Yeah.
weak sauce because they're not willing to make a non sequitur category error of logic that must include two things that don't necessarily have to be synergized, okay? So you can make
A
an entire
barrier.
claim about hydrostatic equilibrium, level water, no curvature without knowing the ultimate bounds of the earth, for goodness sakes.
Now the
A
question.
barrier doesn't mean ice wall. It could be any sort of barrier for all we
So
know.
for example, what kind of barrier do you think of? What
I
is like?
think
What do you
it's.
think?
I
Look, you
don't
have
think.
data.
I just. It
So
suggests that there would be a
suggest
barrier.
me,
I
please.
haven't been to the
So
barrier, so
what?
I wouldn't know.
Right. So what kind of barrier do you think? Would you suggest there is, or you don't
Dude,
even talk on that topic, or you
you're
don't talk on this
basically
topic at all?
asking people to close their eyes and imagine things for you.
Yeah, just
Come on now.
make crap up
I
from
don't
their
do science.
imagination is what
Okay.
you're asking, dude.
Listen,
So
listen.
I'll
I
give no,
don't do
dude. I'm going to
mainstream
give you an
science.
answer. Stop talking. I'm going to give you a direct answer to your question.
Come on, yeah.
What do I think is the ultimate barrier? Okay, so I'm going to tell you. The ultimate barrier is a trans-dimensional, okay, hyperplane that is constructed of spiritual matter that is simultaneously hyperbolically transducing through the imposition of negative retrorefractivity into physical matter. So, in other words, if you try to pass it, you would be entering into non space, which means nothing exists there because you've now entered into spiritual dimension, which means you literally can't pass it. So,
Is
in
it the
other words,
dome
it's the
basically?
end. Hold on. No, I didn't say that at all.
But the dome is.
I'm saying it's the end. It's the end of available free space. Now, if you want to posit a physical structure within that free space, that wouldn't
Yeah.
be the ultimate boundary. I'm talking about the ultimate boundary.
But I'm saying, why does basically if there is no space, right? So the Earth
Yep.
so the atmosphere should have a container. Would you agree on this?
Yeah.
Well,
It's called
notice
a
how in
firmament.
my explanation, just listen and pay attention to what I said. In my explanation, I posited that free space itself has a termination point where there is no longer any free space. So if you're
Yeah.
arguing that space is contained and it must be contained by a physical container, if you
Right.
paid
Yeah. That's what
attention to
I'm.
what I
Yeah.
said, you would notice how I didn't need a physical container to provide containment because there's no more space for anything to go. So you can't just go forward forever and just keep going, keep going, keep going. Eventually you'd reach the end of the available keep going space.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, if we go back to the physical world, right? I don't care what this something is made of, right? However, if there is nothing besides this, let's say, border of the world, right? It means it kind of acts same as the physical boundary again, no? Because the physical matter ends on this point, so it's still like the last physical boundary basically in the world,
Yeah, but
correct?
it's not an object. That's the
Yeah,
point.
it's not an
My
object. Yeah, of course.
explanation, it's not an
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
object.
Yeah, it shouldn't be like an object, like a fucking glass dome. No, I'm not arguing with
Yep.
this. So again, we agreed on the water, right? We agreed, let's say, on the end of the matter in the whole universe, basically, which is only the Earth, right? We agreed on the thing that the gravity itself, like the Earth, is not a globe, right? So from this, you kind of have a model. You don't know how precisely. You cannot know this. You have not looked over it. You cannot look over the whole Earth. But what I'm saying is when I ask the question, first of all, right? Why, for example, how do flat earthers describe basically the ice wall? Because like, is it a continent? Is it just a wall? Is Antarctica is a separate basically piece of land, or it goes all around everything? So this is just the question based on the flat Earth map. This is what I had, and the guy started proceeding me saying there is no model. Now we came to the conclusion from these three questions, there is some kind of a model, not a special correct one.
No.
However, there is. So what have we just discussed? Why no? Why no?
If there is a model, what is it? Put it in
That's
the
what I'm
chat.
asking you. I just brought into the Discord fucking chat a picture of a flat Earth, the supposed picture of flat Earth, and I
Where?
wanted to question at the start, the first,
Can
not the
you
picture.
post it again?
Sorry, no, not the picture. Yeah, but the question with the ice wall, right? Which me was referring to a picture. So basically, ice wall surrounding all the oceans, everything. So I refer to
That's
this, and I
unknown,
asked.
dude. That's an
So
unknown.
this is what?
Wait, so
That's an
the
unknown.
What I can hear.
Unknown, and it's not. It's not contingent. It's not. I don't rely on any of that to determine whether the surface is curving or not.
But I'm not even
how
talking
can the
about
layout of the
no, no,
Earth
no.
be a question that you vaguely formed in the chat? Not even a visual. That's crazy. We're supposed to go along with
But because I thought,
representation of the Earth that you're just saying, well, ice wall. That's not any specific depiction of the Earth or our
okay,
position.
I will send you a picture right now. Wait, I will find a picture of flat Earth, and so
Here we
you would.
go.
While he's doing that, before he posts that, this is just a straw man because nobody's claimed this picture he's going to post. And a couple other things. You mentioned on the flat Earth map. Well, all maps are flat, first of all. So what map are you talking about?
You get equidistant fucking how's it called? I don't know.
What?
Yeah, so the flat Earth
Equidistant
map is
something.
just
I just
some
don't know
bullshit.
the
You don't
name.
even know the name.
Okay,
That's
listen.
crazy.
Let's take this picture. Let's take this picture. I don't even need like the name. What do you mean? It's just the ice wall surrounding. How do I send the picture here?
It's just the ice wall surrounding, bro. Hold on.
What ice wall? Who here has seen an
Okay,
ice wall?
listen. I cannot send a picture here. Flat Earth ice wall map. Can you Google this and put the
No,
picture
just
up?
you try again. Try post it right here in the.
Who has claimed a flat Earth ice wall map?
Flat Earth
There's no
community.
one here. No.
It's a
Not
straw
you. Not
man.
you. Fuck. It's not
No,
you in
that is me.
particular.
The flat Earth community. That is us.
Let's look at this map, for example, right? So the ice wall surrounding all of the continents that we have, for example, in the middle, right? It says there is more Earth, etc., etc. For example, right? There's many of them. So the ice wall surrounds it, right? So what I was asking is this ice wall? Is this the continent itself, Antarctica, or no? This is my prime question. Does it go around, or like what is Antarctica?
How?
And I was referring like to Admiral Broad, all of this shit.
Yep. So I'll tell you what, friend.
Hypothetically,
I'll tell
is it
you what. I'll tell
possible?
you what, sucker. I'll tell you what.
Why you call me a sucker?
I'll go into the future after I map the entire structure of the Earth, and then I'll come back and tell you what it is. Fair?
Well, if you have a fucking brain, you can still think about it. What do you think? I ask referring to this picture.
I
Referring the
think
ice
it's
wall surrounding. That's it. This was my whole question. Do
hypothetically
you understand
possible.
this?
How about that?
Hypothetical.
At
Thank
best.
you. That's the end of the story. And if this retard up and say, telling me I will go this, do that, and come back, acting like a fucking little retarded child, it's not. I don't even fucking want to talk
How
to
is
you.
that? How is that, dude? Why are you getting all insulting all of a sudden?
I'm not insulted because I can't
You
fucking
are. No.
feel.
Why are
You're acting
you
like a
getting
child.
insulting?
Because you're a retard. That's what I'm. Why are you telling me I will go in future, go back like a fucking? Is it a Marvel movie or what?
No, listen, dummy dumb. I already told you what I think about the boundaries of the Earth. Now, within those
Yeah, and now
boundaries,
I submit the
hold
fucking
on
map
a
to you.
second.
What I
Yeah,
was
cool
referring
story.
to.
Yeah, cool story. So within the boundaries that I described, there can be an infinite permutation of distribution of land, water, whatever.
Sure, whatever. And what?
So
I
I have
told
no
you a picture.
preference. I have no preference to one or the other. Okay.
And
However, within my worldview, okay, so I'll parse this out within my worldview. Within my worldview, I believe there's only one sun. If it's true that there's only one sun, and the sun appears to be limited to a local area that we can chart out by sighting the sun and feeling the warmth thereof, then it would at least in my mind, seem to indicate that if the Earth extends beyond the Antarctic perimeter that we know of, that it would most likely continue to be cold because there's no sun there to give the warmth. Now, within my worldview, there is ancient documents that may or may not be considered inspired by a culture that had direct access to the creator of this world, in which an agent was described.
True, yeah.
Okay, just let me finish, dude. I'm just saying that in this document, it describes a man who went out to the edges, and he just kept traveling, and he just kept going until he was translated by God out of the earth. And what it described on his journey was that he just kept going through more ice and snow, and then it even says more ice and snow. So it does the triple, dosage, which, by the way, that culture used to say, like we do now with ... and ellipsis, you know what I mean, etc. It just kept on going. And so what it basically is trying to indicate there, at least in that document, is that the guy kept going in a singular direction, and all he found was more ice and snow, until finally God said, you know what, dude, I'm just taking you out of the earth. So those two things put together are pretty congruent within my worldview. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, and the only question that I started is based on this picture, and and everyone told me there is no model. No one knows the model. This picture might be fake as fuck. However, I just ask, based on the ice wall surrounding, like the basic flat Earth fucking picture, ice wall surrounding. Where is the ice wall around it, or like in the middle of the whole world? That's it. That's what I asked because I didn't get it. Is Antarctica a continent, or is it like the whole wall? Like what's in the middle? This is the question
Well,
that
how
I
could
had.
I answer? How? Yes, fair point. How could I possibly answer such a question with nothing else but speculation? Think about it.
Did I ask you like to give me 100 correct example, or I just ask your speculation? What do you think of it? That's it. No one can know
No,
this.
you asked how it is. You asked how it is, dude.
Bro, when I ask you how it is, do I expect you to like answer me 100%, or what? No one knows this.
Well, if you parse out your questions accurately, and you say instead of how it is, because let me tell you something. How it is has the connotation of a matter of fact, doesn't it?
Listen, if again you're playing with the polemics, you're playing with the semantics. There is not a single person in this world I can ask, and he will give me a straightforward 100% answer. So if I will ask this, it means that this answer could not be 100% by itself because no one can answer it. Do you understand this?
Awesome. Yeah, but the problem is there's a difference in language. There's a difference in language with connotation and denotation. So in this type of arena, if you ask somebody how something is a much different question than asking them, what is your opinion or what is your speculation? Because if somebody answers you a question how it is, they could then be taken that they're making a claim about this is actually the way it is. And so we here actually take that semantical distinction very seriously.
Then I have a look. My first language is not English, first of all, right? I saw this Discord link in Twitter of flat Earth community with a fucking map similar to mine on the profile picture in Twitter. I came here, asked about like the main idea of flat Earth is that the water is contained by an ice wall, supposed ice wall. The first thing I saw in this fucking Twitter account, and I asked on this Discord server and asked the question, and yet everyone started fucking flaming and fucking crying over there is no model, no this, no this, and we come to the conclusion that no one knows the truth, right? However, I just had my view, what I just saw, and I asked about it. That's it. That's the whole point. What are we even arguing against?
Well, you're asking if that's how it is, so you got to ask a more specific question, like, is it possible that that's how it is? If that's what you want to know.
So the whole
we can
argument,
speculate all day long, but saying how it is one thing.
You put the whole argument just because I asked not how it is, but is it possible that I don't fucking type like this on the internet? So this is the whole argument that was going on for that time?
In my mind, it is. Maybe not everybody else's, but we're speaking in hypotheticals and we're theorizing at this point, which isn't empirical data. We tend to stick to empirical data.
Okay, so there's no point in having further discussion because the only problem you had is me forming a basically a question, not 100% how it should be, but like 70% or 60. You just perceived it that way, and you started this whole fucking shit show. Basically,
I didn't. I'm just saying, this is my thoughts on it.
But the answer to the question you
Hypothetically,
said, hypothetically, it is possible. You told me, right? It is possible. You could have just told that, and you just could have explained it in this way, or try to ask me the question one more time. You know, if you see, you saw what I was trying to tell you. However, it took you 30 or 40 minutes to understand my first question.
me, no. I have the ability to
Why didn't
understand your questions on the first go.
why didn't you understand what I was trying to ask the first time?
You're not
You were bugged out.
differentiating me from them.
Yeah, well, you see, you don't have fucking good English knowledge. Then I don't know. You don't know semantics or what? Because you need a person to ask like word for word. Is it possible? Could you please provide your suggestion about it? Who fucking talks like this? Are you like? Do you live in a room or what?
Oh no.
I don't know. Okay, so the argument is like there were no argument, just bitched about I don't know nothing, and we agreed upon everything. I don't
Well,
know.
like a lot of, they have specific rules for servers and stuff too. And I think it's even in ours on this one, if I'm not mistaken, that we tend try to stick to things that we can prove, right? And these are things you're coming up with things that we can't prove at the moment, right?
Yeah, but I just put it in the debate. Even I put it, I think, in the wrong subsection. It was the debate one, not the question one. However, even if I put it in debate one, the question is still there.
Well, yeah, the question's there. So, is it true? I guess that this is a possibility. I would say yes, myself. I can't speak
Thank
for
you.
everybody, but for me, I would say yes,
Thank
it is
you.
a possibility.
We could have not wasted fucking 30 or 40 minutes of our lives, guys. Goodbye. Have a nice day, everyone.
What happened?
What? That's it. That's
Oh wow! So he goes with hypotheticals and runs out the door. Crazy.
No, he moved the goalposts, declared victory, and ran like a bitch.
He can't even declare victory if he's talking in hypotheticals, so it'd be a hypothetical
No, when he
victory.
said we're wasting our time because he was
Yeah,
trying
it
to,
sounded like he was going to
he was
try and
trying.
get
So he
you, because
started
there
this
could
with
be openings
CB.
since we are not allowed beyond the 60th parallel, and they give us directions for Australia, and how I don't know how close that is to the 60th, but there could be wide open areas that don't have a shelf and just leads up onto a shore.
Right. Anything's possible when you
Listen,
can't see it.
can you guys hear me? This shit on.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah, we
you.
got you clear. We got you clear.
Okay, so it started with he said CB has a weak belief in a flat Earth. That's how this started.
I
So he just
kind of
came
landed
in,
my
and what
plane
he
there,
just
but yeah,
did was
it's
move the goalpost to the ice wall.
any
So you understand
we
that,
can
right? He
take
just
in we have to
completely
take
moved the
into consideration
goalpost.
we can't everything else is
This guy
okay.
must have Indio muted. Hold on, bud. Can you can hear me?
Are you
Okay, I
talking
know.
about me?
Somebody's got Indio muted.
I don't have you muted.
No, I'm behind a bunch of buildings. My connection's ass. Just carry on.
No, we hear you just fine. I think someone just has you low and they can hear you. But go ahead. Yeah, he tried to move the goalpost to ice wall, asking us a bunch of hypothetical stuff like, well, what do you think reality looks like as a whole? How would I know that?
No, this is a shtick, right? So he wanted to come in and go, your belief in flat Earth is flimsy. He was coming in to try and demonstrate that through his glass of water analogy. That's the basis of our belief, a glass of water. Silly bullshit. But then when that failed, he moved the goalpost to ice wall, and then said, "See, your belief is flimsy because you don't know where the ice wall is." Bye. That's all I was trying to do for 45 minutes. No, it wasn't. Fucking retard.
Yeah, L man, L's in the chat for homie for the L performance. I mean, it gave us some content, so it's good. We're all here now. Shout out to him.
Oh, but I called
Yeah,
it though, right? He's from Twitter.
Yeah, he's from Twitter.
Yeah, I said that before he even joined the VC, just by what he was saying in text chat, because they all do the same shit on Twitter.
yeah, right. You're lying and you don't understand.
It's like he doesn't get the concept that we prefer not to debate hypotheticals. We prefer to stick to real data.
Yeah.
How do you even
Yeah, man.
debate hypothetical?
Yeah, for example, nobody called me on my made up words when I was describing the edge of the universe.
I don't know. I thought it was really That was really funny of you to put it
You
that way.
gave him what he wanted, a hypothetical.
And that was some awesome words, that one.
You should write that down, or someone clip that. Now, and then you were like, and then you said, now in terms of the physical barrier, I don't really know. Something like that. That was funny. W's in the chat for alien.
Yeah, so for example, in the Big Bang expanding heliocentric cosmology, they have no answer for the edge of the universe either. It's pure speculation. They can't tell you whether there's an end of available free space, whether there's a different type of space beyond the boundary, whether there's nothing, whether you enter into the mind of God, whether you enter into the nether realm. They have no clue.
Well,
In
they
fact,
also violate their own law
yeah,
of conservation of energy by having the Big Bang to begin with.
yeah. But what's interesting about when you see people write about the edge of the known universe, some of them use words like this: contemplating whether there's more space or an end of space is terrifying. Like, what's so terrifying about it, bro? What are you so scared of, homie?
Right. Well, you got to remember you're dealing with people.
The universe is made of 60% dark matter.
Right. And they use things like the theory of nothing, right? So they literally say that everything is nothing and nothing is everything, and that's their theory.
Wow, that's the most retarded thing I've heard in my life.
And this is like mainstream science coming out with this to describe the Big Bang or something like to that effect, and that's one of their latest theories, and yeah, it cracks me up so bad. As their own, laws and stuff that they come up with wouldn't allow for nothing to be something and something to be nothing.
Or nothing to become something.
Yeah.
Did you
Nothing is
guys
doing
see?
what?
Did you guys watch the Paris Olympics where they had the globe on the screen 24/7?
That's
Uh-uh.
no, actually, I don't know. I just saw the kangaroo lady. No, okay, maybe it's later.
We got an argument last night where they were saying, well, you guys just aren't willing to change your mind about anything, are you?
And what? Where then we inherently already made that change.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up learning that the Earth was a ball.
Right. It's like,
Exactly. That's what they want to say we won't change our mind about.
what kind of weird projection is that? They haven't changed their mind. So,
Well, they won't consider the fact that their argument sucked and that it's rife with logical fallacies and contradictions. They can't accept that. So it's us. The problem's got to be us.
right. It's
Could
scary how often
possibly
that
be
manifests.
that,
They'll be like,
like,
my
it's. Oh, go ahead.
no, just quickly, it's like ends up manifesting more times than you might think. What India just said, they'll say things like, "Well, it's a globe because you guys don't believe it." Like it's like flat earthers are the reason why it's true for them. It's reason.
Right. It's funny too that like all their stuff is their truth to them is theory based on theory based on theory based on theory that can all never be proven, but they believe it.
Yeah, I mean, it blew my mind, and I'm sure it blows a lot of their minds too, when they learn that gravity is still just a theory as well. Like, our understanding of gravity is still a theory.
To me, gravity has a kind of a fallacy built into it because gravitational force formula assumes the gravitational constant, which you can't really get without the gravitational force.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a few things here where gravity can be explained through buoyancy, and I didn't read it. I don't read anything that I get my hands on when it comes to flat Earth, but
Well, their argument
like,
there is like they'll get you into the density and buoyancy, and then they'll say, well, why doesn't it fall upward instead of down? Because
oh,
if there's no gravity, it wouldn't be pulled to the ground. And
yeah, you're right.
there's a few ways to explain that too. I mean, there's the electrostatic, proof now, right? That's on our side, and that was basically in my opinion anyway, what Nikola Tesla was calling the ether. Because to him, it did have electromagnetic and electrostatic properties.
Yeah, isn't that also known as 0-point energy?
What, the ether?
Yeah.
I guess you could view it that way, but I mean, there's like, a few things, I guess, that they just can't accept. So they're saying it's 0-point, which means basically you're getting something from nothing, but we don't know exactly where the ether comes from, right? If we were to say that there is an ether. So it's not exactly 0-point energy because there could be a source for all we know.
Huh.
So it all depends on, how well you can perceive things. So if you say it's just, they'll argue it's 0-point energy, but for all we know, it could be like, a waterfall, right? That has a source somewhere.
I don't know. That's above my understanding.
But it's essentially, they can prove it through data that electrostatics, which makes sense because, like, the more electrons you have, the greatest density of electrons you would have anywhere would be on the ground, right? And if electrons are attracted to electrons, well, then that would explain why things fall down.
And it being a closed system also means that too, right?
Being a closed system, well, I believe personally, and this isn't every flat earther, I do believe it's a closed system. I don't believe that space is a possibility.
Oh, heck no.
But, I've also worked with vacuums in my life, and so I understand, perfectly well what they're capable of and how things act inside them.
A vacuum, like free of any particles?
Not a perfect vacuum, but because you can't really, have that, I guess, on Earth. I mean, it would be incredibly difficult, and the closest they've come so far is the one in Florida that has 10-foot reinforced steel walls, and it's said to be like, I think it's 100,000 times weaker than what space is supposedly. And, the astronauts who go in there, when they go in there, they are made aware that if there's a hole in their suit, then their blood should begin to boil and their skin would literally be ripped apart, and it would be the worst possible death that you could even imagine. And so, in my opinion, I don't think any actual scientist who understands this would go into space, as they call it, because the possibility that a speck of death or speck of dust gives you the most painful death you can possibly imagine is not something I'd be willing to risk for a couple $100,000.
Yeah, don't forget, brothers, that if you look up the supposed moon astronaut suits, okay, their key stick is protected by snaps.
Yeah, snaps,
And
and then
it's
they even have
super.
lace-up boots.
Yeah, it's like, how are you keeping the? Oh my goodness, dude! It's like, are you going to go up there, right? If your tongue is going to boil off. So one of the guys who went into one of those test chambers complained that his tongue was starting to boil, and they had to take him out right away. Can you imagine your private area boiling off? I mean, good grief.
Woo-wee. No, thank you. I'm going to
Hey,
pass
got to
on
put
that one.
the globies and
Yeah,
anti-flat
I'll
earthers
take
in
a pass on that.
test them out.
Yeah, I say we send the globies in there and test them out. Let us know how it goes.
And then you bring that up to them too, the chamber itself, right? And logically speaking, if space is 100,000 times stronger than this chamber in Florida that has 10-foot reinforced steel walls, logically you would need something to carry you into space that is 100,000 times as strong as 10-foot steel reinforced walls.
What I question and what makes me confused is there satellites that actually float when they're that high in the atmosphere?
Well, it depends on how true everything they say is about the atmosphere. So if there's a thermosphere that they say is, I think, 4,000 degrees or something, it would melt most of the satellite. So that's not a possibility.
Yeah, but you can see satellites at night pass by.
Maybe. There's also video footage, I guess, of satellites being attached to weather balloons and whatnot.
Fair point, but we got to be fair. Hold on, friends. We got to be fair. So the argument about the areas that are in the 4,000 degree temperature on their side is that there's not enough particulates to transfer the heat to an object such as a satellite. So in other words, you need something to transfer heat from one point to another. So their claim is it's so sparse up there that even though the particles that are there at 4,000 degrees, there's not enough of them to affect the material of the satellite. So at least that's their claim.
Oh, interesting.
Something I'll never be able to prove.
All right. I mean, I guess it's possible because you could ask them, well, what's the particle density up there? And then you could replicate that in a vacuum, put a heater in there, see how that plays out.
Well, the question is then begged, Well, how did those little particles get to 4,000 degrees in the first place?
Right. That's a good point.
Because if they got to 4,000 degrees, then shouldn't other things that are there get to 4,000 degrees eventually for the same reason they got to 4,000 degrees? And the answer is yes. So then their answer is then they have to figure out how to dump the heat that is gained. Because if there's no way to gain heat, as they claim, because there's no particulates, then there's also no ways to dissipate heat through particulate methods. So you, in other words, you can't dump your heat. Like you can't blow cold air over yourself to dump your heat because there's no air to blow over yourself. So where are they getting rid of their heat that they're
Well, I think
gaining
they
from
would say
whatever
that
source? Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I would have to assume that they just disproved it themselves right there, because their argument would most likely be that, in my opinion, that it's the as it passes through the atmosphere, the air basically blows off the heat, but that would kind of contradict what you just said there.
Right. So their actual claim is that they radiate the heat out through radiation rather than conduction. So rather than have particulates pass over and take some of the heat away and then dump the particulates, they're claiming that they're allowing the system to radiate heat out through infrared and, basically radiative heat loss. Now, the problem is that radiative heat loss is the most inefficient way to get rid of heat. Right? So again, you end up with this engineering dilemma of how are they going to get rid of the heat? Now, some of them will tell you, well, half the time the device is in the shade. So while it's in the shade, it's cool. Now pay attention. They just done told you that there's nothing to get rid of the heat. So if it's in the shade, being in the shade is just meaning it's not gaining heat. It doesn't mean it's losing heat at an increased rate. So you still end up with a similar problem that they claim this mechanism they're using doesn't seem sufficient to get rid of the heat to me.
Right. And if that were true, like the thermosphere would then, be several thousand degrees cooler in the shade and then have to rotate back around and be heat back up that fast, which there's not enough particulates to do that, right?
Yeah. And if you ever tried to pick up a piece of metal that, or a tool, let's say you're working in a sunny day and you leave your tool out in the sun and you go to pick it up, that thing's hot, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't even know there was a thermosphere where things get really hot up there.
Yeah. To me, is ironic that the thermosphere would be so hot next to something so cold.
Hey, right. What the heck?
And then somehow it doesn't actually heat up the atmosphere that's directly below it either. I mean, that's also very odd, given that they think the core of the earth is hot. So if you got hot on the outside, hot on the inside, the middle should be very hot. At least equally as hot.
Didn't Elon Musk supposedly fly over Antarctica, or was I tripping?
Yeah, Elon Musk can supposedly do a whole lot of things, like put a car in space and not modify it and not have the tires blow up somehow.
Yeah.
It looks so fake. That's how you know it's real.
Oh yeah, I love that one. To me, I was like, it looks so fake. It really looks like there's a green screen behind it, personally, but that's just my thought. And I'm like, man, these guys, like, NASA and Musk, back in the day, they should all just got a hold of robertspaceindustries.com and asked them for some of their tech because it was vastly superior to NASA images at the time. Which I don't know if you know, that's just the website for Star Citizen game.
Alright, well, I'm gonna head out. Maybe play some Halo.
I have too much fun.
I'll see you later.
So no globe champions.
Doesn't appear so. They all kind of. I think the one was kind of trolling earlier. I think he was a Glober saying he wasn't a Glober, and he left. So.
Oh, of course. Came in here with just like he was, even though he tried to accuse us of what he was doing, he was just trying to get a rhetorical win. Basically,
Right.
oh, your belief in flat Earth is flimsy, and I'm going to prove it. And then he's going to do all sorts of machinations. Like, I asked him, he's like, the scale's not big enough. Okay, quantify it. Of course, he won't quantify it, right? He won't say why it's in a deficient. He just says, like, it. So it's called, the tactic is called FUD. It was made famous like in the 1970s in business, right? So you have a competitor. So you don't boost up your product, you downplay their product by doing something called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Right. So you try to create those things in the competitor's product so that nobody buys it. So that's what you're trying to do is flat Earth, basically. Oh, you guys don't know. You're not really sure. Just admit it. The sample size is a bit. What the glass of water thing, dude? Was like, really? A glass of water? Really? You think we're talking about glasses of water?
Right, and then he wants to take the entire sample size, which is the entire Earth, and measure that. Well, what machine do you have capable of that? Please tell me, because I would love to see it.
Well, would half of it be enough? How about 3/4? How about like is it not enough? What if we measure 99.999% of the surface? Would that little bit of uncertainty suddenly curve that flat water into a ball? Like the argument is disingenuous. Period.
You know what I find really funny about the ball Earth and how they calculate curvature and how far things should be hidden under it, right? Is that they suppose that you're two people on opposite sides of the body of water, right? And then they assume that the curve then that you would calculate becomes this arch that is somehow perfectly equal on both sides, right? And then the curvature that they would calculate, as they put it, or the amount that would be hidden, would actually be just that amount of curvature that happens divided by 2, which gives the arch there a peak. And that's what they believe to be what should be hidden. But they don't even take into account their own physical horizon line.
Well, that's because the horizon moves around and they don't like that. Because the horizon's never where they say it's supposed to be, ever.
Right.
Like
well,
never.
when they calculate it
If I say never, I mean literally never.
Yeah. Well,
Never
when they
seen
calculate it that way, though, and they divide it by 2 like that, then it becomes possible, that they might find an instance or two where that happens. Like 10 miles, there was an instance where that was a possibility. But when you actually do,
it's really not possible. And I'll tell you why it's not possible. Because you can't even do that calculation until you know the horizon distance. If you look at every formula for arc, drop, dip, you name it, the first thing that's calculated is the tangent line.
I am.
Right? And that tangent line is where they say the horizon is.
Right. Well, they're moving the tangent line, to the center, and that's where they calculate, in their opinion, where the horizon should be, even though that's not even remotely close to true. Guess I should write out a formula for them next time. Like just write out the basics, how to do it with simple math.
I'm in a chip aisle at the grocery store. Shit says party size. No, man, that's obesity size. Are you out of your mind?
All right, yeah, if that's my
Because
bag
you
of
know
chips.
some dude is like he's gonna house that whole bag.
Right. You know what's really that weird? My wife can't understand it, but I can eat that all the time, man. And I don't gain weight. I think about 185 pounds, and like I just stay there.
That'll end eventually.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, I'm 42,
I was
so
the
she
same
really
way
expected
until I
it to
hit
end.
40, and then like it just magically stopped being where I could eat anything. I basically had to cut my carb intake in half to maintain weight. Otherwise, I
Oh
was
well.
working, turning into a vet buck.
Yeah, I got lucky. I haven't had that problem yet. I'm 42, but I sleep super hot, so that's why I think my metabolism just goes all freaking night. So last night I also kind of like one thing I like doing to people is that their whole globe model is based on the general theory of relativity, and when you apply that to the entire universe, it really falls apart really, really fast. And so I point out that, their theory there is saying that there's no difference between light coming to the earth, and hitting it, or the earth moving toward the light and the earth hitting the light that way, right? So, the way that they can come to, I guess, understand how the entire universe would affect the world here would be that if you were to imagine the light ray as a rope, right? And you throw it at the earth, you tie it around it, and then every single star in the sky does this at the same time, and then they all pull on the earth at once, and then what happens? Well, the earth would stand still.
What do you think of Simon Dan? You know who that is, right?
Who?
Simon Dan,
No, I don't know who that is.
the YouTuber.
No, I
Basically was a
haven't watched it.
nobody YouTuber making science videos, and then he made a flat Earth video, and channel went crazy. This is a while back though,
Oh wow.
and now he's like everywhere. I mean, he's not as bad as like Professor Dave, but still.
Hmm. No, I haven't seen him yet. Maybe I'll check him out. Was anything of his any good?
Just typical anti-flat earther.
Oh, okay.
But he posts like he basically trolls TikTok. I mean, what he'll do is he'll go on TikTok, find a video where somebody say something stupid or that he thinks is stupid, and then he'll stitch it and then tell the whole world how stupid the person is.
Oh yeah.
But he'll make like an unsubstantiated claim. He won't back it up, right? So I only bring him up because he always posts a video on Friday, right? So Flat Earth Fridays, he'll post a video. So this one was like, dude was explaining, yeah, the sun goes away, the air absorbs the light, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, that's not possible because the air would have to be, and I quote him, 39 times thicker. I asked him, where'd you get that number? Nothing. No answer, nothing. He's answered me before many times. I'm like, okay, where'd you get that number? Because according to astronomy, compared to noon, the sun at the horizon is 23,000 times less bright. So where'd you get the number? And this guy, and I also bring him up because he's getting his PhD in astronomy. So where'd he get that number? Right? So these are the guys that get followed by like the average Glober, right? They go, oh, you flat earthers are wrong. Simon, damn, Professor Dave said X. Like, but they never actually have to substantiate what they say. Whereas we need like infinite freaking data to substantiate what we say. I'm only pointing it out because it's a double standard. They don't apply the same standard of evidence to themselves.
Right. Yeah, I find that funny. About I think it was 5-6 years ago, I actually debated MC Toon and the other guy who he was running with every day at the time. He was I forget the other guy's name, but he was the one who every time you asked him a question, he deflected and asked you a question in return that was rhetorical. And God, he was really good at it. I just forget his name, but like I debated him off air and they never aired it, which sucks because they would never air that one because it would just kind of discredit him. But it was pretty funny. But they never like could answer any question that I posed to them, and posed me several questions, which I explained, and then they couldn't handle it. Could not handle it.
No, McToon has a little shtick. Okay, like all these guys, the
Can
more
anybody hear
famous
me?
guys, they have like these. They have, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
you can chime in, dude. We're just talking shop, dude.
Is there anybody out there?
Yeah,
yeah, we hear you, bro.
Yeah, how do globies get around the? If you think about Foucault's pendulum, it's rotating in the theoretically the only place it's going to rotate like a clock is the North Pole. That's the only place that pendulum should only work. But how do they get it to where it's all over the United States? That's like halfway down there, and there's no way it would knock down the pegs. But hey, that's just me.
Well, they
I'll
just say
tell you
that the
why.
rotation
Because
is less elsewhere.
well, I'll tell you why. Because the Foucault's pendulum that you see in a museum or in a mall,
I was at the Carnegie
they're driven, dude.
when I was a kid in Pittsburgh, and they had
Yeah,
the Foucault's pendulum with pegs going all the way around in a circle, and it was just swinging back and forth, knocking the peg. I forget how many pegs are in between the segments,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Okay, you're
I'll
gonna
just
listen
land
to
it
the
there.
answer? I'll tell you the answer. The answer is that Foucault's pendulum that you watched is driven. So, meaning it has a motor in it, and that motor can be adjusted to make the swing of that arc be an ellipse. But because that rope is so long, you can't actually see that it's actually not in a straight line, right? So you can. I'll tell you where to go. The people that makes these pendulums is called Academy Pendulums, and you can look in their manual. They have the manual for operating these right on their website, and it says how to adjust it to get it to do what you want. There's adjustment screws, and you can change the intensity of this. So there's a magnetic, there's a magnet on each side because it's like metal in the housing. So there's a magnet, and then you can put more magnetism in one coil than the other coil, and that will cause it to deflect left or right.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing, like they didn't account for before they did all the adjustments and stuff was just user error.
Oh yeah. So I asked him. So if I asked the Glovers this. I said, okay, if someone sets up a pendulum and it doesn't do what's predicted,
All I'm saying
how
is
do we account for that? And they'll
the
say user
Foucault
error.
pendulum should only work North Pole because if it's on the outside of a globe going on a tilt, there's no way for the peg to, because the world isn't broken, because that goes around like a hands on a clock. And should be no way that the world is rotating around to knock all the pegs off in a 360-degree circle.
Yeah, I never believed the pendulum stuff because then you also have to assume gravity. So
Gravity's not a bad word, man. It just means up and down, vertical. Specific gravity, that works fine. You need. When they start going further into it, like, postulating causes that you don't observe or experience to be true and you can't validate to be real, that's when gravity fucking takes a turn for the worst. Gravity, just in the sense of solids and liquids rising or sinking within a medium that they're more or less dense than, is just perfectly fine. You don't need to go beyond that.
yeah, well, then their argument though is why don't things fall up instead of down?
That's on them. That's on them to figure out, not me. I don't give a shit. I'm just stating the obvious, right?
Right.
Bullshit. Things fall up. You've never fallen up some stairs before?
Right. I certainly have. Well, then you can argue, well, you're saying things in general don't fall up. What about helium? That seems to fall upward pretty quick.
Things will rise or sink. Yeah. Yep.
Right.
So it just goes in all directions to fill the available volume, ignoring completely any sort of bias.
Yeah. Well, if there is a bias, it should definitely have data to back it up. And I had a guy, a Globerzer last night, he was trying to argue with me and tell me that photons have mass. That was pretty funny. because there was like published papers on gravitational refraction.
Yeah, isn't a photon a massless particle or something like that?
Yeah, a photon's a massless particle. That's why you never hear them talking about refraction over the ocean anymore, or over a lake, as gravitational refraction. And so, what I told them, most likely scenario is that gravitational refraction has been now replaced with compounded refraction, and they're saying somehow over a body of water, refraction's compounded the further in you go.
There's probably some gravitons hanging around there too, right?
Oh, for sure.
Hey, everybody, is Indio there? By any chance?
Who?
Indio?
Yeah, I'm here, but
Yeah.
I can't really talk.
Oh, okay.
If,
No,
if
you're
you
all right.
need like a detailed, if you need something detailed, I can't really do that. But if it's brief, I can.
Yeah, no, I just got I got an image, and I wanted to show you. You know, it's the Mount St Helens and Mount Rainier. I just wanted you to look at it and tell me what you thought.
Yeah, just post it in the thing.
Yeah, let me find it first. Hang on. I've actually got a folder called 24/7. Believe it or not, I don't think it's in there. Give me a sec. Oh, here it is. There's a lot of stuff in there. So that mountain behind is over twice as high, and it's below in the image. So I wanted to just wondered what your first thoughts about that were, Indio.
How far away is it in relation?
It's about 50 miles as the crow flies.
Well, no, I mean in relation to the first mountain, from where you're standing.
That's what I meant. It's about 50 miles behind the other mountain.
Okay, and how close is the first mountain?
I'm not exactly sure. I know there's a elevation there of the person who's taking the picture.
Ideally, I guess you would kind of want to be, I guess, center mass height if you're trying to do perspective-based things like that. Well, comparatively, and then you got to know the distance from the guy to the first mountain, because that plays a big part in it. Because if you're centered on the first object, on the height, and then it's twice as far away than if the mountain itself is twice as high, like you said, right? Elevationally speaking, then it would appear to be the exact same size. So if it's actually 4 times as far away, then it would be half the size.
Yeah, I got this off Zanuck. You know Zanuck, Indio, and they literally called it the globe's black swan, and it made me laugh. And I wanted to talk. Obviously Indio was clearly busy, sort of like driving or something. But yeah, I wanted to catch you next time you were in here and see what you said about it, because I know how good you are with optics, and optics is not really my forte. So I just wondered what your take could be.
Just use the default global response. Refraction!
How about let's go take it a step further. Let's say inverse refraction. That would blow their mind.
Just keep along the lines of perspective.
Yeah, perspective. So you have to know the distance to the first mountain as well as to the second mountain, and from there you can then compare to see if it stacks up or not.
Well, what do you got? 86 Ks, 86.9 Ks to the first one, and then it's 167 to the second one from your position.
From your okay.
Correct.
So, relatively speaking, then, if it's actually twice as high, then that comes to twice as far away from you, relatively. So it would appear to be the same size. Which then, depending on how high he is, though, so that's the thing. If he's up higher, the one in the further one would appear to be up higher as well.
So, perspective is for how far out things shrink, how much?
If it's
twice the distance, it's half the height?
Yes.
You sure?
Yep.
Because there's quite a few of these offset weird observations. Like, I don't know if you've heard of one clown that pops around called Jesse Path of Light. He does things like this all the time.
Right. But that's assuming, like, you also have to assume in these pictures that they would be halfway up the first mountain height, right? And if they're beyond that, then it would appear that then it would appear a little off. And so the mountain in the back would appear to be a little bit taller as you go up.
Well, that's what they don't state in a lot of their shots, is their own elevation. Sometimes they do it. Pretty rare, though. Well, there you go. Picture elevation, 1,075 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on there. I don't know too much about refraction and whatnot, but I assume it'd be very little from that height.
Yeah.
It would help if there was a horizon too.
Correct.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the mountain in the back should appear to lean back some.
I don't know. My first thought was I think this is difficult to explain on a planar surface. You know, just being honest. But I don't know. Like I said, optics is not really my thing.
Yeah. I mean, if you say refraction, I guess, I mean, because that would make the light dip down as it passes by the first mountain or so. Or they could try and argue that, I guess, but yeah, I guess it really would depend on if there was a atmospheric bubble somewhere in between in that regard. But
that's all.
Yeah, but using straight up law of perspective, if it's twice as far away and it's twice as tall, then it should appear to be the same height. If you're taking the picture from the middle point of the mountain as your elevation.
You just added a thermal. Yeah, we could be looking through some kind of thermal hot spot in there, make it come in there better.
Yeah. It could be a thermal hotspot, and then you could, yeah, I guess it depends on where the sun would be overhead at the time as well.
Are you going to be around for a minute? Because I'll be home in like, I don't know, 15 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, I'm not. I could always come back, or I might stay, or we might get into a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I noticed right off the bat is the diagram doesn't show what's actually in the photograph because the camera's actually not pointed in the direction that the photograph that the diagram shows.
Well,
you mean Yeah, so you can tell which direction the camera's actually pointed at. If you draw X along the diagonals, where those lines intersect, will be with the direction the camera's pointed. So it's actually pointed somewhere else. And I know the diagram has rays and like he should have put it in the field of view and shit, but I don't know why this is even a thing anymore, quite honestly. And I'll tell you why, because we know that things get flattened in the distance generally, right? So you can the flattening of the sun, right? Like this is a known effect where the sun it'll get squished, right? Things will get squished in the distance. I really got to do this. So there's this might seem like off topic or something, or I don't know, going off topic that's relevant. So there's a guy. His name's Pablo. His YouTube channel is Pablo's Dog. So for like 2 years now, he's been going to UC University of California, Santa Barbara, and going into the parking lot, setting up a camera at the exact same parking space. You know, like once or twice a week for going on like 2 years, taking a horizontal pan of all the oil rigs that are out there. So he's got, but the thing is, because he's doing the same thing over and over again, you can compare one video to the other. And what I've noticed, he's noticed, and other people noticed, that you have the ocean, and then behind the ocean, like the bay, is a bunch of mountains. And nearly every time he goes there, the mountains behind the water look they look different. They look completely different. Sometimes they're stretched, sometimes they compress, sometimes they're fucking huge, right? And it's weird because sometimes they look like the same size, right? They're the same size, like comparatively, like above the horizon, but like the features on the surface, because it has like this really like a landslide happened or something like that, where you can really look at it and you can see that this feature has a distinct shape. But then but like day to day, it like changes what the shape of this is and its size and like all this shit. Point being is that observations like this, they don't actually, he could go out the next day and take a photograph, whoever took this photograph, and Mount St. Helens will be where they think it's supposed to be, or lower or higher or some other place.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because that was my first response. My initial response was, if there's some kind of perspective or optical illusion, if you will, then he should be able to go back the next day, take a picture, and it'll look slightly different. Even if it looks slightly different, that would be an issue. That was my first instinct, So I'm glad you said that, because that was my first thought as well.
Well, I mean, so the thing that pisses me off is, right, the flat Earth doesn't live with air. We don't have air in a flat Earth. So they go out, they do an observation. Flat Earth has no air, right? So it has to be absolutely geometrically perfect. Otherwise, it's a globe, right? So if you go out, like, they can have a horizon that moves around. They can have shit that freaking gets lifted up over the curve. They have all this shit. But we can't have any of that because air doesn't exist on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I often no Atmo Day just reminded me of Nathan.
Yeah,
but yeah,
Al Baruni, man. Al Baruni was the first person to celebrate No Atmo Day.
Yeah, I actually agree with Matthew Learns, funnily enough, on this issue, which is strange things happen while you're squinting at the horizon. Proven by the Fata Morgana effect or whatever it's called. There's some weird fucking things that happen when you're staring at the horizon, right? So.
Yep. You gotta think too, they're used to using Photoshop, so who's to say that it's not a Photoshopped image? Because law of perspective wouldn't
But I want to
change it.
distinguish something. I also want to distinguish something. Their claim versus our claim. Our claim is that, optical effects caused by refraction in the air, turbulence, have shit move around. But their claim is that we have a spherically symmetric air that makes things curve because the atmosphere is curved, right? That's the thing. The atmosphere is curved, so it makes light rays curve, so it curves it around the curvature of the Earth. That is horseshit.
It just makes it
Because of the
bend
variation, right? So what they're
at
saying
best.
that's a structure, right? That's a structure. When you say you have a spherically symmetric atmosphere, that's a structure. It's not the way reality really is, right? The air is chaotic. It doesn't lift shit
Right.
up over the curve.
Right. Well, and to have it continue around the curve, though, it's got to be compounding refraction, which is nonsense.
Well, temperature does make light behave weird, though, doesn't it? It makes it bend, makes it. You can
Yeah, but
prove
it's not
that.
spherically symmetric, right? What they're saying is, so it's like an everlasting gobstopper, right? So from the center going out, the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner, right? Spherically symmetrically, right? In a like as in a ball, so it goes out from the center, and because of this, it curves like it bends like around the curvature of the Earth. That is something
Impossible.
completely different. That I look out and shit is where it normally would be. That's a totally different thing.
Yeah. Well, their explanation for that is also, I mean, it used to be anyway, gravitational refraction is what they referred to that as, but that's, demonstrably false. And, it also violates their own law, I guess, of gravity because photons don't have mass.
Well, it's demonstrably false, right? For a really simple reason, because there are other. So, refraction as a phenomenon will have more effects than just bending things over the curve that we should be able to observe. We actually do observe. So, this is observed in astronomy called dispersion, right? So, you can look at it's Saturn or a planet or a star with a telescope, and you'll see that it looks a little more red on the top and it looks blue on the bottom. Right? This is because each wave, the red and blue wavelength, took a different path to the telescope, so it looks like it's separated by a gap. Right? Right? The top of the star is one color, and the bottom of the star is another color. That's because blue took one path, red took another path, and when they entered the telescope, they weren't on the same path; they were on different paths. Why don't we ever observe this in the things that they say refraction is occurring, right? Oh, refraction lifted it up over the curve. Well, why don't we see this dispersion effect that we should see, and then we do see for what you call astronomical objects, but we don't see it for any terrestrial objects. They actually make a corrector for telescopes for this. So it corrects it after it gets into the telescope. It's adjusted manually. So it has like a little dial on it. You turn it, right, until the colors merge.
Interesting. I never looked into telescopes much.
It's not exclusive to telescopes, right? So in a camera, it would be called chromatic aberration in a regular camera, and that's usually because the lens design is poor, right? So they make lenses. Not only are they curved, they get thicker, they get thinner on the edges because they're trying to get each color to hit the same spot, right? They're trying to get red to hit the same on the sensor of the film. So they so they try to make the path that how far it has to travel through the lens longer or shorter to get it to so that when it bends twice, right? So it bends when it hits one side of the glass, and then it bends when it exits the glass. But to get that angle so that the angle of the blue and the angle of the green and the angle of the red hit the same place, they have to thin the lens out as it gets to the edges.
Nice.
And if they don't do this right, you get chromatic aberration. So you take a photograph and it look rainbows, like rainbows around the fringes. So, like I said, this is a consequence of refraction that's unavoidable. It's part of it. And not observing it, right? So if you don't observe it, you can't say, hell, that's refraction. How do you know it's refraction? Because it's a globe and it has to bend it up over. No, like, what about the other effects of refraction? So with spherically symmetric, like other effects such as magnification, right? Why it doesn't shit look bigger? Because we know, because you can think what they're saying is the air is a lens, right? So we can apply all the things we know about lenses to the air and see if it's really is a lens, right? Is it a lens that is on the surface of the earth that you're looking through that is moving stuff around, right, the where it appears to be? So just like any other lens, we can evaluate, like, hey, do we have an astigmatism? Do we have, do things look magnified or further away than they actually are? Is the angles right, right? So does it look like I'm looking at it from the top versus whether I'm looking at it from the bottom? These other variables that you can say, hey, let's really figure out, is this refraction making it happen?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this too. Do we know how tall the first mountain was? I haven't looked into.
The
these
numbers are
mountains.
on there, dude. If you want to just save the picture.
Oh, okay. So I'm looking
Maybe-
in the chat. Do I just hit the chat here? I'm not too familiar
yeah.
on Discord, I suppose.
Oh, okay.
The little chat thing at the bottom of the screen, I pull that up. It says chat,
yeah,
but I don't
I'll,
see any picture in there.
In this
I'll
room,
just-
mate, the channel directly above this one, live stream voice text, is where they. Yeah, there you go. Someone's just tagged you.
Hey, okay. Gotcha.
I can't remember what I was going to say now. Shit. Anyway, it's really it's good to hear your voice, Indio. You should be on here more often. I'd come in here more often if you were here more often.
I mean, I'm around. I was in politics the other day. I'm also on X all the time. So I'm just like whoring around. I'm a social media whore now.
14,000.
What a slut.
65.
We've been trying to leverage X because there's so many people on that platform now, and their spaces technology is pretty shit, but we get a wider audience. The Glovers are quite dumber, so when we go in there, it's just a fucking train wreck of them. They're not even at the level. They might be at the level like the average Globie on the politics server. They're really remedial. Like the big people, the so-called big people like McToon and Fight the Flat Earth, they won't even go into a spaces. They're just chicken shit.
Yeah, they won't. McToon probably wouldn't even talk to me, but I don't have my same name on here, so he wouldn't know. But
McToon won't do anything unless he's getting $1 for it. It's a
he
nickel
doesn't like
chaser.
me. Well, based on the picture here, I'm not seeing anything out of order with the law of perspective here, so I don't know what their argument is. Because it's 6,500 feet. The other one is a little bit more than twice the size at 14,000 feet. Or sorry, 14,000 feet, 400. The first one's roughly 54 miles. The second one is less than that at 104 miles. So the further one should absolutely look slightly larger than the first one. And that's what they're saying it does. So I guess I don't see their argument here.
And I don't bring this part up often, but the distances and the elevations of those mountains are based upon a globe. So, in the first place,
right? Well,
based upon an assumed globe, not the measured globe, right? So they're not measuring it; they're using like the oblate spheroid reference ellipsoid to put the angles on, right? So it's not like they measured a globe, and that's how they got this heights and the elevations and distances. They did measurements, and they were like, "Let's put this on a globe. What would they be then?" That's
right.
how they're doing it.
Well, so what I'm seeing, so the one in the back, what it looks slightly lower, or is it the actual arrow here? I guess the one in the back is the one in the back, the one they're talking about, where the red lettering is next to. Sorry, I'm almost blind, and it's really hard to see the wording here on my phone.
Yeah, the one in the back is lower.
Okay, so the one in the back is lower. However, to properly measure this here, the person would actually have to have an elevation of 3,250 feet, right in that range. And if he's actually below it, then that would make the one in front appear to be larger than it should, and the one in the back appear to be smaller. Because you're looking basically upward at the peak.
Oh, that's quite a good point. Yeah, I like that. That's good. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, so everything to do with law of perspective, you have to assume that you're at the center height of the first object, and then you also have to assume that the one behind that would be at the center height as well. So, like, the two centers would align. But if you change these variables, then you have to account for them.
Yeah, no, that's quite good. There's another picture doing the rounds as well where Mount Rainier is covered mostly. I think I've got that picture somewhere as well. Don't know. And that I feel like that's a difficult one to explain because it's just a picture of the horizon, the water, and it's sort of all you can see is a little bit of the top of the mountain sticking up. Don't know what I did with that one though. I sent it to AI Arden because for a while I was sending him loads of stuff like, "What's this? Explain this." I must have sent him like 10 things. Oh, here he is now, and he never replied to that one, and I was disappointed. I was like, "Shit!" I wanted to. Oh, he could give me his take now if he's here. If I can find the fucking picture. You know what? I'm going to actually click on your name, Arden, because it was one of the last messages I sent you. Save image. Oh. Sorry, guys. I don't know where. I've got so many blue pictures. I put them all over the place. And right. Downloads. Here we go. Right.
Good. Don't feel bad. You ever seen that TV show Hoarders? That's what my computer looks like. You look in my files, fucking episode of Hoarders. Throw this shit away. They'd be like, "We're gonna clean your house up."
Right. So if I'm not
no, don't delete that file. Don't delete that one. I gotta save that. I'll never find it again.
This might be, if I remember correctly, it might be the same image that. Oh man, what's that kid's name? What's that kid's name, man? Scrawny. Planer Walk.
Oh yeah. I know what you mean.
So I think it might actually be in the same image that he brought to debate when he came in to debate us.
Oh, so all right. I see the mountain back there. Is the mountain supposed to have a lot more underneath of what's being showed behind the ridge there, or what?
Yeah.
And why would... So we got to know, first of all, I guess, how close the ridge is in relation to you as opposed to how far the mountain is. And then we got to have their elevation, we got to have the ridge's elevation, and then the mountain's elevation. And looks like he may be fairly high up. I'm not too certain, but surely not. I don't think he would be halfway up on the mountain, so that allows for, some fluctuation.
Well, AI, what's your first instinct about this picture? Because I haven't got any of the details, I'm afraid, that your man's asking for.
Well,
I'm assuming that he's claiming that the white mountain. Well, the white mountain is the furthest mountain, right?
Well, I mean, if we're talking, yeah, I mean, which picture are you talking about? The one behind and the one in front? Are you going back to that one?
I don't know. I can't. You've got only one picture. The last picture you sent.
Okay, yeah, that's the one. That's the one I was talking about. Yeah, what do you think explains this then? Perspective or?
Well, you gotta. Well, look, everything you see is through the lens of perspective and optics, right? So, broadly speaking, everything you see is explained by optics and perspective. So, you got to parse out what you mean specifically. So, in other words, Globers will say, this is what I expect to see based on certain assumptions about the nature of reality, optics, and perspective. This is what I do see, therefore something or so, right?
Well, have they given us the information, I guess, about this picture? Because we have to know certain things to derive certain things. So we got to know their elevation. We got to know the elevation of the ridge there. We got to know the elevation of the mountain behind it, and the distance from the observer to the first ridge there, and then also to the mountain in the background. And then we gotta, you gotta factor in the Fata Morgana and all that stuff. And all the atmospheric play. But, let me see. I'm gonna pull up an image of Mount St. Helen. Let's see how much.
So, I mean, basically what we have is either the height of the mountain visually is not where it should be geometrically based on certain assumptions, or I can't see the bottom of something based on certain assumptions. Those are pretty much their two arguments, right?
Yeah.
So which one are they applying to this picture?
I guess they're saying that the globe. This means globe.
Well, see, on this one, the bottom outer part of the mountain doesn't look that different from other photos where you can see the whole thing, shape-wise. So I don't know what their argument would be.
I guess the argument would be, shouldn't you see like to the bottom of the mountain if we're on a planar surface?
Why?
Well,
I don't know.
Well, the argument is the mountain further away should appear higher than the mountain in the foreground.
Oh yeah, we're on a different picture now, Indio. But yes, that's true on the
Okay,
first.
you've moved on.
That's true on the first picture, but on the second picture that we just posted, yeah. I knew we should have just stuck to one picture.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any real difference in the base shape from the the picture here, but then also from other pictures provided elsewhere. So the thing you want to really look at there, I guess, is the shape of the base, and then try and find a picture that aligns with that. And then I guess really we also got to know what that ridge line is.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the picture. I'm over at Geos and people post all kinds of things, and you can imagine there's a lot of globers over there. They post a million different pictures. So,
but
one major problem with their claims is that they don't realize all of the assumptions they're making when they make claims, especially about perspective. So, for example, ideal linear perspective can't exist. It can't. because we don't have ideal rays and we don't have ideal angular space in reality. Light competes within certain angles, right? So the concept of linearity in perspective and ideal rays can't be applied to the real world.
Yeah, I mean,
So if they're
I'd agree with
using
that.
that ideal to make, if they're using that ideal to make their claims, they actually have to parse it out further than that.
Yes. Right. The second image there, I don't see a difference in the shape by anything that's obstructed. So if you were to continue the mountain line down through and pretend that first ridge line isn't there, I think that almost perfectly matches a straight line view of the mountain.
I mean, how come the horizon's like up there? Why isn't the mountain higher? Like, I don't know. I don't get it.
The horizon line?
Yeah,
Why is
you
the
got
mountain higher than the horizon line?
No. The mount. I'm struggling to understand why I can't see more of it.
Of the mountain.
Yeah.
I see no.
In the second image. Okay, so the outline, right? It looks to me like if you were to zoom into that and you were to overlay it with a straight line view of the mountain, it would almost perfectly line up if you subtract if you were to somehow take the ridge line out of the equation. So if you just kind of continue the lines there and overlay that with a actual, straight line image of that mountain, there's really not that much that would be cut off the bottom, if any.
Oh man! Hey, let me see. Andy, did you ever watch Indio's GeoGebra example of the differential in the field from the ground to the sky versus the resolution limit? Did you ever watch that?
No, I didn't.
Well, then you're fired.
Send me the video or whatever it is.
So you need to watch it because it helps you understand the available angle packet, how much represents the ground, how much represents the sky, and how it's relative to near ground and foreground. It's only 8 minutes long. You can watch it. What?
You cut out a little bit. I think we got the gist of what you were saying. I mean, we claim in angular resolution or something like that.
Well, that's part of it, yeah. Another part of it is that what you see in the distance actually isn't linear. Like earlier, the guy was saying, well, the object should be this difference in angular size based on a linear relationship. But information loss optically is not purely linear. If you actually go and watch we got clips of this from physics professors from MIT showing you the bell curves of angular loss, and it actually appears linear for a period of time, and then it immediately takes off hyperbolically. So as you approach the critical angle where you can't receive any information, the acceleration is hyperbolic, not linear, of loss. So in other words, the closer and closer you get to your center of view and your available angles there, it's going to take off. So the expectation of linear loss over distance is just not true. Now, it would be true if you had infinite availability of information at all angles, but you simply don't, because in the real world, and not in graphic arts, you actually have to compete with physical limitations of light, right? They have to pass through an aperture. They have to compete for the available sensor packet space. They have to compete with each other because waveforms offer destructive and constructive interference. You have all of these real world physics that take into account, apply before you can get an image.
Yeah, if anybody's got that video he's talking about, then please post it.
Yeah. So for example,
I have it. I'll post it.
if you paint a wall white in your house, right, and you look out your window, and you stand on the wall and look out your window, the exact same light that's hitting your eye, allowing you to see what's out the window, is the exact same light that's hitting your white wall. So why is it the case that your white wall just isn't an image of the outside world? Have you ever thought about that?
No, I haven't thought about that. That's so weird.
Yeah, well, maybe you should start thinking in those terms, and then you'll start to realize some things about the way light works. So, for example, the reason why your eye can discern the outside world and your wall can't is because your wall isn't limiting the amount of angles to the stuff, right? And it's reflecting everything. Now, guys in the past realized this in their minds. They were like, wait a minute, if I'm standing in front of a white wall and I can see a tree, but I can't see the tree on the wall, yet the light is still hitting the wall, what if I decided to limit the size of the available light to the wall to the same size as my eye? And guess what they did? They built a room, a dark room, so no light could get in, the size of a room. And then they put a little hole in one side, aimed at a tree in the distance. And guess what happened after a while? The image of the tree appeared on the wall in the back of the room.
Did it stay?
This was called... What?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, did it stay on the wall? Did it? I mean, was it?
Well, yeah,
like
as long as
photographic paper, was it?
It stays on the wall as long as this setup is happening. In order for it to stay permanently, you'd have to put some kind of emulsion or chemical reaction to burn it into the wall. So what they would do is they would go in these rooms and they would look at how the tree appears on the wall, and based on the angular relationship, they were able to deduce a lot of things about the nature of scale and all of these things. Now, this room was called, the name of this room was called Camera Obscura. Camera Obscura. Now, you ask yourself, obviously you know what the word camera means, but what does the word obscura mean? So what this guy figured out is, essentially what he was doing by creating a small hole was limiting the amount of light that could enter, and more critically, he was limiting the amount of angles that could enter. Right? So in order to resolve the image of the tree, you have to limit the angles of available light to disregard them. So in other words, the white light of the ambient wall that you would have seen otherwise is being limited, and all that extra excess light is being removed, so the only light you're getting is a certain amount of angle, right?
Yeah, that's wild, dude. I'm just looking at the images, and there's like sheds, and there's all kinds of weird setups people have got. Just little aperture in there. Yeah.
So the reason why you can see is because you're discriminating the angles. Otherwise, if your eye sensor was just the same size as it is now, but didn't have this angular relationship, you'd only be able to see between 2 and 5 centimeters. So you'd have to scan the outside world by darting your eyes around 1 million miles a second, to be able to see anything. So being able to see actually has a lot to do with getting rid of excess noise of light. And it's kind of counterintuitive because you think, well, if I want to see more, I need more information. But in some respects, physically, you actually need less information. Otherwise, your retina is just going to be a wash with a single color.
That's true. Being as blind as I am, lights actually appear to be about 3 times as bright to me as like before it happened. So the damage has allowed more noise in.
Correct. And so when you start to construct a device that can separate these angles and cast certain angles of approach onto certain sensors, right? Part of that is the sensor, part of that is the aperture, and part of that is the available propagation angles of light coming at you, right? And some angles can overtake others if they're too much of a wash of other colors, right? Now, because that relationship isn't purely linear, and as you approach the critical angle, it's hyperbolic. That means you would expect, as objects get smaller and smaller in angle, to where the available angles and the reception angles coincide, you're going to get dramatic loss of information and available angular data in that region. So, for example, we had this kid the other day talking smack about how as things approach the center of your vision, they become orthographic, right? So in other words, a direct linear angle into your eye, and then it's projected in a direct one-to-one. But guess what? If that's the case, right, and your eye aperture is, let's just say, 5 millimeters, if I remember correctly, your pupil open, then that means that would only affect a 5 millimeter space. So as those angles are approaching you, right, if you're looking at a boat that's 100 foot wide, then the area of direct perpendicular orthography would only be 5 centimeters wide. So if you're looking at something 100 foot wide and the orthography is 5 centimeters wide, and your angular resolution is 0.02 degrees, which subsumes that at range, then the idea that you're seeing anything orthographically could just be pooped on like a hot, steaming pile of crap that it is.
I'm just reading about camera obscura now. It's funny. I was wondering if the first ever images were upside down, you know?
Well, by the way, there's actually angles where the actual wavelength of light interferes with itself, right? So at that portion of your eye where the light is meeting, you're not going to get any data. You know, let alone the angles, but also the interference. So there's a certain point where looking straight out, you're not going to be able to resolve anything. So I hope so. I hope you were looking up Indio's video there, sucker.
No, I'm still waiting for somebody to post it. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
man, look. Why wait when you could do it?
No, I got it. I missed AI as well, saying sucker and all the other silly things you say. Wait a minute, Holmes. Oh, it always makes me laugh.
Yeah, so you got Globers all day long preaching that angular resolution loss is perfectly linear because they apply linear perspective and that scaling factor of the angular size of objects ad infinitum into the distance, right? And they usually do that with orthographic projection in a side view graphic arts presentation, basically. But meanwhile, when you go to MIT and you watch their free lectures, which anybody can watch, and you look at the professors explain how the loss actually occurs, you'll literally see them explain it as hyperbolic. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm using the correct word there. In other words, it appears linear for a duration, but as it gets closer and closer to the critical angle, that linearity no longer applies and it takes off. Like the curve of the end of, I don't know, like a hockey stick. You know, it looks straight and then all of a sudden it takes off. And you lose the available information like it. And one of the guys literally describes it as it just snaps. It appears to be getting slower, and then boom, it just disappears immediately. Like you would expect it to keep going slower and slower until it finally wanes into nothing, but it's not like that. It goes slower, and then it immediately disappears. Like it just took off at light speed without you even noticing. Right? So that's the actual physics professors demonstrating it in their lectures, right? How it works. Now you can actually witness that for yourself, by the way. Not that hard. All you have to do is go somewhere where you can see something far away, and then you basically just bob your body up and down. It's really good to do it in a place where you have something a little bit higher than you. And you can actually witness that as you slowly recede your view, you see something appear to shrink in the distance and appear to be allegedly cut off from the bottom up because of Earth curve. But then you'll notice that before you even get to the surface, so you're still well above the surface, you'll notice that thing out in the distance just immediately disappears from your field of view, as if it was just taken away. So you notice like it's shrinking, and then all of a sudden it just flashes out of existence. And then immediately when you bob your head back up a little bit, it appears again. It doesn't gradually appear, it just appears. And then it gradually appears a little more. So that idea that it's disappearing from the bottom up in this completely linear fashion and then disappears, like that's not the truth. It happens like that sometimes, but sometimes it happens in the way I described.
Yeah. And they also, I guess they don't, they've never done the experiment where you put the camera on, say, a basketball court that was measured to be perfectly level, and you just set the camera all the way down, and you walk away from it, and you start to disappear from feet up. I can't really argue that one, but...
I'm watching Indio's video now. This is quite a long video, so...
It's only 8 minutes long, dude.
No, it's not.
Are you sure you got the right one?
Not the full one. It's like 50 minutes or something.
What the heck are you talking about, dude? It's I'm telling you, the one in question is like it's less than 15 minutes long, dude. And the salient part is only 8 minutes long. The rest is demonstrations.
It must be a different video you're talking about then.
All right, post what video you're watching in the chat here.
Indio, can you post the one that AI's on about? I think he's just getting in, so he's going to have to get to his computer and whatnot. I can just copy and paste it from the chat.
Indio, Andy, you could also just go to Indio's YouTube.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's called, I think it's called, oh man, I think it's just called Flat Earth Optics or something. It's like a mostly yellow screenshot with some blue in it or something.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I may have actually watched it, but my memory's terrible. You know, especially if it's like 5 years ago or something. Oh, fuck it. I hate the algorithms on Google. I fucking hate it. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty much getting useless now.
The other day, I was searching on YouTube for like a chat like this, right? And so I'm like looking up flat Earth live debate. I think was what I put in the search bar, and it come up with like 4 results, none of which were a live debate, and then there was nothing else.
But there was a time in history in the past decade where the relevant search results for Flat Earth on YouTube surpassed Justin Bieber, surpassed Donald Trump. Shortly thereafter, there was measures taken by YouTube and other entities that even went all the way up to Congress of the United States to stifle the content of Flat Earth.
Right. That's like, why do they want to shut it up so bad? You know, it really just lends more credence to the fact that we're probably right. And then somebody else asked me, you know, what one of their biggest argument points is, you know, what's the point? Why would they possibly want to misinform you about the shape of the Earth? It's like, well, and they're like, what does it prove? And I'm like, well, I guess it doesn't necessarily prove anything, but what it does do is allow for the largest, I guess, conversion to atheism that you could possibly have.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Friend. I want to be clear on this point. I hope everyone hears me. The majority of people, believe in some type of metaphysic that includes creation.
I said it allows for it.
And out of that, the majority of people believe in some type of general or specific theism. So if it's the case that the idea of the globe is to directly intentionally lead to atheism, they're doing the shittiest job ever.
Right. But the one thing that cannot be denied if the Earth was flat and or stationary is that there absolutely must be a creator.
Well, I would agree with that premise. However, the premise that the Earth is a globe doesn't exclude a creator to the point of instigating atheism en masse. So in other words, if it's the case that this leads to atheism, you would expect like 90% of the Earth to be atheist or 70% of the Earth to be atheist, but it's actually the other way around. As a matter of fact, atheists in the grand scheme of the history of the world, including now, are essentially statistically meaningless and irrelevant.
Right. Well, you got to think too.
I would submit to you that it's not about atheism at all. At best, it's about altering your metaphysical assumptions in light of who or what is responsible for what's going on, not removing that altogether. In other words, atheists Let me finish. In other words, atheists are just as much retarded as they ever were. I rest my case. Go ahead.
True, I'll agree with that. And but they can teach these things in conjunction, right? So they teach you the Big Bang and blah blah blah. So they're saying God did not create the universe, right? And then they're saying God didn't create you, and then they come up with evolution. And when you can join these two things effectively, that is a religion because it tells you your origins, how you came about on this earth, as well as the origins of the supposed universe. And they say it was all happen chance and nothing to do with a creator whatsoever.
Well, that's a problem because you left out two parts, which is one, first mode, and then two, abiogenesis. So those two paradigms don't explain either of those two problems, and as such, the metaphysic in which they exist still, regardless of what they want to believe, at least leaves a plausibility, if not a certainty, that direct agency is required for either of those two things to come about.
Right, but does average Joe know that?
Well, it doesn't matter because the average Joe, if you take any census data of polls of people's positions, is that the majority of people still believe in some type of spiritual causation for the material world. That's the majority en masse.
Yeah. But as the years go by, there's more and more percentage of atheism as opposed to religious.
Yeah, you sure about that? Check this out. You ready for this truth bomb? Here's the problem. The problem is that as you claim science, you actually have to do science. And when you do science and you do experiments and you look at the results of studying ever increasingly small data sets from biology, as well as the physical and natural world, as well as temporal states, okay, people who are themselves previously described as evolutionists or previously described as atheists are being forced to concede that conscious agency is the fabric of the underpinnings of reality, not matter, not energy, not time. So in other words, people who have followed the scientific mainstream paradigm through the globe, through heliocentrism, through expanding cosmology, through Big Bang cosmogony, these guys are coming to the realization, wait a minute, the more I study this, the more I realize that I can't escape sentient agent causation. Can't be done. And so they're being forced to agree that in order to get the material and natural world, you have to have sentience and agents in the first instance. Now, will they immediately say, oh, that means there's a God? No, they won't. They'll create this idea, oh, sentient agency and consciousness is this grand ethereal substance in itself of which we're all a part. In other words, some kind of monism, or we're all God together. So they concede God is necessary. They just redefine what God is. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that is kind of funny.
So they start off with science disproves God, according to them. Then they end up with science definitely proves God, but the trick is God is themselves.
Yeah, that's a good take. But they often tell us AI that science doesn't prove things. That's their science.
Correct. Now here's the thing.
Lately, science hasn't proved anything.
Yeah. I want to wrap up this train of thought with this. Here's the thing that you'll notice if you see the trends in all of these people. They are more than willing to believe in a God as long as the nature of that God is not the ultimate authority. You see what I'm saying? If God is an ultimate arbiter authority, they're not willing to believe in it. If God is a semi-fluid, ambiguous term that allows for subjective morality and authority, they will believe in it.
Yeah. Yeah,
well, then that's not like a true religion, I would say.
Well, no, the ultimate truth is that they don't want to be judged. That's a fact. You know, if they were honest with themselves, they do not want to be judged. And I mean, to what you were saying earlier, Christianity's all but disappeared in this country. In fact, it's left a sort of void, you know, of a spiritual nature, and it's being replaced by Islam. You know, because people feel that they need something intuitively, I guess, and so it's been replaced by Islam. And so, yeah, there's a sort of second wave of Christianity coming through, I think, where not for its not for all the things already just said, but more of a sort of a utilitarian, you know, just for something practical, I guess. That's the only way you can say it.
Yeah.
Because you look at the society that was built on the back of it.
Well, they want to feel good about themselves without actually doing what is said to do.
Yeah, they just want to cherry pick and say, well, I like this aspect, but the yeah, this bit, no, this is too much. This don't fit with our new world, basically.
Right. So unless you use hermeneutics for your actual religion, whatever it may be, I wouldn't consider you a true religious person of that religion. So you either believe what your God says wholeheartedly and fully in everything he says, or like I think that you would, if you refute any of that, you're kind of saying that you know better than your God.
Yeah, I do think we're in a very odd place right now of sort of, how can I put it, worshipping the intellect. That's, and I do look back and I often wonder if the really intelligent people kind of knew that. They knew it, and therefore they took steps against it. I wonder if that happened with the East, because they were sort of crushing it, wasn't they, with mathematics and all, all that stuff, and then it just stopped. What happened there? I don't know. Isn't that funny? And I often wonder it's because I think they thought that the people are going to end up worshipping thoughts ultimately. It's kind of interesting to think about, I think. I mean, just saying, look, they just stopped this progress. They're making these excellent things, and then all of a sudden it just sort of, I don't know what happened to it. What was I going to say now? Oh yeah, because I've been listening to a lot of Manly Palmer Hall lately. I love that guy. It's funny. They talk about how in the truth community they're always talking about how Mason's this and Mason's that. Well, he's a Mason and he's fucking a legend. I'd highly recommend everybody listen to him.
What's his name?
Manly Palmer Hall.
Okay.
He's great. I mean, he's literally like on one of his videos, well, a couple on YouTube. He's really, really old. You can see he's like 85 plus, and he's just literally ladling gravy for like 2 hours. He's got a piece of paper in his hand which he never glances at, and you could only wish to be as sharp as he is at his age. And his interesting story about that guy, actually. Some super rich woman sort of recognized that he was something special and started like funding him to go around the earth and study different spiritual traditions and that kind of thing. And yeah, he's really awesome. He's got some good takes on spirituality in general. And so Yeah, I kind of look at all the spiritual teachers from our past as sort of mystics. I did before I listened to Manly P. Hall. I think he feels the same way. But yeah, I've got a newfound respect for Christianity, even though, you know, I was born in a Christian country and I was christened, so I'm happy to call myself a Christian, but I don't really think of myself in that way. And, but I don't know. I think they looked at the sky like we look at our phones. You know, when you observe people and they're all stuck to the phones, they bumping into each other.
Oh yeah.
They barely look up. And I think in the ancient times, people did that with the sky. They just looked at the sky and wondered what it was. You know, light show. You know, they personified the sky. They did. So I think, as Bill Donahue said, that book is written in the stars. I think there's so much esoteric knowledge in that book. But you see, once I start talking like that, people get a bit offended because then they're like, "Oh, so you're the arbiter of truth then?" It comes into interpretations, you see. But
yeah.
I did this deep dive recently on William Shakespeare. You know, William Shakespeare was a pseudonym for a guy called Edward de Vere. He was the 17th Earl of Oxford. And it's so good. It's such a good rabbit hole. Like, some of them are terrible, and I sort of fell out of love with the truth of community because I realised there's a lot of shit in there too that you have to sift through, you know. But that's a really, really good one, and it taught me a lot about all kinds of things. First of all, how much social engineering they put into these things, plays. You know, even back then.
They went to 2 and 7, went to 3 and 7.
Indio, you hot mic in.
They went to 4 and 5. The
Can,
thing is,
heretic, mute Indio.
in that over 500, like they're all like.
He's like, fuck that, I ain't muted him. He can unmute himself. Yeah. So yeah, I learned a heck of a lot about just the letter T. You wouldn't believe the gravy that's in just the letter T. Like, it's connected to Taurus. It's obviously it's connected to the sky, but it's the first crucifixes weren't like we see them as crosses. They were T's. And then there's something called the triple tau, like in you know, from the Greek alphabet. It's nuts, man. Just to post, I've got loads of little images to post on the matter as well, just to back it up. And I'm telling you, it's crazy how much information's in one letter. Never mind the word.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it's fascinating. Anyway.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
no, I agree. It's the more you learn, I guess, about certain things, definitely more fascinating that something becomes, especially when it's true, you know.
Well, sometimes, you know, you see that sort of writing in Middle English, and you think, God, this is fucking annoying, you know. But a lot of the times, they'd write certain things where they were just communicating with each other, and you know, it's like a little, you know, fuck the excuse my language, the public, the masses, the proletariats. This is a message between us, and that's why it's sometimes annoying to read, because there's so many hidden symbols in a sentence, and you don't realize it until somebody points it out to you. Because you think initially you read this and you go, why it doesn't even make sense. And now you know why. It's because it was hidden in plain sight. Right? It's cool, but I don't know. There's also something a little frustrating about that, like kids, basically. Like, it's my toy, you know what I mean? Because knowledge is power, right? So they'd be like, it's mine, fuck off.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and something to be said about that's funny, is that I actually spoke with the congressperson in charge of curriculum for the U.S., and
I asked them that if I could prove that something within their framework was incorrect, would they then continue to teach it? And I said, if I could prove it beyond any doubt it was incorrect, would you continue to teach it? He said, well, if it's in the framework, yes, we continue to teach it no matter what, because it's framework. And so they literally do not care if the framework, which is the basis for the things that you have to learn by a certain age, is correct or not, just so long as you learn it, because that's what they want you to learn.
Yeah, it's interesting to think of, and there's lots of examples of something that's a convention that's been utilized in a practical way. But it's interesting to think, well, what are they doing here? Are they saying the more practical it is, the more true it is? Because that's not the case at all. All right? That's interesting. Yeah. It's like, electricity and an electron, and nobody's seen an electron, and there's a lot of stuff coming out about electricity soon, I think. Because it seems to me that we have a cause. Well, we have an effect, sorry. Nobody's quite sure what it is. We can make a circuit. We have all kinds of stuff around that. I think there's a lot of good stuff going to come out about electricity, I predict, very soon.
Oh, yeah. I think eventually we'll have free electricity for pretty much everybody, and I think that's an inevitability because what they call 0 point energy isn't necessarily 0 point. And I've actually made, when I was 19, so this was 23 years ago, I built a magnetic generator, took it in to the patent office, and the guy there, he's like, well, what do you got here? And I was like, well, I got a magnetic generator. And then he's like, okay, well, this is the one thing. After he looked at it, he's like, this is the one thing you can't get a patent on. And I said, well, please explain to me why not. And he says, well, this is a perpetual motion machine, and hundreds of thousands of people have tried to build one and have all failed, and so we are no longer allowed to issue a patent on it. And I said, well, if they have all failed and it's impossible, how would you possibly know what my machine is here, as I didn't call it that? And he said, get the fuck out of my office.
I thought what is it? Something to do with the laws of thermodynamics, right? That says that we can't have a perpetual motion machine, right?
Well,
I'm pretty sure.
Yes and no, but you're assuming an external force where the magnet itself is the force. Right? So magnets have energy, nobody can deny that. So you're manipulating that energy in a way to produce electricity. Everything in the world has energy built into it that we can tap into. That's how they, take plutonium, they enrich it, supposedly, and they have their nuke and get a lot more energy than if they were to just light it on fire.
It's all going in one direction, though, right? That's kind of the point.
Well, it goes around in a circle.
What, forever?
Well, until the magnet loses its charge, but it's long enough to produce a profit.
Right, but it's not. It's not a perpetual motion being that.
No, because all magnets eventually have degradation, right? And so eventually, yes, it will lose its charge. But you could always take it and get it zapped or something like that to get it magnetically tuned again if you wanted to. But you can also just, buy more magnets and build more machines, and then it would cost less to build the machine than the amount of electricity cost that you could produce out of it.
You got me excited then. I thought I had a good one to bring up for Jeremy, because I'm sick of hearing his fucking that dunking bird thing. He likes to bring that up for. I think it's just a joke, whatever. But still,
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things to it, and like, so I got kicked out of the patent office for that, but then I also adapted it into like cars, military vehicles, helicopters, airplanes, everything. Everything could use it, and it was actually a vastly superior design to Tesla's car today, and because it was far more efficient, because you actually would put magnets in the wheels, right? And because the EPA regulates how good of efficiency your car can get, not just how bad, but it also does regulate how good. So they had cars back then that already were capable of over 200 miles a gallon, and the EPA said, hey, no, we're not doing that. And so they shut that down. So now they regulated. I think at the time, cars were allowed to have a top gas mileage of, I want to say it was like 40 miles a gallon. And so yeah, mine was like super efficient because you put the electromagnets right in the wheels, and then you use the wheels, and you have a little hub in there and stuff to power the wheels going around in a circle. And that was the most efficient way that you could ever build an electric car. And nobody wanted to touch it. I like pitched it to Ford, to GM. Nobody wanted it. And it also eliminated the need for replaceable parts, which is a several billion dollar a year business for them.
You probably saw that documentary where they were showing you the guys that there was a few Americans, wasn't there, who allegedly ended up in holes in the desert because they they changed the car or something. They did something to the car, made it more efficient, and they could make one of these fucking Buicks or whatever, these monsters, 5,000 pound monsters, do like 200 to the gallon at minimum, sort of thing.
Yeah.
That was doing the rounds a little bit a few years back.
Oh, yeah. No,
there was a phone call. There was a phone call of a British, allegedly, scientist, ex Shell employee, who talked about they made their first 1,000 mile per gallon gas car. We say petrol petrol car in early 70s, 1970 something. And you're like, what the fuck? But I'm very skeptical about these things today, because I suddenly recognize that there's a lot of shysters in this so-called truther community, unfortunately. And one of the things, just like the headlines that you might notice that you read, they tend to promote outrage, don't they? Yeah. They sort of get everyone pissy. Like, how dare they?
Well, mine's actually verifiable. Like my grandfather, I talked to him a lot. He was actually the supervisor of all tool and die for General Motors for over 30 years. And they kept begging him to stay. And so what that is, every car part that comes through General Motors, he had to approve or disapprove. And, in order to do that, you have to understand them all. And
I mean, I'm sure they did create a tiny petrol motor that they could put into one of these cars that you lay down in. Have you seen them where it's just a single passenger and you just lay down in the thing, and it probably did do 1,000 miles. I don't know. I mean,
well, yeah, and that one, but yeah, standard size sedan, they were capable of over 200 miles a gallon prior to the year 2000. Because they utilize parts like one that recycles gas fumes from your exhaust system, right? And then they had, I think there was another one that used electrolysis to separate the water, into the oxygen and hydrogen, and you burn that in there as well. And there was a couple I think there was a conglomerate of 3 or 4 different parts. He didn't tell me all of them, but the big one was the one that recycled gas fumes. And I actually, oddly enough, had a neighbor who built one of these, and that's how our conversation started. Was I sent him up there to my grandpa, and so he, pitched his part, and he said, "Well, we would probably buy this, but we already have it." And he said, "We have it, we just don't use it because they're not allowed to use it."
I know truthers often get pissy with me because I'd say, like, I'd love an electric car. I would have bought an electric car if I could afford one, but I had to buy a diesel car because that's all the money I had, So I'm happy with my diesel car, but I'd have an electric one all day long because they're way better and way more efficient. And then they go, ooh, how dare you? They cost way more to make and this, that, and the other. I'm like, I don't care. They explode. Well, yeah, I've seen that too, but I don't really care because it's rare. And I mean, if I could afford it, I'd have a daily driver electric car, which I wouldn't park in a garage that's attached to my house.
But I don't know. The only reason I wouldn't buy one is because I don't want to pay the huge price to replace the batteries.
Yeah, I mean, I did see some years ago there was a Nissan Leaf. It was a taxi, and yeah, I mean they do lose the range. That's the problem, isn't it? I mean, but I have seen Teslas that are like 10 years old or something like that. They've only lost like 10 miles, or I can't remember. So yeah, I don't think. But Nissan Leafs usually have a half the range. I notice, like the first electric car. So that would be 10 years, I suppose. Yeah, about 2010. Yeah, the first sort of Nissan Leafs, they do get after 10 years they've like got 50 odd miles. Lucky if you're lucky, 50 miles of range. They start out with 100, slightly over 100.
Yeah.
So that's just absolutely no. It's no good for over here, let alone in American. Oh my God, America's so big. It's such a big place. 50 miles range is nothing.
Right. Yeah, because if you're trying to say, go to Florida to maybe Missouri or something like that, you're looking at quite a long trip. Where you'd go in Europe, it'd be a couple countries you'd be going through.
I was looking the other week at a sort of camper van that had the solar panels on the top. Oh man, it looked fucking awesome. The electric camper van with solar panels on the top. I was like,
Man, they've also made electric or solar powered shingles, or solar shingles. So just basically a solar panel. It's a shingle.
Well, that's the way to do it. I mean, they were making the claim that you don't have to plug this in even. Like, it'll just keep going. And I was like, very skeptical on that claim. But still, I was like, yeah, I'm interested. But I imagine, because it was just a startup company, so they'd only made a few. And it's only until they do what Henry Ford did, right? And they start to manufacture them in this way that people can afford them, basically.
Well, there's a new solar tech coming this coming year. I think they're going to release it, which is the perovskites. Have you heard of those?
No, I hadn't. Sorry, what was that?
Perovskites. They're like the next generation of solar technology, and instead of having a panel, you could essentially paint 2 layers onto a surface and it would act as a solar panel. So you put it on your windows of your house or windows of your car or whatever. It'd act like a window tint, but at the same time be giving you a solar charge.
Holy shit, that sounds cool. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I was like, man, I would build a pyramid house, right? And then I would line all those and do a metal frame and then run my wiring through the metal frame. And then you'd have like one of the most efficient houses in the world. You wouldn't need any kind of electric grid to be hooked up to. And the thing about the perovskites is they're saying they're like between 40 and it's either 40 and 60 or 40 and 80% more efficient than current gen.
I'm ready for my solar paneled motorhome. I know I almost said Winnebago then.
I have a Winnebago. It's not a solar panel, though.
I'm very much Americanized. A motorhome. It's a good term. With my sort of, I want a Ready Player One. You remember that movie? Ready Player One headset in it. I'm ready.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like that movie. Actually, I wish they'd make a second one. Which actually, I think they are making a second one. I think I seen something on a news article about that the other day. Yeah, I'm selling my Winnebago though. We bought it and then we thought, meh. Well, we bought it for a different purpose than what played out. So my mother-in-law passed away, so we really have no use for it. We bought a timeshare instead.
Where'd you buy a timeshare?
Through Blue Green.
No, I mean where? What place?
Oh, down in Big Cedar in Branson.
Oh, right, okay.
So Blue Green, they own all that. And actually now the Hilton does. So the oil sheik who bought the Hilton several years ago has now, I guess, made enough money off that where he bought all of Blue Green, which is insane because they paid, I think it was $84 million. And this was, I believe, 2008-ish. And that bought the Hilton, so they made, I don't know, several $100 million off of that now to buy Blue Green.
I've only been to America once, and I went to Las Vegas like a fucking idiot. Like, because back in the day, you can laugh now. I wanted to be a professional poker player. Not even joking.
Oh no, that's not laughable. I mean, I'm really
Well,
good
it
at
is.
poker. I thought about it.
Well, I'm terrible at cards. How's that? So, yeah, I all the time I was there, I was like thinking, this is cheesy. I hate it. It's like grimy. You know what I mean? I just didn't like it. And I got talking to these guys from San Diego, and they were like, "Oh, you should go to San Diego. It's beautiful." And I was like, "Shit, well, I should go to San Diego. That sounds amazing."
Well, if you want to do gambling, there's a much better way than poker.
I don't gamble anymore. I don't gamble anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a way to gamble with certainty that you're going to win on a couple games. So one would be like roulette. So you could actually bet red or black, and if you lose, you bet triple. If you lose again, you bet triple that. If you lose again, you bet triple that. When you win, you restart the entire process, and you are guaranteed to walk away a winner.
I'm skeptical of that. I mean, I always had the saying that Vegas weren't built on winners, and I will stay with that. I think that's a good.
Well, you got to keep
statement.
your winnings under a certain amount.
You could do that with this stupid wheel too, where you just double your bet each time, but you got to have enough money to cover that. You could sit there for freaking 12 hours doubling your bet, be up to, I don't know what the hell you started at, but you could be up to, how many thousands of dollars.
Yeah, let's say you start with 10. It doesn't take long to reach 1,000.
Yeah, right. So.
Well, I don't know how true it is, but the person who invented that wheel, the roulette wheel, apparently killed himself. So I don't know if it were over the wheel. That's the impression that I got when I remember thinking of that story. But the point is that they put a zero on the wheel and it fucks the odds up. So if they give you less odds, in some you may have noticed have a double zero as well. They're not just 1-0; they have a double zero. So they're not paying you the true odds of the wheel, and that's how they fuck you.
You're just betting red or black in my scenario here, so you ain't got to worry about all that.
That's the
I
best
disagree.
thing to
I disagree
actually
with
do.
And then you continue to double or triple your bet. Either way wins. It's just if you triple it, you're winning double what you would by doubling it.
You can bet red or black. You can. It'd be funny if that guy died playing Russian roulette.
Well, yeah. I think he died trying to figure out a way to beat the game. I mean, like, literally, like, fucking his head exploded. No, I'm joking. But that's, in all seriousness, I wouldn't go around advocating people to double, triple. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. You know? not a good thing.
I actually, before online gambling became illegal over here, I got into an online room, right? And I was playing roulette. Like, I realized that when you enter the room, every time you enter the room, it starts off spinning on a specific number and it spins at a specific rate, right? And so I would go in, I would wait 10 seconds, or I'd do all my betting, within 10 seconds, and then wait an additional 10 seconds, and I would go ahead and hit the button. And when you did that, you could bet on 5 specific numbers, and you would win every single time. And so I wound up winning like over $3,000 that day by the time my wife got home, and she seen I had won over $3,000 and made me cash it out. And shortly after that, though, online gambling became illegal.
See, your wife's sensible, so listen to the lady, all right? That's my advice.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big gambler. I'm more of a make my own fortune type of guy. Because I realize, there's the only thing that can help you make money and make it in the world and beat inflation anymore is yourself. So I actually had done it by, flipping houses. And within 1 year, I have taken $6,000 and turned it into $400,000.
Didn't they got the capital gains tax though, right?
Nope. Because the way to bypass that is to put your money in another house.
I thought that was the reason. That was the reason they claimed they brought it in, though, right?
No, you're supposed to claim it if you buy a house, you flip it, you sell it, you make money, and then you put that money in the bank rather than reinvesting it. So as long as you reinvest it into another project or two, then you do not have to pay capital gains.
Yeah, but then you could put it in a Roth IRA too. But eventually, to use it, you got to frickin' pay capital gains. I mean, to actually get money and use it, you're going to be paying that stupid frickin' fee.
Yeah.
30%. Pathetic. What a pathetic amount. Jeez.
Right.
Like,
well, hopefully, by the time that happens and I decide to do that, the laws will be changed. But you can always invest it in other things. It doesn't necessarily have to be another house. I mean, because at the end of the day, you're not going to have all your money tied up in cash because somebody could just rob you, and that's the end of it. Banks could shut down, and here in the United States, banks can legally steal your money and close the doors. And so you're kind of screwed in that regard.
Are you Canadian by the chance?
No, I'm in America.
All right, sorry, I got the wrong impression there.
No, they have it set up in America where they can do the same type of thing. They can, if you put the money in the bank, they can close it, and they do what's called now a bail-in instead of a bail-out. So the people who have money in the bank bail the bank out. But then all they got to do is shut their doors and say, "See ya."
Even the way you said out there sounded Canadian to me. You're like, out. Oh, are you sure you're not Canadian?
Yeah, I'm sure.
With that shit,
Dude, they come up with this like, what was I want to say it was like 3 years ago this stuff started popping up, dude, and people were having like their money taken out of their bank accounts, and they just deleted, the information on it. So, and then they were, other people were having
I know
their.
that there were some Wells Fargo lawsuits because people were like losing money out of nowhere, but I don't think it was because Wells Fargo went under.
Oh no, yeah, it was these big banks, dude. They're losing money left and right because of the scare of an economic crash. People were taking their money out of the banks and putting it in other things like silver, gold, things of that nature. And they would do what they call a bank run, and enough people take their money out of a bank, it crashes the bank, and they have no choice but to shut it down.
I can't believe they'd ever run out of money, as much money as they freaking make lending and just grabbing everybody's freaking money.
Well, yeah, they're also allowed
Ridiculous.
to. I guess now they can loan 10 times what you deposit. So if you deposit 1,000, they're allowed to loan out 10,000.
I'm sure it's way freaking worse than that. Bet you it's way worse than that.
Yeah, they did a
it called?
study, and I guess
Fractional reserve banking.
yeah, they found that banks actually are lending out 100 times, not 10 times.
I'm sure it's way worse than that. I bet you it's freaking millions.
Oh yeah.
It can actually probably be worse than that, depending on the bank that you're talking about. I remember doing a little lookup here. I'm the one that lives in Canada, okay, and we only have like 5 or 6 major banks in the entire country. There's small ones here and there, like little credit unions and shit, but even them, right? They're listed on these sites. You can look up and look up what they call their reserve ratio. Right? How much cash do they have, or cash equivalents do they have, balancing out the loans and liabilities that they have, right? And if they have a 1% reserve ratio, that means that they have 1% assets to whatever, $1 assets for every hundred in loans that they have. And up here, there's actually banks that have like a 0.25 or a 0.15 reserve ratio. So you're looking at close to like 700 to 1,000 times, whatever the math works out. It's far beyond 100 times.
Yeah,
it's very sleazy, but it exists, man.
Mm-hmm.
Real shit show.
Well, that's actually where I got my initial 6,000 to start my process here to turn it into the 400,000. Was I was speculating with silver, and I bought a decent amount when it was at what was it, $18 an ounce, and I turned around and sold it all when it was at 29.
Was this back in the year 2006, 7, 8 type thing? Because there was a big run up to 50.
This was
that was
part
recently,
of the year before last.
Yeah, it's going back up,
it was
man.
down. I bought
when it went down. I bought, and then I sold it when it jumped up to 30.
I bought some bars at 13, like quite a few 10-ounce bars at 13, but that's all I bought.
Yeah,
as far as silver, I bought a lot years and years ago.
Yep.
Well, good. I won't tell you how much I have. Let's put it that way.
Well, the goal, everybody knows the goal. The goal is to have so much that nobody can pick up your safe.
Or multiple safes.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, right? In nominal terms, right? We're at, I think it's 31 or 32 right now. It popped up almost at 35 in nominal terms recently. But the issue with that is when you do the inflation calculation backwards in time, the nominal height in today's dollars compared to the $50 nominal price back in 80 whatever it was, Depending on the math that you use, you're talking like it's either, I saw as high as 1,500. So the in today's dollars, silver was worth 1,500 or 1,100 or whatever the math is in 1980 in today's terms. So when you do that math, we're like 90% below the all-time high in real terms. So it's like it's a joke, you
It is.
know.
And that's
So
why I moved it out of that, because I realized it was too easily manipulated by the stock market and their bullshit fractional reserve stuff there, and moved it into real estate. And so I put about $6,000 into the house there that I was living in. Did all the work myself. Sold the house for a little bit over 80,000 over what I had put in it, and then
all right.
And then I turned around and I bought a house. Actually, it worked out good because this dude, I mean, it worked out good for me, bad for him. Like, he lost his wife because he didn't finish the house in time. He was trying to borrow money. Nobody would give him money, so he couldn't finish the house. And I'm just scrolling through Facebook one day, and I see an ad for Realtor.com with this house on it. And I'm like, we just got beat out on a bid on another house. And I'm like, so I was sulking, and just to see the ad, and I'm like, holy shit, this house cannot be that price. That no way.
Right.
Because
And
just
is this
looking
a
at the
recent?
pictures, and I was like,
Is
there's
this
no way this is a real ad. So I looked it up.
Is this a
and
recent move of yours, or is this like in the past?
Yeah, no, this is recent, man. Moved in April.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Here sits this gorgeous house. It's a shell of a house, so they didn't have any of the finishing work done whatsoever. Well, I specialize in finishing work. So, bought the house. My wife, I looked at her, I said, you're going to think I'm absolutely nuts, but this is the house. And she looked at it. She's like, yeah, you're nuts. I don't see how this is going to work out. And I said, so, first of all, you got to agree to let me have pretty much full control over this whole scenario. And two, we have to agree that no matter what happens, we won't split up, because renovations kill marriages. And knowing this going in, we went ahead and agreed to all these things, bought it. And now, like, the goal was to sell it to help her retire faster. And
Well, good luck. Good luck with that, man, because real estate's topping in many
well, we
areas.
decided we wanted to keep it. So, and I knew she would. I said, no matter what, too, you got to agree that we're going to turn around and sell the house no matter what. And then I said, no matter how much you love the work I do to it, we got to sell it. And she's like, okay. And then just like last month, she's seen it all coming together and said, nope, don't want to sell it no more. But hey, I got to get off here, fellas. I got a visitor.
Nice shot. Be well.
See you.
All right, what I missed? I missed the sweet globe proof. What did I miss, homie? You're fired. That's right. Oh, dudes. What's up? Come on, dude. Seriously?
Sounds.
Like, I'm trying to crimp a wire. It's not working.
Who's that? Who's that?
Big Papa Pump. You know Big Papa Pump? Rick Steiner, I think that's who it is. Big Papa Pump.
You are cutting a little bit. Are you far away from the mic?
I think I'm in bad signal.
No, it's okay.
Trying to get my heater to work in my truck.
On your truck?
Yep.
The heater on your truck. Okay.
What do you need heat for?
For the cold.
Mainly to defog. Well, mainly to defog the window.
Oh, that's very important.
Just take the window out. It won't fog up.
The window.
Well, that would work technically.
I think there's some sprays that you can use to avoid the fog, but I don't know if it works inside. Actually, tomorrow there's a promotion in my supermarket, so I'm gonna buy that one and a repellent outside of the glass of the car. As a repellent, it's a spray.
Oh yeah.
I did try anti-fog. There's some liquids anti-fog, but it sometimes doesn't work. I don't know why. Maybe the glass is with some, I say, grass, and and then it's hard to clean very well. So.
Yeah, the cleaner the glass, the less it fogs up.
Yeah.
But in order to properly clean a windshield, which has been exposed to all the plastics that gas off from their dashboard and all that, need to use like solvent, like isopropyl alcohol first to help get all that plastic stuff off first.
There's a guy. He did he works in that. Putting glasses on cars, change it, and the guy did said to put a percentage of alcohol. Alcohol. We say alcohol. I don't know how you use it, but alcohol on your spray. That you use to clean your glasses, your car glass. That spray, and then put a percentage of alcohol to remove the I say grass, not grass. I'm changing. Oh my god, we say gordura. How you say in English? Let's see. Gordura. You say fat. Oh, sorry, it's not fat. How you say? When you put your hands on the glass, you left something in the glass. How you call it that?
Fingerprints?
No. Yeah, fingerprints. That's one. But if you leave, your hand left something in the glass. So I tried to translate it, but it shows me fat. Anyway, you get it. So the guy did said to me, put a little percentage of alcohol, not too much to avoid, the, the dashboard, to avoid the plastics there, to avoid damage the plastics. So yeah, it seems a good type to use a percentage of alcohol. That guy did put did it in the car glass outside, and then he did put that repellent, and it as he was applying, it was evaporating. So it's like I don't know, but it was like that, and then when it was raining, I the drops, the water drops was just not sticking there, and it was just going to back so to the back of the car. So yeah, that's I almost didn't need to use, how you say, the brushes, to clean the glass car outside. You use you you call that? We say escovas. I don't know how you say. Uh, you know, the rubber that cleans your glass outside. So yeah, I didn't need to use that. You know, the drops, the water drops, was just flying away. It was not sticking, and it was very interesting. But you know, it didn't last long time. You know, because in the other day, you know, after 1 day or two, you know, I had to use my so the glass was with dirty, you know, and I had to use the water that I use in the car to wash the glass. So it did remove a little bit of that protection repellent. But tomorrow I saw a promotion supermarket here. It belongs to the, you know, it's a multi-dimensional, how you say it, from German. And there will be sprays there, you know, repellent and Vaseline and yeah, anti-fog. So I will buy that tomorrow. You know, it's uh it's to use on your car, so it's more indicated. Let's see. Uh, so what did happen today? Something new during the day? There's no news. No McToon cartoons.
Nope. Nothing like that.
The guy is using the, you know, stuff from the Tron Legacy, the movie.
Yeah.
You should pay rights for that. Anyway. But YouTube likes to promote those guys, you know, McToon and fake Professor Dave, because the guys are anti-flat Earth guys, and YouTube likes them. Why a platform, you know, that's where people are doing content videos? Why this platform has to change the algorithm? You know, when someone is searching flat Earth, that's censorship. If it was in my country, I will, you know, I will sue them, you know, into the court. But anyway, I'm not. They are not. You know, they're not in my country, and you know. But yeah, they deserve to someone, you know, sue them of the censorship.
Well, Meta and Google are being sued for curating their results so to sell products and make people addicted to their services.
These days, you know, sometimes before it was one ad playing, you know. Now they are playing two ads straight. uh, and sometimes if you pause it, and then you are doing other thing, and then
Yeah, you come back and it's an ad again. Yep.
come on, yeah, exactly.
Yep. If you pause it longer than like a minute, you'll get another ad. But they're not paying the people anymore. They're showing more ads to everybody, but they're not paying the people whose videos the ads are going on more. So
There was a guy inside Google. I don't remember his name, but he had a quote: "Don't be evil." Let's see if I found the guy. Google and this quote: "Don't be evil." So they use this inside the Google even today. But I was trying to find out who was the guy that did that slogan. Oh, actually, the Google removes "Don't be evil" clause from its code of conduct. Isn't that interesting? I'm gonna post the link. Oops, live stream by text. So, I changed it. Anyway, but there was a guy. No, he did said this. I saw this when there was a documentary talking about Google on television, and there was a guy that said this quote: "Don't be evil." And the guys like to be evil these days. Censorship, people that are doing a simple search, flat Earth. So people don't have the right to the information. They think that. Let's see. I don't see who was the guy. But anyway. So it seems that an attack did happen to archives.org Wayback Machine, and my question is why someone has to attack that? Maybe that's sensitive information there. Let's see. I did. Sometimes I came here and talk about this, and it is there. It was there. It was not more available. It was there in the Wayback Machine. So let's see if it is available. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, this one, and then so that's it's not open. So very interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna use this. United States, and then let's see. So it's not open. Yeah, you see? There's sensitive information there. Uh, Taking a long time, to open that page. The title it's there.
It's just like the 911 attacks, right? You
No,
want
it's
to get rid of information. You destroy an
yeah,
entire building,
yeah,
sets of buildings to do it,
yeah,
so that it doesn't look like you're covering up the crimes that you're doing.
exactly. So, it seems it's open. Let's see. But it takes so long. So yeah, it's still there. Let's see other link that I did save it. So this works. Let's see another one. Not this one. So it did open, but I think they did change it. Let's see. Full text. This. First page. If you guys are interested in this, I'm gonna post it live stream. It's still available. But when the attack did happen, it was not.
Who's this guy? Callahan never speaks. Is he one of the Globies? Anti-flat earthers, maybe?
I talked to him one time, first time he came in here.
That's it?
Seemed pretty sincere, but now it's like, he come here and just listen to whatever we say, and then he'll try to correct us in the side chat.
So, Globy.
Definite.
Mm. Okay. Hey, who? Well, you're back. Do who speak? No, I'm not being a jerk. Unless you deserve it, then I'll be a jerk to you. It depends on you. H U U. Who? You there? Who? Who? What do you mean you don't talk? Clearly you can speak English in chat. Come on. Speak up, boy.
Say it with your chest.
I don't use mic. Okay. Why don't you use mic? What's wrong with your mic? Stage fright. Why?
It can be difficult to talk about how the fact that the Earth is not a ball. I get it.
Yeah. Can be hard to defend it.
That's cool. You're welcome to hang out and listen if you want. I mean, yeah, and you can. I don't mind people using the side chat as long as they're in the VC. Being in the VC helps us populate the channel and like gives indication that like there's activity here, so people are more likely to join and want to talk if they see like 3 or 4 people in here. Maybe one day you'll overcome your insecurity of speaking and have a chat with us. I mean, like, nobody here is going to judge you on the sound of your voice or anything openly. Well, they might, but I mean, that happens anywhere you go. Like, right? You're welcome to make fun of my accent or my voice if you want. I don't really care. You're a stranger. It's not going to really offend me. We're pretty grown up here. I mean, like, yeah, like mature setting.
Have anybody talked to DJ Particle before? Anybody?
Yeah, give it a try, bro. You're up, Cambo. DJ
Go for it.
Particle
Hello,
boy.
DJ Particle. What's going on, my friend? Okay. Never mind.
Maybe he only speaks when his friend is here.
Or he might be scared that we might know his voice, so.
No, I've spoken to DJ Particle boy. He's from the UK.
UK, eh?
Yeah, Beth might send him to get some info, that's all.
Bing,
Get him.
bing, bing, bing. I'm talking about flat Earth in here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, welcome, man. Flat Earth is.
So I'm just chilling, coping about Trump. So
Cool. How long do you think this trauma will last?
probably for a while.
That's
Maybe we'll
why.
come back in 4 years when we realize he's a true dictator. I don't know.
Yeah. That's why we're quiet in here at the moment. We're all just devastated that Kamala didn't win.
Yeah, a minute of silence for the fact that democracy is over.
Yo, right quick, I just took in a piece. She finished the race $20 million in debt. Take
Wait,
that on.
Kamala?
Yeah, she finished her campaign $20 million in debt. Bro, she spent $1 billion on her campaign and finished $20 billion in debt, and she lost. That's what happens when you bet on the devil.
Nice one. Thank you. Really good. Listen, okay, I'm just gonna say this. I think the devil is due to civilly liable for raping people and installs judges to give him criminal immunity and coups the government. Okay, fucking right. What's up, Das?
What brings you into the Flat Earth 24/7 channel? Buddhist
There's
boy.
people in here.
Yeah. Interested in the topic or?
I'm not that interested. I like debating shit, so sometimes I come in here and debate people. But it's kind of hard. Like this, like a pretty. Like you guys obviously have mod roles in here, so it's kind of. You're pretty liberal with the muting. Sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, some people, if they come in with respect, they don't interrupt, then they'll never get muted. But if people come in disrespectful and interrupt constantly, yeah, we can.
I don't think it's anything to do with that.
Oh well, I mean, you probably wouldn't think that if you get muted when you come in here, but yeah, the way it works.
No. I think what happens if someone disagrees now is being looked at every reason to mute that person. If someone doesn't disagree, you want to look at every reason to mute that person. I think that's what happens.
So yeah, well, I'm in here, often, and not usually what I see happen. So yeah, you're welcome to your opinion.
Who's the last flat earther that got muted?
Probably Denmark. Probably not that long ago.
I don't think I've ever seen a flat earth being muted here.
Okay, so you just asked a question and we gave you an answer, and you don't want to believe it. So what is that?
Yeah, I disagree. I don't actually know if I believe it. Unless it was like 1 month ago or some shit.
Okay, so have you been in here daily?
Yeah.
No, I don't know that that's relevant.
Right now.
I
Oh,
can
it's
see the
very
room
relevant.
without being in here.
It's very relevant. So you're here daily. You check the list daily to see who's muted. Do you have any documentation?
Do you want documentation of me looking at the room and seeing that one person is muted and another is not?
Yeah, otherwise it's just anecdotal.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm
your
not
testimony,
gonna.
which we can't corroborate.
Yeah, I'm not
Right.
gonna install TeamViewer for you, my dude.
Okay, so you haven't gathered any data. So just from your perspective, you haven't seen anybody muted in here that's a flat earther in a month, but nothing to back that up.
If
Oh,
you
so
see
now you
that they're
have heard of
muted,
flat earth.
usually if someone's muted, it's because they're a troll. They come here often trolling and they're permanently muted, but they still want to come back and just listen to us, right? So they'll just sit in here and just listen. They're not going to get off mute. It's like,
You know, see, the funny thing is, a flat earther got muted in here last night.
Yeah, so
Pseudo killer. So
yeah, even that's not even true because you can't like be permanently muted. You come in here and then you're auto unmuted after a while. Man, that's how the room works.
yeah, because a lot of
But you're
people
a
that get
know-it-all.
muted, they act like clown.
Why don't you change your name to Mr. Know-It-All?
Mr. Know-It-All.
Yeah. I think it's quite fitting.
yeah, no,
I think that's kind of
you just hit
disrespectful.
you
Maybe
just
you
hit
should be
the
moderated
if
for
you,
that.
you just hit the permanent button, right? When you mute someone, and that's a permanent mute.
True. Just hit the permanent button.
Yeah, permanent. Option. Yeah. So yeah, we're here to have conversations with globe earthers that disagree with us. That's the whole point that we're in here. So if you think that we just mute everyone that disagrees with us, what would be the point of us being here in the first place?
Oh, I don't know if you're here to have conversations short of muting people. I think maybe muting. I think muting is probably something that you can do when there's a lot of people, so you don't get prevented from having conversations, right? So you can still mute people because it shows like authority
Yeah,
or
but
something like that.
people don't get muted. All right, this is the only reason people get muted, right? If they're here to troll, right, and after a few warnings they keep trolling, or if someone is just unable, like if they're way too excited and they just can't have a normal conversation, right, and they keep gish galloping from one thing to another and constantly interrupting, that'll earn them a mute, right? So we can like not have complete audio chaos, right? Because it's being recorded. We want it to be proper conversation.
Yeah, that's just
great
like
when we get a
natural.
globe
I don't know
earther
what to tell
in.
you.
Yeah, it's great when like what we look for is polite people. When they come in, we're happy. We love having conversations with light globe earthers that come in and want to have a back and forth discussion with respect.
Like, here's an example. If you talk to Twat, for example, for a while, and you just like calmly ask him for evidence, and you point out why this evidence doesn't work, eventually he'll flip out on you and just start raging. But he won't get muted for it.
Known him for many years, and he only does that if the person is doing the things that I mentioned just before.
No, he does when people disagree too much. He realizes his argument doesn't work.
Me?
No, you know what?
Yeah.
This guy's projecting. Okay, don't even fall for it.
Why are you insulting me? Wait, can you stop insulting me?
No, I'm not. You're projecting. It's a fact.
Oh, you're just insulting me right now.
Oh, you poor baby. Do you want some tissue to wipe your tears?
You're doing it right now. Wait, can we mute this person? She's being disrespectful and trolling.
No, I'm a mod. I'm a mod. You're being disrespectful.
I see how it is. Okay, no, that makes sense.
It's the
See, there you go. There it is.
It's the
What happened was you've joined our VC, right? And all you've done is whine like a little bitch the whole time you've been here.
Oh, now you're insulting me also.
Jobs is
I haven't thrown any insult. Why are you insulting me now? You're being disrespectful and trolling. You should be muted.
You're a beta. Clearly, I don't think you belong here. Fucking mute him. Get him out. Sorry. I don't think
now I'm gonna get muted.
I don't think you can hang with us.
Yeah,
I
look,
don't.
no insult has been thrown.
I don't.
What you said.
I really don't.
So
You little beta bitch, fucking dumb ways to try to get under our skin.
This is what happened when they don't have no glow proof, and that's what they do. It's nothing new.
Yeah.
So you're a self-proclaimed contrarian, yet you complain when people make fun of you after you gaslight, which is what
Do
I
you think
do.
Do you think I'm a contrarian?
Well, you just admitted to it earlier by stating you go around to channels and speak accordingly. Did you not say that when you came into this room?
That's not a contrarian. You can speak accordingly in channels without being a contrarian.
Okay, so if there's a point being discussed on the table and you come in with an opposition of a point of opposition view, is that not a point to the contrary on what's being on the table being discussed? Am I wrong?
Being a contrarian has nothing to do with disagreeing with people. Being contrarian is disagreeing with people just to disagree with them. I only disagree with things I actually disagree with. I'll argue against stuff that I have that I think are untrue propositions, right?
You're just lying. That's how you're lying to yourself right now.
I apologize for my mischaracterization of you.
It's okay. Don't worry, I'm not the.
I'd just like to point out that like this is our room, so like do what Dad says, not what Dad does.
Yeah. Just be clear that my original proposition was correct. Yes. I agree with that. Yeah, it is. That is the policy. Do what you say, not what you do. Yeah.
No, I'll be the first to admit that I'm someone who sometimes expresses frustration in conversation. If I get frustrated, right, I'll express that frustration in my tone, in my words. It's something that some people do.
And some people get consequences for it, and some don't. It's all right. I'm not like yeah.
Yeah, but typically if you do that, it's because somebody's basically testing you. And it's just a question of you losing your patience at that moment because you're a human. It's not like you come into this room, T-Dub, and just start, angrily being mad at people. There's a series of events that happen that cause that, which is exactly what this guy's doing right now. He's trying to get a rise out of anybody.
But what? I think you're just like I think you're just reading in a lot of my behavior, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, well.
But
You're not going to agree with anything. You're just going to try to, turn it. Which is go ahead. That's your shtick. So keep doing it.
So, good boy, what's your appeal? Because I don't think I've ever spoken to you about your view of where we live, how we live. What's your appeal to your authority that props up your view of life?
My appeal to my authority, if you're asking for meta epistemology, obviously, I would say I'm presuppositional about logic, right? Something like that. If that's the type of thing.
Presuppositional about logic. Could you strip that down, layman's terms?
I'm sorry. So basically, I think that all things build off of the experience we take in, and then the logic. So the 4 laws of logic, which is just non-contradiction, and then some other ones. I don't want to name them all. Basically, And I think logic is basically the thing we use to reason whether or not things are likely or not likely or whatever. And so I think it's sort of a. I'm presupposing that it exists. I don't have any justification for it, right?
So would modus ponens be a fair place to go to in terms of you're able to rationalize out your aspect of life?
Well, it could be modus ponens, modus tollens, excluded middle, whatever.
All right, so if we observe level locally, then what do you think about a global claim of a spheroid?
If we observe what?
If we observe level locally, what are your thoughts on a claim of a spheroid overall?
I mean, I guess you could locally see like a flat football field or something like that. I don't know if that means that the entire Earth is flat.
But what if we observed 100 flat football fields?
I mean, those could exist and also have a round Earth, right?
Well, what if we observed 1,000 football fields? What if we observed football fields built in every single township, cityscape, built all across this place? They all happen to be 100 yards by, I think, maybe, I don't know, 40, 50 yards. That's a guess, wide. But, like, that's a very good point that you've raised, right? We observe football fields being constructed all over this place. We know that they have a crown in the middle so that the water doesn't pool in the middle. It allows the water to run off so the football players can have a game versus getting trapped. But from a standpoint of like a local level, how many points of observation do you think we have of a local level that would then allow itself to lend itself to a globe? What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the entire globe, I think it's probably best to just see the entire thing.
Would you have a way to
Hello.
do that?
Very traditional Lebanese father here.
So
Thank you.
we have a good conversation happening, brother. If you'd like to interject with some point of substance, please go ahead.
Yes. I'm on here because we new to this country and the daughters
Bro,
on
what is this? Are you like an immigrant who's like, yeah,
Fine.
this is not like the office of like immigrating to fucking the Europe or whatever.
Calm
We've asked
down.
insert some form of substance, though he's inserting his reason, his rationale for being here. Do you have anything further substance to add to the conversation? Otherwise, we're going to go back to the aspect of observing local level and how that lends itself to a globe.
Wait, what are you asking me right now?
Well, I was allowing our friend to get in if they wanted to get in with something other than themselves, but it seems as though they're trapped in themselves. So going back to you, and again asking you, if we observe level locally, all these football fields that you've provided as an observation, how many of these do you think it takes before we actually realize that we may not be on a globe?
I don't know if you can look. I don't know if it's a. I don't know if there's a number of types of specific evidence that is better than a general piece of evidence when you make a general claim. If that makes sense. Like if I talk to a bunch of people, and I don't know if I can make a conclusion about millions of people, I'd probably want a general thing like a study or a sample size or something.
All right, which is fair. So let's do this. And we take the idea of a flat football field. So that's one. Do you know of multiple places where there are football fields constructed?
Not off the top of my head, but I mean, yeah, football fields exist.
Do you have the advantage of a computer in front of you right now so we can forward this conversation?
I mean, if you want to send a picture of a football field, I guess you can.
No, I'm trying to engage you on the example that you provided in order for us to actually prod this conversation forward. So, like, could you give me a site of a football field? We can even take a soccer pitch. I think that would be a fair observation. American football. So let's go with America, right?
Sure,
We'll go to the eastern starboard of America. We know that New England Patriots, they have a football field, football field. They're a football team in New England on the East Coast, so they have a football stadium. You agree that's a flat pitch football, correct?
Like New England Stadium is like generally flat. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Bet. Awesome. So let's go to. What do you think? Can we go to the UK and look for a soccer pitch in the UK?
I'm sure they exist in the UK.
All right, bet. Where do you think we should go? Maybe Italy? They play soccer in Italy, right?
Probably, yeah.
What do you think the mile spread is between New England and Italy?
The what?
The mile spread, the distance, mile spread, MILE spread, distance.
I don't know.
Do you want to look it up so we can talk about it?
I don't know. I don't know what you want to talk about. I'm not like hearing
I
any
want to talk
arguments
about
for
this.
flat Earth or anything.
Oh man, you're not any fun. I'm trying to like use your example and trying to walk out as something we could talk about, make it like, actually have a conversation, but it really appears that you're just here to be a stick in the mud to conversations that are on the
Wait,
table.
okay,
Not
so we
willing
can just clarify
to
what the claim is if you want to.
conversations that are actually intellectually sound. I withdraw. Bye bye.
Okay, I'll have a good time. If anybody else want to clarify, I guess, what they like when they say the Earth is flat, right? If you just want to address that, maybe, and then we can just like ask what is the argument for it or something, instead of like.
Yeah, sure. Right. So the globe Earth claims a particular radius size. Large bodies of water should have a particular rate of curvature. You agree with that so far?
Wait, sorry. You're saying the Earth is flat, and the reason why is because what?
No. If the Earth's a globe, right, it has a specific radius value, right? So you do the calculation over large bodies of water, which 72% of the globe Earth is claimed to be covered with, and you should have a particular rate of curvature over that distance, over specific distances, right?
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, before we move on to the argument, I just want to clarify what the claim is. Are you saying the Earth is not a globe or something?
No, I'm asking you that if the Earth was a globe, it has a radius value and it should have a particular rate of curvature, right? Due to the size that they claim the globe is.
I'm not sure. I don't know what the particular would be or something like. Yeah, it could change, I guess.
Okay, so if you have a large body of water, right? Say it's a 10-mile body of water, and the globe Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles, then according to the mathematics required for that size globe, then you should have 66 foot of drop over that 10 miles of water.
Okay, wait, hold up. Yeah, just like math. You're saying math to me. I'm not understanding like what is the claim that the Earth is not a globe. Can we start with just clarifying what it is you're trying to explain right now?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
describing
I'm
the
asking you
surface
about
of the
the
Earth. Sorry,
what do you
this
say?
is getting tight.
Yeah,
that's fine. We're describing the surface of the Earth, and when we describe and measure the surface of the Earth, primarily water, we describe and measure water on the surface as flat, not curving. So the Earth cannot be a ball, globe.
Okay, I see. So wait, so just to be clear, you believe the Earth is flat, meaning it doesn't have any curvature over the general distance of it, right? So like, if you took all from one end to another, it wouldn't on average like drop up or down, something like that.
Yeah, on average, the Earth lays horizontally.
Okay, I'm just writing down. Hold on. That was a lot more clear.
Which was why I was bringing and just to step in right quick, the observation of a local level, right? Football field, soccer pitch, things like that. Then when we establish those two locations, we can look to the drop over distance to see, well, how do we have 2 points of level being observed, and how that claimed measurement they give us actually exposes itself as, well, not showing up, like the emperor not having a globe on. Thank you for...
So what is the argument that the Earth is flat on average, right?
If water seeks its level, the Earth must be flat on average. Water does seek its level, therefore the Earth is, quote, flat.
Okay, that's nice laid out. Hold on, I'll write it down. If water seeks its level, then what?
What you said, the Earth is flat on average.
I just remind brother also the bot is in the room. The show is recorded, so you can go back to the YouTube file and replay the audio.
Yeah, I understand. If water seeks its level, okay, and then you claim that it is true that water seeks its level. I see. So like, yeah, I don't know what you mean by if water seeks its level. I guess. Like, what do you mean by level?
Look, man, if you have... Okay, look, I'll make it really simple, right? If the Earth is a globe and you have a 10-mile lake, it should drop 66... Hold on a second, just let me explain it, because you don't seem to be getting the argument, so I'll just lay it out really simply. Right, so you have a lake. It's 10 miles from one end to the other end of the lake. If the Earth's a globe, there should be 66 foot of drop over that 10 miles, right? But when we go and test these bodies of water, we can't find any curvature at all.
Okay, so I'm going
This
to ask.
happens on multiple scales, right? Large scales of So we can never find any curvature, and when we look to the globe side for somebody that's actually found the curvature, we can't find anybody.
Okay, I'm gonna ask what like when we say the word level. Okay, what do we mean by that? Do we mean like it's the case that it aligns with gravity, or what do we mean?
Let's not get
Like
into the like a
Oh, no.
definition war of level, because that happens quite often. What we're saying is that the water is flat on the surface. If you want to have your definition of level on a globe Earth, where level is curved, right? I know what you mean by that, but we're saying it's flat, horizontal on the surface.
Okay, hold on.
Let's just
To be-
go with the
just
word
to be
flat
clear-
and just move forward.
Yeah, whenever I ask you about the definition of a word, it's because that sometimes when people will do things like they will do things like give relative terms, like say something is big, that doesn't mean anything. It could be big compared to an ant or a skyscraper, or I don't know what they mean, right? So they might say level, and we might have a problem with the
That's cool.
definition.
I just cleared it up
or
for
there
you,
might
though.
be, yeah, there might be just emoting, like you know,
Right, I
like they might
gotcha.
be
But we
communicating
just
feeling.
cleared that up. We just cleared that up, though, right?
Okay,
That makes
I
sense.
see. Okay, let me just write that down. So if water is, and when we say 6 level, yeah, we just mean flat horizontal.
It's crazy that in 2024 we're wasting audio time saying, "Let me write this down." It blows my mind how far we've come.
I just want to be clear here. Okay, I see. So I'm studying. So if it's true that water seeks to be flat/horizontal, then the Earth must be flat. Premise 2: the water seeks seeks to be flat horizontal. What is the argument for the first premise? That in the case that it's true that water seeks to be flat and horizontal, then it must be the case that the Earth is flat on average.
Do you know what the
Because 72
Sorry.
72% of the surface of the Earth is claimed to be water, right? So you can't have flat water on a globe. You can't have both, right? Especially when 72% of the known Earth is supposed to be water at the surface.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I meant the second. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I agree with that premise 100%. Right. Sorry. The second one, that it is true that
He's
water
asking for
100%
proof
seeks.
that water is actually level the way he himself experiences it. He's fucking trolling.
No, the way that you meant it to.
Yeah, we talked to him like 1,000 times. He's still doing the same BS.
I think he's playing with some kind of chat GPT. Maybe
This is just a basic solution. This is how all philosophical arguments are done.
Getting trolled by the Googles and the AIs and the stuffs of not the actual substance of the mind with the blood and the heartbeat and the stuff that actually makes sense. It's just
Not even engaging.
Trolling with the keyboard warrior stuff that you do. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like, is there like an argument that it's true that water seeks to be a straight
This
line or
conversation
whatever?
could be so much further ahead if you would just talk like a normal person and just have a conversation. It's very obvious what we're saying, right? And it could just move forward to the next step without having to take notes and all of that sort of thing. You should be able to remember these things.
Okay, hold up, just to be clear, if I just move forward, just with the definition of a level there, we would have a disagreement and we wouldn't know that we meant a different thing by level. So we would be arguing about a thing, right, that wouldn't even be relevant, right?
All right, bet. So let me ask you this: what's your understanding of what the meniscus is?
What's that got to do with it?
I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about water being level here.
Yeah, it's literally the idea of water seeking its level. And I'm asking you, do you know what the meniscus is?
Right, hold up. I'm asking for an argument. I don't know why you're asking questions.
Well,
just give the argument why it's level.
Well, in order to help you understand the idea of how water seeks its level, it's important that you know what the aspects of water is, i.e.,
Yeah, go ahead, give the argument for it.
It's not an argument. It's actually the definition.
Showing that it's level, dude.
Wait, what are you saying, Jedi?
This is painful.
I'll withdraw. Sorry, Jedi.
You understand what he's trying to describe to you, my friend, yeah?
It sounds like he's going to give an argument that the meniscus or whatever is true, and if the meniscus is true, then water is flat, straight, horizontal, like it seeks to be that.
No, meniscus is where water is sticky around the edge of a container. That's all meniscus is.
Well,
okay, I'm not sure how that would prove that.
But it'd be deviating from horizontal, right?
Can I just
Can I clarify, please? When you say water seeks its level, it's the leading edge. When you pour water onto a countertop, as an example, that leading edge of the water that's seeking its limit is the edge called the meniscus. Now, when it finds its edge and it starts to fill up the containment unit, right, that very top of the medium itself is called the meniscus. Again, it's the leading edge of the water. That's all I was trying to present. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, just to be clear, when I ask for a definition of something like level, if three people give three different ones, they're probably going to engage with the main one that was given.
What were the three different
I
ones?
cleared that up for you. I already cleared that up for you. Okay, we mean flat.
Yeah, it's fine. We're
okay?
using
Let's go with
yours.
the word flat. Don't worry about level right now, and then we can move forward. Right? We're saying flat. Don't worry
Yeah, I
about the word
understand.
level.
Yeah, so what is the argument that it's flat horizontal, like straight line, right? That it seeks to be that.
Oh, it's measured that way.
That it's measured that way. Therefore, what?
Yeah, so water, when at rest, is observed, measured, and practically used with regards to mean sea level as a horizontal reference datum. So the water mean sea level is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference.
I see. So you're saying that when we measure water, it's completely horizontal.
Mean sea level, the average between high tide and low tide is a horizontal datum. Yep.
Okay, hold on. Hold up. Just writing this down. Because I don't know what mean sea level is and shit. I'm probably going to ask for that.
Mean sea level, I told you it's the average between high tide and low tide. The mean, the average.
It's completely flat. And just to be clear, when you say it's completely flat, measured at average tide, you mean over the entire Earth?
Yes, sea level, mean sea level, where the sea is.
Sure, okay. What is the argument? That we actually measure that?
Yes, we use it, measure it, and observe it as a horizontal reference.
And what is the argument that that's true?
The bit where we confirm the observation with measurement.
Yeah, can you confirm that?
Yeah, how would you like that?
I don't know. Generally,
how would you like me to demonstrate that water lays horizontally? Would you like that with a signal transit? Would you like a laser test?
Yeah, so usually what we do, right, is some sort of journal that like some sort of thing that's posted in a respectable journal, that's understandable, that's repeatable. Usually has an experiment behind it, and that it's independently verified by specialists, right?
Cool, no problem. So I can show you hundreds of laser tests that show you that the water lays
Just
horizontal.
one.
Yeah, no, I'll show you a few, and then you can do the research in your own time, because this will take a good few hours to look through. Just
to be clear, if you give a piece of evidence that meet those materials, I'll just accept it right now. I'll just say, yeah, of course, then, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm just about to drop the evidence so we can carry on. So in this instance, the water is measured to lay horizontally. We agree?
Wait, what? You haven't said anything.
Well, you said if I provided the evidence, you would just agree and move on. So
I see.
If you agree, then the water is measured to lay horizontally over distance.
Well, so what this is like a YouTube video from a YouTube channel called Taboo Conspiracy.
Yeah, this is where we go out and do the independent verification of the claim.
Yeah, so generally when we do things that are independently verified by decentralized specialists, that would be something like a peer-reviewed journal, right? That would be a YouTube video.
Sorry, we're not going to be doing peer-reviewed journals here. We're not doing science. This isn't a scientific claim.
Yeah, if it doesn't meet the criteria, then I'm probably not going to accept it. I don't care about YouTube videos.
It's not a scientific claim, so there will be no peer review. The peer review is in the video. We're doing it. We're the peer review, but it's not a scientific claim.
Okay, just to be clear, I don't hold the belief that a YouTube video is something that's independently verified by decentralized specialists.
No, you can independently verify it yourself. This is an example of somebody else. Why are you talking? This is an example of somebody else doing the same thing.
measuring.
This is. Do you know this is surveying?
Do you think I'm a specialist?
Do you think that? Oh my God, my friend. Do you want me to get you more information? Do you want me to show you the surveying?
No.
Or were you going to say that's not gone because you're going to say that's not gone through some kind of peer-reviewed test that when we practically measure the Earth, because we haven't got a group of people peer reviewing each other, it's not valid. This is how we.
I'm going to write down the criteria. So I'm going to write down the criteria, and then I can just put them here. Hold up.
Do you need a PhD in linguistics to read a book?
Wait, hold up. Just to address the guy, I don't know who said that. Just to be clear, if you go and read Hegel, you will understand nothing about it. You need quite a bit of philosophy knowledge on it. It depends on what the book is. Let me just.
Do you need a PhD to read Huckleberry Finn?
No, I don't think so.
Well, the example that you just gave would suggest that, because you need to be an expert in order to go out and perform a task.
So I didn't
Gordon
say.
Ramsay
I didn't say any
his wife's cooking every night.
Being a
selfish
selfish
any
buddy.
type of test, right?
Yeah, you're just looking for excuses to hand wave the data he's giving you. It's just blatant sophistry.
No, I just have some made criteria, and if they're filled, I'll accept it, right?
No, you don't. They don't even apply. You're in a category error. You're asking them to meet the criteria of the scientific method. This is just a problem of measurement. Not applying the scientific method, a method for elucidating cause and effect, to whether something's curving or not. So
Yeah,
you're trying to sound
I'm not
smart,
talking about.
but you're exposing your idiocy while you do it.
I'm not talking about science. I'm just saying these are the criteria I would need.
You don't even know what criteria to apply. You're completely lost, dude.
It's okay. It's the exact same process that's used for surveying. Are you saying that surveying doesn't exist? Do you know what surveying is?
I just posted a criteria in chat. If you can find any evidence that meets these, then I accept it.
I just asked you a bunch of questions and you didn't listen.
I was writing it down. Sorry.
Independently verified. Yes, that's me and you right now. By decentralized specialists.
That's not me and you.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not a specialist.
It is independently verified. You want it to be independently verified by a specialist.
So
But
decentralized specialists. That would be every single surveyor that uses this type of methodology. A direct line of sight between the targeting equipment and the target in question, over a distance to measure the grade of deviation from the horizontal line. So, yep, that will do this one. Experimental.
But you just went over it.
Error.
But you're not addressing.
Sorry, excuse me. Experimental. Category error. This isn't science. This is fucking surveying and geometry. So there's going to be no experiment here. We're not trying to elucidate the cause of a phenomena. We're trying to measure a grade, a deviation from horizontal over distance. So it's not experimental. Repeatable. Yeah, I've got thousands of them.
You're not even like.
So, dude,
you're not
if you're
addressing
not
what I said, or I don't know.
Do you want me to go through the list again?
Decentralized specialist, right? If you're not a decentralized specialist, then what makes you think you're going to have the ability to critically critique anything that we present to you?
Well, usually I just see whether the lines with with validity and soundness. I do think I'm a specialist on that. Yeah.
Independently verified. That's what we're doing. By decentralized specialists, that's every single surveyor. Experimental, category error, understandable. Yeah, this is based on the premise of a curve of 8 inches per mile squared, which should deviate from the horizontal line. That's the laser. Very understandable and repeatable. Thousands of them by now since 2015.
But you're not. Hold on. Do you understand how you're just going over it and not asking me what I mean by a specialist here? You're just saying, well, it's people who do it. They must be specialists. Right?
Yeah, decentralized specialists. I mean, if you want to add a caveat to that, that's fine.
You could ask me what I mean by it.
Okay.
I'm not a decentralized specialist, so you wouldn't know what one is. To be even
That's not
able
how
to put
definitions work.
to be even to able to put that standard there, you've just thrown out that standard.
Are you an
yourself?
astronaut? Are you an astronaut? No, okay.
He's
Do
baiting
you know what an
you.
astronaut is?
He's baiting you. He's baiting you.
Okay,
Don't take
do you
it.
know do you know what an astronaut is?
Yes.
We're getting
Okay, well
nothing
there
but
you go.
fallacious logic. Fallacious logic
Yeah.
from you. Textbook definition fallacies constantly, right? Appeal to authority.
Name one
appeal to
fallacy.
credentials. I just named two.
Okay, just
Textbook
name the first one. Let's
definition
go with that.
fallacies.
He's not listening anymore.
He's just been trolling the whole time.
Yeah,
Anything
let's
you do,
address the fallacies.
this guy is going to look for a way out and a way around it. He's just going to try to divert around anything you show him. This guy is a complete sophist and a liar.
I'm just asking for the same criteria.
No, it's not. You don't even, look. He's already told you you're in a category error. It's the wrong criteria to apply. So you're not going to update on anything. You're just going to double down on your excuses, which have already been shown to be fallacious and in a category error.
What makes the criteria wrong?
Are you kidding me?
It's experiment. This isn't an experiment. An experiment. Excuse me. Shush. Experiment elucidates cause and effect. You invoke in the scientific method when you say experiment. We're not doing experiments here. We're measuring.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like the scientific method. I don't know what you're on about. Like, I'm not
It says
dressing up.
experimental in your fucking list, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like science. I'm just saying this is one of the criteria, right?
Sorry, dummy. When you say experimental, what do you mean?
I mean that you could do an experiment that you would
What's an experiment?
Then wait, please.
Excuse me. What's an experiment?
I'm trying to explain to you. So
no, what's an experiment? Tell me what it is.
I can't explain to you if you keep cutting me off.
What's an experiment?
Okay, so an experiment, right, would be if you do like an experiment, you could say, okay, is it true this measurement is true? And the way you can experiment, please, can I?
Wrong.
Okay, I can like address like your question if you keep like talking over me, right? I can't do that.
Excuse me. This is why I asked you what an experiment was. You then went on to say this measurement. An experiment isn't a measurement. Do you understand that yet?
You're not like addressing, like you're not even listening.
I was listening. That's why I picked up very succinctly in what you said, because I saw it coming a mile away. I asked you what an experiment is. The key to this is it's not a measurement.
I don't think those are the same thing. Do you think those are the same thing?
And measurements are not the same thing, dude. Did
That's
you not
right,
know
yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Good.
they're not the same thing.
So why, when I asked you to explain an experiment, you said measurement?
I didn't do that.
You did.
If you could let me finish,
would you like me to go back onto the YouTube stream and find a recording of you saying that, and then get your apology? Would you
if
like
you could
that?
if you could let me finish giving the definition, then you would know right, what I meant. Right? But you're not like you're just talking over.
You literally said. You literally said measurements.
Well, I used the word measurement. I didn't claim that they were the same thing. There's a difference between like, yeah, just I'm not making a synonym.
Between measurement and experiment, no shit. That's what we're pointing out.
Yeah, I agree.
Good. So when you said experiment in your list, you need to remove it and replace it with measurement.
No. You don't understand what I mean by experiment.
What's an experiment?
Okay, are you going to cut me off while I'm explaining it?
I want to know what an experiment is. Otherwise, I'll cut you off for the entire conversation.
Okay, then I'm not going to give it. Does anybody else want to know?
All right.
No. You can't say you don't know what I mean by experiment. You want to create a definition for experiment by yourself and tell us, no, you don't know what I mean by experiment. No, we do know what experiment means.
Yeah, I'm not going to give him my definition if he's going to cut me off.
Oh, don't be a fucking baby, my God. Like, my friend, stand on your own 2 feet. You've made an error. Own that error like a man. Redress your error. Replace the word experiment with measurement.
Does anybody have like a piece of evidence that meets the criteria?
Giving them to you.
There was a YouTube video from Conspiracy Taboo.
Taboo Conspiracy, and that's the
I got that wrong. I'm sorry.
That's the independent verification of a technique anybody can use because it's not centralized.
True.
Cool. So when you, me, or anybody else goes and measures the surface of the Earth, we can do this very simple technique. You don't want to look at the technique because you think there should be an experiment involved.
So does anybody have like anything like a journal or like a study or something like that?
Why
Of
would you
water
have
seeking its level, you goddamn idiot?
Why
Yeah.
You can just read that in any physics textbook. What the hell's the matter with you?
Oh, I would like that. Yeah, if you can show it has the same definition as level, right, in that textbook as you have, and they mean the same thing, then sure, I would accept
There
it.
you
Yeah.
go. Have fun. There's 4
Preschool.
citations.
Which link do you want me to
First
press? The first one?
You can use them all.
I'm just trying to find out which one you want to point to.
They're all saying the same thing.
There we go. Okay. So what should I search on the first link? What should I control F?
What?
What should I control F on the first link?
The citation is given right there. Water will always form a flat surface, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, there we go. So water seeks its level or its own level. Let me see. I'm gonna control it. It doesn't show up on the site.
So this is just what you're going to do. Stonewall anything we give you, right?
No, I'm legitimately looking for. Oh, it's the first one. Hold on.
Yeah,
No,
no,
you're
you're not.
No.
You're just controlling the whole time.
You're showing us that you are suffering from some cognitive dissonance there.
I found it on all of them. This guy's.
Oh, I found it. Hold up, I found it here. So this one says water will always form a flat surface.
You can read it for yourself.
Okay, now the reason I'm reading reading up is I'm going to clarify what they mean by it. So I don't know what if they have the same definition.
Yeah, let him read it. Let him read it. Don't interrupt
Yeah, so-
him. Just read what you just read again.
Yeah, so this one here says, water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted upon by another force, such as wind. So the question would be, what do they mean by levels?
They said
They
flat
said
surface.
flat.
Oh, like, sorry. What
It's
are
flat
they?
surface in the
Wait, hold on.
You're dumb. You're brick.
Yeah. Oh, you're not.
Can you not read
Okay.
now?
It's like weird. So all these people who are like talking over and insulting me, and none of them getting muted because they're all like flat earthers. Isn't that weird?
You need to read it.
Anyway,
out
so
loud.
the question would be,
You did
when
read it. You
when
did
they say,
read it out
yeah, when they
loud.
say,
I want to
when
answer
they
your
say,
question. So, what they mean by
I
level
didn't
is
ask a question. I didn't
clarifying.
ask you anything. I didn't. Why are you
Yes, you
talking?
did. What do they mean by level? You said, "What do they mean by level?" And I'm
They didn't
clarifying
say
for
level.
you
I
with
misspoke. Didn't say
with
that.
with what I posted with my citation clarifies for you what they mean by level.
Hold up. This is from another site. It's not from the same site. What are you talking about?
Oh my God! Does this guy not understand how this shit works?
Do you think they were made by the same author that has like the same definition of level?
No, I think that you are trolling. Just trying to spin our wheels and waste our time. Anything we show you, you're going to try to find some way to get around it. You're not actually engaging in good faith.
Here's the reason. Hold up. Just let me address what he just said. Just let me address what he said.
No, shut up. That single author already explained to you what level means. You did really read it out loud. You said flat surface. So what?
Okay, he's
what
on deaf,
point
so let's
that
talk to
surface went?
Pagana. He's deafened himself. So
I just want to ask a question. Yeah. If someone wants to kind of like answer my question, which is so on a flat surface on Earth, what would I need to do if I wanted to join you guys' cult?
it's a loaded question. We'd have to have a cult first for that to be a fair question.
Yeah, another fucking
Oh, okay. Can we call it an organization?
No. And we don't want you in it either.
A movement, perhaps?
Don't want you in it, mate.
Stay on the globe side. Stay there. We don't need you.
Yeah, you need an IQ of at least 80. Sorry, you didn't make the cut.
79 does not cut it?
It has to be double digit.
No, what I can advise for
Is it 80 or
what I
double
can
digit now?
what I can advise for dumb stupid believers just to stay in the heliocentric religion, follow that Helios, that pagan deity. So it's just peaceful for you. Labor like a slave.
Okay.
Pay your taxes and shut up.
Okay, yeah. I mean, seems good.
Nice. Doing
Yeah.
It
tap
sounds
what?
very submissive.
Sounds like a reasonable point.
Yeah. Tap water people.
I don't mind. Yeah, but yeah, that's it. If someone else wants to join in.
John what? John what? It's not a club. You just need a brain to discover reality. You never had one. At least if you had one, it was just used by them. They wrote in whatever they wanted and you believed it. That was because of that indoctrination that we suffered from since we were just kids. Having that repetition repeatedly happening in front of us. Globe, 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 globe. Universe Studio. Globe, 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 globe. News, globe. We believed it. Some people just could fight that mental issue, which is cognitive dissonance, and they could try to verify the reality by themselves.
Oh yeah, and you know what the first thing they teach you in geometry?
What's the very first thing?
In school is they teach you circles. So that's also like very suspicious.
Why?
Oh, because they want to just like how they mention the globe everywhere. They teach you the circle first. Because once you learn about the circle first, then they tell you about the globe.
No, they teach you also angles that you can use in reality, and they teach you what is the right angle. Some people just know that they have a right angle, which is the GP of the observer, and another right angle, which is the GP of the star, and a straight line below their feet, and they just still think that it is a curved surface. Aren't they dumb enough?
I would say they're obtuse, but I don't think they would understand the geometry there.
So you gave up on defending the globe already?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
No, I don't defend the globe or the flat Earth.
You can't come up with a defense for the globe, can you?
No, I just said I'm not defending either side.
Oh.
You don't think the Earth's a globe?
Could be flat, could be a globe. That's what I think.
Do you think there's a way to prove either?
How would I even know that there's a way to prove either?
How do you prove surface descriptions? Well, I don't know if we can do that. I don't know if we can prove shapes. Proving shapes is hard. How stupid that sounds. Of course you can determine the surface, or a grade, or a shape. Fucking idiot.
Yeah. He just told us about that circle that he studied first in school in geometry. So now he doesn't know.
We can prove
No,
shapes.
no. You don't know. How can you measure the rate of deviation from horizontal that circle? So the rate of that curvature in that circle. For you, that circle can be a circle and can be a straight line. Yeah, that's what you learned in geometry.
You do learn in calculus that if you approach a curved line, at some point it becomes straight, right? At an infinite level, conceptually.
No, by definition, there's a rate of change of slope. So you will always be able to measure the rate of change from slope because the rate of change is from horizontal. By definition, curve is a rate of change of slope. So you will always measure it.
I shouldn't say flat, but like how do you put this? Like a derivative. How would you put this? The way they teach you derivative in Calc 1 is that it's a straight line, but you could take an infinitesimal measure of the straight line by infinitely zooming into a curve. That's all I'm saying.
Meaning that you can never find that curve on that globe because the globe is so large, so big.
Yeah, meaning, mathematically it's a different thing, but meaning that if you approach a curved surface and you make it larger and larger relative to you, it's going to appear more flat as you make it larger.
Okay, nice. So no boats are disappearing behind the curvature, then.
I don't know what you're talking about there, but sure.
Meaning that there is no boats are hidden behind the curvature and or being obstructed from bottom up because of
what do you say that again? No boats.
So
you do agree that as you make a curved surface larger, it appears more flat. Like we can agree with that. Before we get into tangents and physical arguments, we could agree that that's a phenomena that occurs.
Means that.
Okay, that's all I meant to say.
Right, so your globe model claims
that thinking later.
So it's so big that it's measured flat. Is that right?
Not that it's measured flat, but it appears flat. That's a phenomena.
Oh, but it's not measured flat.
There will be some sort of like differential measurement there, at least in the realm of calculus. There will be some sort of curvature, whether or not it appears to you.
You spent a lot of that.
Can you show us a measurement of curvature?
Sure. You could talk to somebody else. I'm not educated in how you would
Okay,
show measurement.
Why did you claim it?
I thought so.
It's not calculus, it's trigonometry.
I used a concept from calculus called derivative to show you why something or how something which is curved could appear as straight.
We don't
I'm
need
not saying that
concepts.
these two mathematics are interchangeable in the scenario, and I'm not trying to get into these other derivative and tangential arguments. All right,
We need a real world
and
demonstration.
you guys are struggling to accept this
We don't
very
need your
simple,
concepts.
basic
we need
fact.
a real world demonstration.
I could literally write you an equation tomorrow to show the likelihood that there's a floating cupcake in space. And guess what? The likelihood is about several 100 billion times more likely than there is a floating Earth in space as it sits, as you guys think it sits today. So math can be
floating
described,
like a globe or a flat.
It could be either one. Either one. And they're
I'd be interested to see your calculations, how you would do that probability.
I could literally do it. It's easy. You could do math to describe anything you wanted. I could say that I want to write
a probability here. So
I could
let's
also write
be
one to show
rigorous.
the
How would you
likelihood
define
that
this
there's
probability?
a
What would be the
literally
set, and what would be the outcome which you're measuring? So you'd need a set of all possible realities, and then the set of realities in which there's a cupcake in Earth to determine that probability. So go ahead and do that for me, and I'd love to see it.
No, no.
Right. And the variables in
guys,
the
guys,
space are
guys,
far less than the variables
Unless you
in
have a
inner.
normal distribution there,
Guys,
which then you can do
please.
some Z-score mathematics, which is cool.
Yeah, this is
Guys,
really not helpful
everyone.
right now. So,
Guys.
Lurgai, if you don't have any measurements for the curvature of the Earth or the Earth as a globe, then why don't you just pipe down for now?
So I want to ask.
I made a single point, and you guys are.
Yeah, okay, so we'll take your measurements for the curve. You can tell us the curve looks flat if you get close enough to it, but that's completely useless information to us. We already know it looks flat. Flat things look flat too, and it measures flat. So, I mean, unless you can show otherwise, just stop spinning our wheels.
Okay, I have.
I mean, I can't show you otherwise. It would be a picture of the curved Earth, but none of you accept that because you're all retarded. That's it.
Okay, picture of the curved Earth. How are you going to validate that?
I can validate it through systematic sources like NASA and such, but none of you accept
Systematic.
that.
Just throw the word systematic in there so it
Yes,
sounds
it is
real
systematic.
legit,
It's people who built a fucking rocket
Yes,
ship and
systematic
went up there
sources.
with a
Give me a
fucking
citation for that term.
photography thing.
Give me a citation for the term systematic sources, just so we can vet you a bit and like just get a bit of an idea that you have any clue what you're talking about, not just trying to sound like you know what you're talking about.
I'm like clearly ad-libbing, dude. You are being.
Yeah, systematic sources. Anyway, yeah, that's hilarious. But okay, go cite your systematic sources then that validate your cartoon Earth for us, please.
So I have an.
Your sources are literally YouTube and whatever fucking crackhead.
So you're going to talk about my sources. So I haven't said anything yet. So you're already projecting, and you're also passing the burden to me. So I guess you're not going to be able to do it.
What are you saying?
Well, why don't you open your ears and listen?
I'm trying, but you keep unmuting me, which is quite annoying.
Yeah, so you can't listen if you're not talking? How does that make any sense?
Well, I'm trying to figure out who's muting me.
Ego.
Yeah, well, maybe you should stop worrying about stuff like that and just maybe take note that
Are
you're
you
being
afraid
muted
that
and shut
that
the hell up.
that
And it's your time to listen. Yeah, so you're going to talk. You have got a real attention issue. That's the whole problem that you have. You're talking
man,
here and now.
My issue.
Yeah, so that's why you get muted, you dumb shit, because you're talking over other people that are talking. So to clear the airwaves and just have a coherent conversation where we hear one voice at a time, you need to be shut up because you can't do it yourself. And you also can't listen. You're muted and you can't listen because of that. You can't listen because you're talking through people when they're talking to you. So you have no purpose here any longer.
You're so angry. Why are you so angry, man?
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I'll take that as a concession. My anger is irrelevant.
Can you just stop this with this guy?
Yeah, it's called direct. So what's
It's
the
turning
problem?
into like a. Yeah. I have an interesting question regarding the measurement for the curvature, like a direct measurement. So I don't know. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't know much about how one would measure the curvature directly. I know about instruments like, for example, like a spirit level, but that's only used to measure like the curvature of a surface or a body of water that's like only like a couple of feet. So it's like a very small instrument. Do you guys know of any instrument?
You said a spirit
or
level
any-
was used. You said a spirit level is used to measure curving water.
Could be used. Is it wrong?
Just please.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Just please let him.
Like a surface. It could be used to measure a surface, like whether it's horizontal or vertical, or calculate the curvature.
Well, you wouldn't have to worry about any horizontals if you was on a ball, would you?
No. Well, that's.
Well, can you just explain the process? Explain the
I'm-
process that you have in your mind to
No,
us.
I'm asking. No. I don't have an example. I'm asking you if you guys like have any idea on how a globe earther would have to
School
prove the
book and
curvature.
surveyors tell you how to survey. People in your school book give you the math and the regulation size of your ball. So you go stand at the beach and you want to use water, usually, or a lake or something like that, and then you measure 8 inches per mile. You can measure the curve per millimeter and just keep adding them and just keep marking when you get the millimeter, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and we can all be like, see the curving, see the
So
earth curve. We can all.
the formula to accurately, I guess, measure what you want to measure is how far the object would be behind the supposed curve. And to get that, it's 8 inches per mile squared minus, and mind you, it has to be over a body of water because that's the only thing objectively to curve at the same rate. where land could deviate from that. So that's why you want to do it over water. You take 8 inches per mile squared, then you minus the height of the horizon line out of
No, the
that.
height of the observer.
So
We're not looking
or
at
you
how much
do-
of something is cut off. We're trying to directly measure a drop over distance.
yeah, exactly. So if I get like, for example, in theory, if I get like a really, really long spirit level, could it be possible to just like, and I get like, and I go
Yeah, if
somewhere
you
where
had
it's like
one 100
flat
miles
elevation?
long or whatever, you'd see right after that first mile that it would deviate 8 inches. The water would drop, and so on and so on and so on. And in your theory, your spirit level that was big, and you sat it on the earth, it would go out into fucking space, showing you that.
Okay.
Showing now that means that the globe, to prove it local and close, all you have to do is be able to show how a millionth or a millimeter drops below itself, like 1 millimeter high, can be 1 millimeter high still, but underneath itself. See, because the globe is supposed to be equal altitude from the center out. So if you take a millimeter high, a millimeter, like a rope coming a millimeter above the water, and you just roll it around in a circle, it'd be the same height, right? So that 1 millimeter would be below itself and above itself everywhere. Now, how can you demonstrate that? That's the question. Correct? How can you demonstrate 1 millimeter drops below itself, but it's still a millimeter high to be a globe elevation? All we have is horizontal, which doesn't do that. Horizontal resides along a horizontal. If it goes up from the horizontal or down, that's what we use. We don't have a string inside the center of a ball to find out to use to actually keep it in line with anything. And nobody's ever been to the center, but that's how you'd have to do it. Like that's what you know what I mean? You have to
There
stay
wouldn't
one
be
millimeter
a sea level. There would be a core elevation
of what?
of the entire world.
A sphere
I wouldn't.
sphere or
If you were
flat?
on a sphere, you would want to use core elevation rather as an altitude measurement rather than sea level.
Right, but
It
what
does
they
make
do
more sense.
use, correct. They use surface level, right, which is a horizontal basis of the surface of water. It's not from the inside of a center ball. Exactly.
And the further that you deviate from the body of water, actually, the further off kilter from level you would get from that measurement.
Okay, so off of a quick search, I think there's another instrument. I'd have to look at it before.
Brother, all you need to do is find out how a millimeter or half a millimeter or a billionth of a millimeter
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying
can
to. I'm
drop
trying to
below
find the.
itself and stay still a billionth of a millimeter high.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the instruments that allow
Oh,
me to
you're
do
trying
it.
to find the arc? Oh, that'll be a
No,
protractor.
he's trying to find the
No.
instrument. Are you
Yeah,
looking?
like
What instrument you're looking for?
I'm not looking for a specific instrument. I'm trying to look for like what instrument could I use to like kind of conduct this experiment. So
It'll be a surveying piece of equipment. That's what we tried to point out to you earlier. It's
it would
called a
be what?
theodolite. It's called a theodolite.
Theodolite.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this is the same kin as using an infrared laser that we tried to give you earlier as well. So pieces
So
of
do theodolites.
that shoot a straight line to see if there's a deviation from that straight line over distance.
So do
Yeah.
theodolites not measure a curvature?
No, they measure angles. They don't measure curvature.
So I don't know what you mean. So they're not appropriate instruments for this
Oh,
question?
sorry.
Or?
Maybe I misunderstood your question. They don't measure any curvature because there isn't any with regards to the surface of the Earth. What they measure is angles. So elevation and horizontal, vertical and horizontal angles from a horizontal up sideways.
Oh.
So this is the surveying equipment that surveyors use to reach a level for building. This is what we tried to give you earlier. But please look into all of this. This will show you that indeed the Earth is most definitely measured to be flat and horizontal, not curving.
Yeah, but in theory, could it measure a curvature? When I say measure a curvature, I'm not saying that there is a curvature. I mean, like, even if it's zero, right?
Yeah, if there was, in theory, then yes, they would be able to measure curvature because they're measuring the topography of the land.
Ah, okay.
Well, I mean, you know from listening to the guys who have tried that nobody's ever actually measured curvature, right? Like that last idiot, and his measurement was a cartoon he couldn't verify, and when he did try to verify it, it was calling us morons. Maybe he Googled something better in his time off. We'll see.
A cartoon? What do you mean a cartoon?
Ball Earth from space cartoon.
Oh, you're talking about the pictures I talked about?
I'm assuming that you meant the Blue Marble cartoons.
Sure, if you want to refer to them as cartoons, yeah.
For sure.
It's an image that somebody created using programs, not actual one image taken, right? So it would be a created picture, not a actual picture.
It's not a photograph.
Yeah, the image could be created. It could also be doctored after it. But
composite.
That doesn't necessarily mean that what it's picturing is not real or that its depiction is not accurate.
Doesn't establish that what that is real.
What?
Doesn't establish that the globe Earth is real. If you're going to tell us, yeah, it could be a composite or a doctored thing or a Photoshop, and it also could be real, that's just worthless for your case.
And at the end of the day, mate, you're going to have to validate the picture, right? So what you're going to have to do, because you've already pointed out that the image could be doctored in some way. Doesn't mean that the image is actually doctored some way, but it could be. So we have to test it, right?
Well, I'm aware that the pictures taken from NASA and such have been retouched, right? The colors have been altered. They're not like actual. They're not what came out of the camera or what came of the light. But that doesn't mean that they're doctored to be false. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, cool. But we would have to investigate the particular image to see if it has been falsified or not, right?
Sure.
Cool. That's all I'm trying to get to. We would have to test the image because, like you quite rightly pointed out, sir, things can be manipulated.
Well, yeah,
by his own admission,
if there's evidence that these images are doctored or not real, then I would like to see it. Like if there's
so there's
metadata that's been seen or whatever.
Yeah, so there's this stuff called water. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, yes, I've heard of water.
Yeah, so what they're showing in those images goes against the physics of water. So that's a pretty easy one that you can use to debunk those cartoon images.
Well, what's the physics of water?
Well, water seeks a flat, level, horizontal surface. And what they're showing you is water seeking a curve, so they're in direct violation of the physics of water, obviously, with what they're showing you.
The force being exerted on the water, in the case of Earth, would be the gravitational force or the
okay. So
the electric force, electromagnetic force.
Okay, so therefore that bends the water, right?
Yes. If you have a mass that is great enough, the force will be exerted radially.
Yeah.
So it would be almost curved.
Yeah, it would be. Okay, so how come we're not observing or measuring it doing that then?
We do when we take pictures of the Earth.
No, we don't.
Taking pictures is not measuring stuff, buddy.
We see it curve.
No, we don't. That's my whole point. We don't.
No, you don't. You see a horizontal line from the side view and a front view, and in the side view and another side view. Everybody's standing in every direction, looking away or to each other, or lined up. A million people. It's all horizontal, buddy.
So when you zoom in into a radial force
Brother,
close enough,
if
you
there's
could.
a curve,
Okay,
you'll be able to touch
please
it up close.
let me speak, man.
Hold on, let him. Yeah.
When you zoom in into a radial force, and you do this in any physics course, you could treat that force as straight up to down. You could treat it as straight. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is totally straight. Just that for the purposes, especially when you're just viewing water with your eyes, for the purpose of it, you could see that it's straight.
No,
but it's not in actuality.
No, it is straight in actuality. That's
What
what the
is
laser Jedi
your physical evidence of that? Like your physics.
Yeah,
What
that's what we
physics
have
have you
some laser
deduced?
tests that were already posted in the chat on the side that are measuring flatness of water well beyond the metrics of the globe where it would have to start curving away. We got long distance sight tests where you're seeing water well beyond the range that you should if it is curving and dropping out of your line of sight, which would give you a 1.2 mile times the square root of observer height in feet distant horizon. We're seeing much further than that. There's absolutely zero demonstration, measurement, or indication that that water is doing what you assert your cartoon images demonstrate it to be doing.
So your first one is what? Sorry, there's like many pieces of evidence in there.
The laser test, we see too far.
The laser test we see too far. I'm curious about that. Is it in the side chat?
Yes.
All right, I have to find the side chat. I'm not very good at Discord.
You on a computer or PC, my friend?
I'm on a PC, like a Windows.
You're on a PC, so top right hand corner, hover your mouse.
Oh, I see it now.
The mouse over the speech bubble, it should pop up.
Yeah, I see that now. Oh, is it the diffraction of light one? The crystal?
There's lots of them, dude.
Refraction of light. Okay. Because I see memes and such. Refraction. I assume it's refraction of light.
I reposted one test right down at the bottom.
All right.
That's just one.
All right, I'd have to look at this at a later time, but it looks interesting.
I'll show you something. You can look at that at a later time. I can just quickly show you something we can go over right now.
Sure.
Have a look in the side chat again. You see it?
Yeah, I see that.
Right, on a globe, you should have a geometric horizon at a set distance relative to the observer height. Okay, so on a globe, from an 8-foot observer height, which is in this video, you should have a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles. But in this image, we have some oil platforms, which are a verifiable distance from the shoreline. And the furthest one on the right-hand side is 10.1 miles away from the shoreline. And we can clearly see the horizon well beyond that second oil platform. This is just one small clip out of a larger video, as all of these details.
I've heard about these sort of phenomena. I'm not like educated. I can't tell you why this is happening. It's not necessarily the case that this proves that the Earth is flat. There's other things occurring within the realm of optics that could affect this. Could it be flat? According to this evidence alone, perhaps, but I don't know too much about this specific scenario.
This is not to prove that the Earth is flat. It's to test the geometric claims of the globe Earth.
This not necessarily proving that it's flat by saying that what would the alternative hypothesis be here?
Well, we're not doing science right now. We're not looking for a cause and an effect. We're just testing geometric claims. This is geometry, not science.
Hypothesis? What would be the alternative explanation for this? Unless
You're
you say
trying to bring it into science, my friend. He just said we're doing geometry, not science.
I'm so confused about this vector. What is the alternative reasoning for this? Why would we not see?
Hypothesis.
Huh?
Well, I mean,
maybe my internet is bad.
No, you're fine. It's the other guy. Not you, mate.
Ugh.
So what was your question?
But yet we are being told.
Oh, he's still there.
Sorry. Yet we're being told that the horizon is the tangent point of the ball Earth that we can measure to get the radius. Is that no longer the case?
Ideally, the horizon is the tangent line, yes. But the Earth is like, we're not in a perfect world where gravity forced us into a perfect ball. There's like, what do you call this? Like geographical variation. Like there's mountains, there's flat plains, or such things. But the force of gravity does generally create the shape of the Earth to be. They call it some sort of stupid shape. It's like circloid or whatever bullshit. Because it's not perfectly a globe due to Earth's rotation imparting some sort of force.
It doesn't matter.
You
We
just
are talking about
told
the
us.
surface of water.
Right. So over
We're
water,
not measuring topology.
or over land, it would matter, but over water, it does not.
Did you guys ask him the question of where the horizon is in that picture yet?
Right, but doesn't water like depend on the underlying
Where's the
surface or
horizon in
depend
that
on the
picture?
currents and such?
No.
Or the forces like high tide, low tide?
No, the hill in your backyard doesn't account for any of that. It's still the hill in your backyard. It's still 10 foot away from your house. If it's a cold day or if it's a foggy day and you still can't see the hill, I'm going to bet all my money it's still 10 foot away from your house, no matter what happens on that day. Do you understand?
Right, but
Do you
water doesn't
understand
act
what a
like that.
geometrical spot is? The hill.
Water doesn't
It's
act
not
like that.
moving.
Water has high tides and low tides. There's other forces acting
Yeah,
on
the
it
guy,
besides the pure like
it's not going to
gravity.
make the
Go to a lake.
horizon, right? Hold on a second, Demok. So, guy, it's not going to make the horizon appear 10 times further away than it should be, right? If you, even if we grant you your oblate spheroid, right, is which is what they claim the globe is, right? When you look at those images from NASA, right, it's nearly a perfect ball. They say you can't even detect it, right? So it's not going to change the radius value, like what we're experiencing in these observations, right? So if you calculated the radius of Earth based on this horizon distance, it would be hundreds of thousands of mile radius rather than a 3,959 mile radius that they tell us. You know what we mean? You know what we mean about it? What a geometric horizon is, right? It's a physical like location depending on what height you're at. So if you're at like 1 foot off the surface, it has to be a horizon on a globe at 1.22 miles. Or if you're 6 foot tall, looking from 6 foot, it should be at 3 miles, right? So that's a line which is the leading edge of a sphere, and things should go over it and start to disappear behind it, right?
Yes.
You can't, if something's hidden by something physical, you shouldn't be able to bring it back to view again, or you shouldn't be able to see it 10 times further, right, than it should be.
You should also be able to put a
I
flag
already
there.
like I already conceded the
should also
video.
be
I
able
can't
to-
account for that. I don't have enough information on it. If it is true, then I don't have the information as why it would be like
what do
that.
you see?
Even in the case if it was a globe, because it's plausible that the Earth is a globe and there's an alternative explanation for that. But I
No.
can't account for that personally.
Yeah, you're
You gotta be able to put a flag in that spot, brother, like your yard. Like if your dirt did follow the curve of the earth, you could just walk and walk and walk and walk, and you could go stick a fucking flag in that spot. Now on water, you'd have to pop a floaty there. No one's ever done that. No one's ever popped this pop the squatty floaty on the curve of water earth. Never happened.
Popped a what? A
A
floating?
floating device where it's sitting there, a buoy, and
Yeah.
says that's the horizon from your beach that you're on. That's your horizon line. That's where your earth stops and starts to go down and away, down
Yeah.
that way, down.
Like a floaty on the horizon line? What do you like?
Yeah, that's what a buoy is. It's a water marker. Never heard of one?
I've heard of one. I don't know what this has to do with the horizon.
If your horizon is a geometrical spot and it doesn't change, like we know it wouldn't, you put your buoy there.
The horizon.
Fuck, dude.
The horizon changes on where you're viewing.
The horizon changes.
Yes.
So if I look at your house, you're telling me it's going to get farther away from where I'm standing if I stay in the same spot every day of my life. You're telling me because of the air, your fucking house is going to change?
If you're in China, you can't see my house because your horizon is
Holy
radically different
Now
versus
we're
if
in
you were
China
3
all of a
miles
sudden.
down my
I don't
block.
know how we went to China, brother.
I'm just trying to Explain
I'm
something.
a couple miles away from your fucking house. You're explaining nothing. We're not talking about China. I'm a couple miles away from your house. I see it. Does it change its location from me? No
If
is
you're
the answer. No.
well,
You're talking about
if you're
horizon, not physical location.
No.
if you're hold on, you're conflating things and getting confused here. So if you're 6 feet tall and you're observing or trying to observe your house from China, and you are at 6 foot of elevation from sea level, your horizon line would be exactly the same as if you were trying to look 10 miles away over the ocean, which would be 72 inches. Or
Depends
sorry,
on
it'd
the
be three miles, but 72 inches of drop. Right.
And this drop could be variable depending on several different factors, such as
Right,
like
what-
the shape of your local area, or the optics at
talking
play
about-
here, like the way the water is bending. Which I don't
we're
have
talking about-
any like. I said this before. I can't account for this because I'm
Yeah,
not
that's not the
educated on like
claim.
optics. And
That's not the claim from the globe side, guy. You have a constant, right? That's why they call it sea level on a globe, right? So even though it's a wrong definition, right? Because the sea isn't level in the way it's
Mhm.
described on a globe, the rate of curvature remains the same over the whole Earth. Like, you can look that up. They don't claim different rates of curve in different areas, if that makes sense.
Well, I think here that the rate of curvature would be an average, because you would have certain areas that could be flatter and certain areas that could be more curved. This is evidenced by
Look,
mountains,
it's not gonna
right?
even if we grant you slight differences in different areas, right? It's not going to make a difference where we can see the horizon 10, 20, or 30 times further away than it should be on a globe.
As referenced in that
Right?
video.
Okay, listen to
that you
this for an
posted.
example. Let me just give you one quick example, just so you can think of it in your head. Just say you have a 10-mile lake and you set up a camera 1 foot off the surface of the lake, right? If the Earth's a globe, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that 10-mile lake, right? But what you can do is you can set up that camera at 1 foot. You can zoom into the other side of the other shoreline on the other side of the lake 10 miles away, and you can see it, right? But it should be hidden, right? There should be 66 foot of obstruction. There should be
Actually,
physical water between you
slightly-
and the other side.
Slightly wrong. You also have to subtract the horizon line drop in elevation from.
No, you don't. You can look it up on
Yeah.
an Earth curve calculator. No, and okay, unless
Yeah.
you want to also, if you want to debate that the Earth curve calculators are wrong, that's fine. But you can look up. It's going to say obstructed height is going to be 66.6 feet. It'll probably be a little bit less because you're 1 foot off the surface, so it'll be about
So
50,
in a 60-mile
50 feet
lake
or
is what
something,
you said, or
55 feet.
60 kilometer lake? What was the size of this lake?
10 miles. I can
10
show you the
miles. Okay.
The
Yeah, I
proper
can show you the-
calculation is 8 inches per mile squared minus the drop in elevation where you're standing to the horizon line.
Sorry,
That's the calculation.
So that
That's
would
the
depend on the eye height of the observer. The 8 inches per mile squared is just a curve function between point A and point B. Over the distance of that arc of your altitude is 0. You're talking about 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So based on the eye height of the observer, the geometric horizon will appear at a certain distance away. For a 6-foot observer, 2.8 miles.
Yeah, so the math is in the side chat there, and it's very clear. The obscured object part, 51.355 feet.
Obscured. So what portion of the object is obscured? Is that what it is?
Yeah. It's behind the horizon. So the horizon, the curvature of the Earth is obscuring our ability to see the object.
Mm-hmm. And you're saying that this is not the case, that we are able to see all of, like.
Yes, much, much, much further. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'd need to. I mean, maybe I've
Remember
seen
the
this
observation I just showed you just before? It's a great example of it. And we can show you another one from just 1 foot off the surface.
The laser one?
No, not the laser one.
Okay.
You'd have to watch those videos, which would take you some time.
Yeah.
But I can show you just another observation, right? Actually, I'll show you a more extreme example. Okay, so this next one is on a lake in Canada. and this person is holding the camera 3 inches off the surface of the water, and they're looking at a peninsula that's 13.8 miles away. Okay, so I'm going to post the observation.
Sure. So I'll probably just say this like even after I see the videos, just because it's the fact of the case. Like I can't account for these images. Like I'm not that good of a debater. I'm not well informed on like these sort of talking points. But I will say, and I do know this, that there are many other factors that would change the way you perceive something across the horizon than just the simple mathematics of curvature. Like the Earth is not that simple.
Like what?
That's what I know. That would be a reasonable refutation, but it's not a fledged out refutation of such. So I'm not gonna like put all my whatever in that ship.
There's nothing that you're going to be able to find that's going to account for these giant discrepancies that we're having in how far we can see.
Well, that's a claim that you cannot back up.
Just to tell you something.
No, that's the claim backs
Look,
itself
I'm
up because we
telling
can
you, when
see-
we have physicists come in, or mathematicians, professors, people like that come in regularly to debate this topic, they don't have any better explanations, right?
Yeah. Because
just have a look at the observation.
Like them,
have a look at the observation, and I'll just quickly show it to you. So, right. So
I can't even verify this observation, much less analyze it.
No. This is just a clip from a full video. Hold on a second. The good thing is all of these observations are repeatable by just about anyone, right? But this is just a small clip from a full video. I can share you the full video. It shows the location. It shows him going through the whole process, right? You can have a look at that if you want to.
Sure.
But obviously we can't go there together right now and validate it empirically like that. So you're going to have... Yeah. Okay. So look, the camera is just 3 inches off the surface of the water. Okay. And that when he zooms in, you'll see 2 peninsulas on the right-hand side of the screen. The second peninsula on the right, the furthest one, is 13.8 miles away, right? On a globe, the geometric horizon from 3 inches height should be at just 0.6 miles, right? And that peninsula that you can see should be hidden behind 120 foot or 123 foot. Be obstructed by 123 foot, right? And the geometric horizon line should be at 0.6 miles. That's a huge, that's 2,200% discrepancy. And there's no optical effects or anything you're going to be able to find that explains that on a globe.
And just to clarify something, just remove that idea that we are using the dry land. We are using the surface of water, which we just follow a constant rate of curvature around that globe. Because when you said earlier, there is some spots in the earth that are flat, there is some spots that are much more curved. Yeah, that would be in a dry land, hail, mountain. Yeah, you can find that in the dry land. But surface of water, it will just have a constant rate of curvature.
I don't totally agree that water would have a constant rate of curvature in this case.
It will.
According to your own model, it does. According to the globe model, it does. Right? It can change very slightly if you go up in altitude, right? So if you have a lake that's 500 foot elevation, it's going to have such a very slight change in curvature according to the globe, but it's going to be so minuscule it's not even worth taking into consideration if you do the math. But it's really nothing
I need to do
that's going to account for this. Look, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you the best response to this from the globe side, right? This is the best that they can come up with to explain these observations. They're going to tell you, really, the geometric horizon is at 0.6 miles, but it's invisible. You can't see it. You can't detect it because what's happening is a special type of refraction called terrestrial refraction, where everything behind the horizon line is magically bending up and just making it an illusion that looks like it's flat. That's the best you're going to get from.
Well, I'm interested in that perspective. It would be a refutation of your position. I haven't looked into it myself. Refraction. I don't know a lot about refraction and optics. But I don't think
refraction formulas.
There's no refraction
formulas, right? But there's no refraction formulas or anything like that that can account for these types of huge discrepancies.
There's no refraction.
And they're
force for
consistent.
this
They're
case.
very consistent as well. And it gets worse than that. Like we've had teams of field engineers go out with like a $20,000-$30,000 laser and shoot it over huge bodies of water, like 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, right? And they'll set it up just slightly off the surface of the water. They'll set up a target, like an archery style target on the other side of the body of water, and they'll shoot it over these huge differences and hit the target, right? These are professionals doing this as well, and this is all documented. There should be hundreds of feet of curvature.
I'm
over
most
that
interested
distance.
in that. If you know the name of that. Who did
Yeah,
it
I can.
or
I'll
whatever.
share you the experiment. It's called Field Engineers Core. Just find it now and chuck it in the side chat.
Sure, I'm most interested in that because a lot of these videos are very shaky, so that I don't really like the veracity of them. But that sounds.
Well, it was
pretty
just the last one that was shaky. Like the first one was
it's a lot.
wasn't
They're
shaky.
amateurish to say the least, but that sounds fairly professional. I like that piece of evidence.
Yeah. I'll drop that in the chat for you. It doesn't even just, you need to remember as well, just because they're amateur, it's not going to make a difference that you can still see the horizon behind the oil platforms, right?
Well,
it doesn't matter how
what I mean by
amateur you are.
they're amateurs. They're not fully informed on what sort of factors. Like I think we can say that
They're just
refraction would be-
making the observation, right? And in the observation, we can clearly see the horizon way behind the oil platform. On a
there
globe,
are
it has
other
to be-
things. There are other things influencing this observation besides
Like
the
what?
pure geometry. And it's somebody who's
Like what?
amateurish, who doesn't have the physics knowledge or whatever sort of knowledge, wouldn't be able to
Okay,
account
look.
or explain for these.
Hold on
That's
a
what I'm saying. I'm
second.
not saying that's necessarily
We've
what's going
been-
on here.
Okay, so
This is a
we've
side
been
note.
Explain it.
deeply looking into this. Hold on one second. We've been deeply looking into this topic, right? Studying it a lot for 8, 10 or more years, many of us, right? We know the math, right? We know the counter arguments from the globe side. You're not going to get anything that's going to account for these types of discrepancies other than the excuse that I gave you before, which is the same excuse they'll use for every one of these observations, which is just an escape word. They can't validate it at all.
What and that is refraction in this case?
Yep, they'll say that like a magic escape word. It doesn't matter if it's a laser shooting over a 10-mile lake. They'll say, oh, the laser's bending over the curvature 66 foot, right? It's just perfectly bending over and hitting the target. And then they'll do it on a 15 or a 20 or a 30-mile lake. They'll say, oh, it's bending hundreds of foot now over the curvature and perfectly hitting the target. And it just happens to look flat because of this illusion of refraction, right? But the main problem is, you guys need to be able to actually demonstrate that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon in the first place, right? That's the main thing. You guys, you can reverse engineer it with excuses all you like, but you need to be able to validate that a geometric horizon exists, because if you look up the actual definition of what a horizon is, it's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. That's all it says, right? A horizon is just a product of perspective, right? And there can be optical effects that are going to affect where you see it and how high you are, and many other factors.
Yeah, and that's not an acceptable definition in your view.
No, the globe
Is that
side
right?
has to have no. I gave you the actual definition of what a horizon is. That's what we say a horizon is, right? It's an apparent location. The globe has to have a geometric horizon in a fixed location. We went over this before. Like, if you have a particular radius value and you're 1 foot off the surface, you have to have like a geometric horizon at a specific distance, which is 1.22 miles. Okay, so if you took away all the atmospheric effects, that's a physical horizon. It can never move. It's never going to move, right? It's only going to change if you changed your observer height. So you need to be able to prove that that exists.
Yes. You need to be able to prove that exists. And you're saying that there's no proof?
No, there's no proof. If you look up like who measured the curvature of the Earth or something like that, you're going to get some old Greek guy called Eratosthenes. Yeah, and all he did was measure like an angle of a shadow. He already assumed the Earth was a globe. He made assumptions about distances. He made assumptions about parallel sun
he made a lot of
rays and-
assumptions. I'm aware of the
Yeah.
assumptions he made.
Yeah, so you could
what's
assume.
interesting
Okay,
is-
just say he did the exact same math, and he assumed that the
Mhm.
Earth was a flat surface, right? It works both on a flat or a globe Earth. It doesn't prove a globe Earth at all. And he's not measuring any curvature. He's just making assumptions and doing calculations based on the assumptions.
Oh.
You're not going to be able to
making
find anyone.
assumptions based off like the best knowledge that the Greeks had at the time, and his calculations proved right. Not because his theory was right.
No.
But...
No.
Oh yeah, I already know you disagree with that.
Or even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, disagrees with that. He says it doesn't globe. Right? He said it would also work on a flat plane with a local sun. I can post that clip for you if you want.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson there. It doesn't prove the globe. I don't think I said that though.
But you would Tim.
Huh? He got the measurements. I forgot exactly what he measured. Maybe it was the radius or whatever.
Circumference.
But if the globe, or if the Earth were a globe, he approximated the circumference pretty well. There are other geometric explanations for that, but then that's like assuming a couple other things, like you said, a local sun.
Mutually exclusive, though. Which, when you search for proof of the evidence of the Earth being a globe, that's what the internet's going to tell you. The people that are providing evidence, well, evidence of something needs to be exclusive. But if I put a bunch of beer cans on a pool table, that doesn't prove the pool table is a sphere.
I didn't. Yeah, I don't think I claimed that was like proof.
I know, but I'm telling you, why are they so desperate to push it as if it is proof?
Exactly. Fake
Google's
shit.
algorithms is specific to you.
Brother, why would you need to
go
show
ask the
fake
computer
hills
scientist
of
that?
No, why would the scientist need to show you a fake backyard if your backyard is what it is? You're not making no sense, brother.
What do you like at the fake back? I don't know what you're going at.
Yeah, if you can go out in your backyard and check and make sure of all the hills, side view, measure it, test it, repeat it every day of your life, and you know that's how your backyard looks. Now, do you think some scientists can come along and just tell you that that's not what it is because they say? Because magic words and science?
So the reason
I think he'd believe it.
I'm going to be like very good faith here. So the reason that I'm more inclined to agree with the globe Earth is probably because I haven't done a shit ton of research into this, but also because a lot of the science that I know that I've done a lot of calculations are like basic physics. I'm not like a scientist.
Calculations aren't physics.
Okay. Yeah. So a lot of
where do you get your idiocracy? You just say
a lot of the basic physics that I've done rest on basic theories about gravity,
which you can't prove up and close. You can't prove that.
When you use math to try and prove a theory, you're in a fallacy in itself.
I'm being good faith. I'm explaining to you why I have the position. I'm not saying that this is proof for such. I'm just saying that a lot of the knowledge that I have, a lot of the scientific knowledge I have, is like at the core of it. There is a basic truth of this, and that the Earth is
it's a religious belief.
Okay, I'm explaining to you why I would believe in a certain thing. Whether it's true or not, we can discuss later. But just let me get through like 3 sentences, man. Okay? So I'm just saying that if it were disproven that the Earth were not a globe, then a lot of...
It's just going to get into chaos if we don't let him finish his sentence.
If it were disproven that the Earth were not a globe, then a lot of my beliefs regarding certain institutions or certain basic laws of physics would have to be questioned too. So that's why I'm so inclined to support one side or the other. I'm just saying that good faith explanation of why. That's kind of a non sequitur, though.
None of that even mattered. Earth is what it is. Doesn't matter what any of those organizations or institutions fucking think.
Sure, yeah.
And it shouldn't be a belief. It should be measurable, testable, and repeatable.
Well, would you agree that if you had a math equation, right, and one of the values in that math equation was incorrect, then you could
pretty much just
you could just kind of throw right. You're not going to get the right answer. It's just junk, right? You can just throw it away. Yeah. Okay. So in the globe model, right, you've got the radius value, which is the 3,959 mile radius.
I thought there was more to that setup. Sorry. You said if there's
one... Well, look, let me get to the point, right? In the globe model, right, it's like a mathematical model, right? And it has the R value in all of the formulas, pretty much. So it's a 3,959... Yeah, the value of R is 3,959 miles, right?
Is it R meaning radius of this
Yeah,
globe
yeah,
Earth?
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. So when we go out in reality to test if the radius value actually matches reality, it doesn't match reality, right? So if you have that problem in the equation, right, when the equation's referencing reality, then you have a big problem with the model, right, with the mathematical model or the equation or formula or whatever you want to call it.
So like, it depends on what sort of equation. Like, if we're talking about like the equation of gravity, right?
No. Everything in the globe model relies on the radius value being correct, right? Being able to go to space, the distances to planets, the size of planets, even gravity, right? They all have the radius value incorporated into them. It's like the core fundamental like value that's essential for all of the other math in the globe model to work, right? So what we're doing is putting that to the test, right? And what the globe side isn't able to do is prove that actually exists in reality.
I'd be interested to see what sort of mathematics you're talking about. Is like, so I know of like that got us to the moon or whatever. I'd be interested. I don't know what sort of formulas.
The moon.
Math that got
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of
writing
math.
down 2 + 2 got you to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, you have to calculate forces, which is numerical.
Forces of what? A vacuum? What's the force of a
Like
vacuum?
forces of gravity, propulsion force, those sort of things.
Well, it's farther in a vacuum than it is in Earth's air, right? So if there's Earth's air stops somewhere, does it go as far as the vacuum, or there is no vacuum? Like, what are you calculating for here?
Basic physics 1.
Physics of what?
Physics 1. Mechanics.
Of what?
Of different Newton's laws. Force equals mass times acceleration. These are numbers.
Of what material, brother?
What do you mean? Okay.
How the fuck are you writing some of these laws just numbers on paper? Is that what you're trying to tell me? There's no physical attribute to any of this. It's just a cartoon comic book religion.
He's just
with
stating
math.
Newton's second law for you.
Where are the physical attributes of the fucking where the law came from? What material? The fucking space material you have to add, and the Earth material, which would be the air. So where's the vacuum equation in Newton's law and the fucking air equation where it starts and stops and where it begins to be stronger or less or lighter amounts or to 0 and then 1 and 2 and -5? What are we even talking about?
We're just talking about force, man. Like from
Force
Star
of
Wars.
what?
From Star Wars, man.
Force from Star Wars.
Yeah, like the force.
That didn't make any sense. What number do I write for the force of gravity? What value?
The force of gravity?
Yeah.
Will it be depending on your
It's
mass?
0, isn't it?
I think the acceleration is 9.8 meters.
No, I didn't ask for the acceleration, stupid. I said, what's the force value of
It'd
gravity?
be Yoda plus Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay, so we got a retard here. Okay, go back to kindergarten.
Yeah.
When people don't have a comprehension and they don't even, and there's no point in talking to them, I don't get it.
I'm just trying in good faith to engage with y'all.
No, you're not. You don't know what the fuck good faith is, and you're a dirty liar, and you act like you don't comprehend anything.
Yeah.
You need an expert for
maybe we could
everything.
reset. Maybe we could just reset and everybody take a breath. Relax.
Yeah, it's been a decent conversation, man. So like what else do you have to offer in regards to being one of your best proofs of the globe Earth?
Best proofs of the globe Earth. So I don't really,
Yeah.
I don't think about this question a lot. I think I'm kind of avoiding your question. I don't want to, like, the truth is that I'm not well too prepared in this topic, so I wouldn't have like a very concrete proof of it.
That's good. I prefer honest answers like that rather than just googling something. Look, a lot of people come in and right now when I ask that question, you'll hear them start typing, right? And they'll just bring up like, what are the best proofs of the globe Earth? And then they'll just start reading something. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about, right? That's the worst type of person. At least you said you're unprepared, you're not sure. That's better.
Yeah, well,
Right. So that means
yeah, because like I might ask you like, oh, what's your proof of like whatever Gauss's law or whatever, and you'd be like, I don't really know about it. Like you're uneducated about it. But if somebody
right.
said that, oh, Gauss's law says that I could eat 30 hot dogs in a row, I'd be like, okay, that's obviously not Gauss's law or whatever, right? So
So what's your
what I'm trying to
reference?
say here is that
Question.
when
So what's your
people,
reference?
okay, DMOC, stop. When people bring up
You should
different
stop talking about hot dogs.
models of globe or flat Earth, typically I find that the globe Earth models, the explanations are more rigorous
What's your reference?
and more correct. And when there's a lot of phenomena and things that a flat Earth simply, in my view, can't account for. And so it's more reasonable from my perspective to say, well, de facto, the globe Earth is probably the truth. But I'm not like a physicist. I'm not like somebody who studies this all the time. So can I present to you these proofs concretely? Probably not. I'm not that good, you know.
You also need to remember that flat earthers don't claim to have a model, right? And there's no such thing as like a all-in-one globe model. Like if I asked, oh, can you share the globe model? Like you're not going to be able to share anything, right? You can model out specific things that happen, right? But you're not going to, there's no such thing as a globe model or a flat earth model.
So would you say that
Explains
flat
everything.
earther is a misnomer then, because they don't have a
The
model?
globe
So,
is flat Earth.
No.
Holy fuck.
I was
because
just
I would
explaining
think
that
that
you don't have a model either, right? And when we test the math, right, in the globe claims, right, when we look up the radius value and stuff like that, it doesn't match reality. So it doesn't matter. Like we don't live on a model.
right,
at the
but
end of the day.
there's a model depicts reality, and so if I'm speaking to a flat earther who's trying to disprove the globe Earth, I would assume that the model that they're in favor of or they think closer matches reality is flat. Would that be a
Something that
correct
doesn't-
assumption in this case?
No.
Okay, so look, a model needs to be testable in reality, right, for it to be valid. And go out and test the globe claims, it doesn't match reality, right? So that's why we ask people like you, okay, so how do you know globe model matches reality? And then you guys aren't able to provide anything other than assumptions and calculations, right? Where we're able to provide empirical, practical demonstrations that anyone can go and test and repeat themselves.
So from my perspective, and you could disagree with this, the disapproval of globe Earth that I see is like these cases where like the geometrical horizon is not apparently what it is, and some say there's alternative reasoning for this, such as refraction, whatever. You say, oh, that's bullshit, and then I look to the flat Earth model, which is I assume the alternative model for this, or the alternative way to understand the shape of the Earth, and there's like blaring and obvious how do you say this? Blaring and obvious like faults with the model. There's like I just can't accept this because there are easier explanations as to why.
Okay, hold on a second. Firstly, we don't have a model, but okay, so what faults are you talking about? Like, can you name one?
So one thing that I think is most clear to me is how if you go in the southern hemisphere, I forget which way the sky rotates exactly. I think it's counterclockwise or clockwise, but it rotates contrary to the way it rotates in the northern hemisphere.
East to west.
And this could be easily explained by how you view the sky on a globe. But on a flat Earth model, it's very hard to explain this discrepancy.
The sky goes east to west, dude. Not fucking clockwise.
This one requires patience
go
because
ahead,
some
Larry.
people just, if you don't mind. Okay, so I'm asking you some simple, objective questions. So, do the stars rise in the east and set in the west?
Rise in the east and set in the west. I have to remember. It's going to make me seem stupid.
You know, Japan is the house of the rising sun. Right.
I would say yes.
Right. So the sun and moon too, right? Rise in the east and set in the west.
Rise in the east and set in the west. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Right, because in your globe model, the Earth is spinning in one direction. So, if that's true in your model, hypothetically, then all the heavenly bodies would be, by and large, moving in the same direction.
Booyah. Go get a ball and test it out. Go get a real ball. Spin it around. The dots on your room. Same thing, brother. Don't say man. Talking reality that you can test. We told you the stuff we talk about.
No
is
problem,
testable.
Demok.
Just saying.
Let them have that discussion. Let them have that discussion.
All the heavenly bodies, like yeah, from your perspective, all the heavenly bodies would move in the same direction in the sky.
So whoever told you that they spin in opposite directions, was either extremely ignorant or trying to confuse you. I don't know which one, but I don't blame you for that, right? Because like the Eratosthenes thing, someone has conveyed this to you that this is end all be all truth. But unfortunately, it's something that confuses everybody because they don't spin in opposite directions relative to the position of the North Pole. When you turn around and look north and then turn around and look south, they only apparently, which means they appear to spin in opposite directions. But they aren't spinning in opposite directions. They're all going east to west. You turned around and faced an opposite direction. So why would someone set you up as that being some kind of proof if all of what I said is objectively true?
Well, I need to think about it for a second.
I
'cause there's
agree.
a lot of
I agree. But I said it as best I could, and I'm going to pass the mic.
I need to see images because I'm very bad at like visual imagization.
Brother, you just answered the question.
Like,
So
because
it's
I
like
need to
this.
think about it, D-Mac. I'm like slow.
Imagine two train tracks, right? Two trains on train tracks. They're parallel to one another, and they're both going in the same direction. And you're in the middle. You're in between the two sets of railway tracks, with a train on either side going in the same direction, right? You turn around and face one, right? It's going to seem to be going from your left to your right, and then you turn around and face going from your right to your left.
I hope you heard him. Hey,
I'm thinking through some things. I did sort of hear him, but I'm also like thinking right now.
Nice.
It also that is not exclusive to being in, it's not exclusive to being south of the equator. Yeah, is applicable to either side of the equator. You can be in the north or the south. You turn around and see that. So that's another misconception. We've had people swear and declare that no, you don't see that in the north. You do. In the northern hemisphere, well, not hemisphere, but anyway, if you're north of the equator, you face north. You'll view the stars appearing to go anti-clockwise, and you turn around without changing location. Just turn around and face south, and the stars will appear to be moving in a clockwise fashion.
But the
left to right.
Just like facing the north, you will have, if you face the north, you will have the sun going from your right to your left. If you face the south, if you look to the sky and it is the night, you will see the moon going from your left to your right.
Right.
Does
So
the moon
I don't
and the
have an
sun
issue
going
with
on
that.
opposite
That's
to each
not what I'm
They're
claiming is the issue. I'm talking about the rotation around an axis, which is different depending on what pole you're on.
See, the thing is that flat earthers aren't making a claim about it. They're just saying that's just what happens, right? That's just what you observe. So we're not looking at that and going, oh, that proves that the earth is flat. No, we're saying that the earth's surface proves the earth is flat. It's globe. If globers have a claim to make about a relationship between what they see the things in the sky do and the geometry of the surface, then they should go ahead and make that claim and then support it with evidence, because that would not be evidence in and of itself. Just because you can explain that through the simple idea of being on a globe, right, without having proven that it is a globe, is not supporting evidence.
Okay, you want evidence?
When
there is
constructing a
literally
model,
video footage of photographs from space, like from the International
when
Space Station.
constructing,
There's a 24/7 live stream as well.
Yeah.
Awesome, dude. We already
Cool story, bro.
When constructing a model, you're going to take certain phenomena and a
But you can't affirm. I understand what you're going to say, dude. I get it. We've heard this before. I can cut you off early, justifiably.
So what am I going to say?
What
am I going to say?
Because right? Because you can use it to make predictions, and if it seems to fit, then you have some sort of affirmation. The problem is you can't say it definitively proves anything because you'll be affirming the consequent. Right?
So
It's a
if you
logical
knew what I was going to
fallacy.
say, you would know that I was going to say that. I know that sounds pretty rich. It's like somebody who is in this situation would say that. But yes, I agree with you. It's not definitive proof. We have models of the atom that are completely incorrect, but do show why certain phenomena or how certain phenomena could occur. Right? That's all I was going to say. I'm not saying that if I present to you a model which explains like a majority of phenomena, that's not concrete proof that this model thus depicts reality. I think there's a misconception here. Right. I think you were trying to. I mean, I don't want to be bad faith, but that was an attempted straw man. I don't agree with that. That straw man is not in my field.
Just trust me, brother. If you're standing in between two wheels, if you have your car in the garage, they're repairing the car, they lift the car up, and you're standing below that car. You're watching the wheels just rotating in one direction, so forward, for example. They are both rotating in one direction, and when you look at the wheel in your left, so you're facing that wheel, you see that wheel go spinning counterclockwise, anti-clockwise.
I agree with you.
Anti-clockwise.
That is true. So how do
And
we
how do we
achieve?
If you face the other wheel, you will see that the other wheel, even if they are rotating in the same direction, you will see it's rotating clockwise, not anti-clockwise.
I agree with you. That is true. But how do we account for that in reality? Like how do we achieve that? How do we change our perspective to achieve the differential rotation in reality? Do we walk above where the Earth is spinning, or how do we do that?
Turn around.
That's not an explanation of that phenomena. You'd still have it rotating in the same direction. What he's talking about is if you have a spinning object, if you go behind that object, its appearance of spin will have changed direction, right? But on a flat Earth, you'd have to be able to get to the other side of the spinning object. How do we do that?
You're not changing. You are in between those two spinning wheels. You are under your car. So, like in the garage, they lift the car, you are able to go under your car to change the oil. So now the wheels are above you and you are between them. You're between the wheels, yes. You are in the equator.
What do you?
You are in the
equator.
You are in the equator. You are in between your two wheels. You are not outside.
Right. So in this scenario, what are the two spinning wheels in the Earth and the sky?
The north and the south.
That's the problem.
The north and the south. Those two spinning wheels are the north and the south.
So you're saying that the sky is two separate objects with two different directions of spin?
No, see, that's the problem. You're asking us to model unknown variables, and that's where so with. It's not just that the spinning Earth explains what's happening in the sky, right? It assumes things about the sky to begin with, right? One, it assumes that what you are observing isn't actually happening, that the stars aren't the thing that's moving. It's the ground below you that's moving. Two, it assumes that those things in the sky are at essentially infinite distances away, right? And so there's these other factors involved in that modeling, right, which assumes to know things about the variables involved, which it can't possibly know. And I'm not willing to do that myself. I'm not willing to make assumptions about the sky. Can't make that I can't verify.
So I think in this, I don't know if this directly addresses your question, because there are certain assumptions about the way we observe the spin of the sky, right? And one of those, like you correctly observed or stated, is that we are assuming that the Earth itself is moving. You're right. But one thing I would say to that, so like if you have a certain model and you say that this model is, let me collect my train of thought real quick. Like, when you create a model, you have a responsibility to make it as simple or as non-frivolous as possible, right? So if I have a model that explains quantum whatever, and I say, well, it's actually leprechauns, then I'm clearly wrong, right?
A model is a description, not an explanation.
Well, but you could extrapolate off of a model why certain things would happen.
If you can verify.
Would you need values? Yeah, would you need values to create that model?
You wouldn't necessarily need values. You need relationships and
So this
possibly
would be purely conceptual then?
No, it's not purely conceptual. You could see relationships in physical things. Like
Okay, so
unlike
physically
charge
the Earth
attracts.
is
What?
right. So in this case, physically the Earth has not shown to have any curvature anywhere. Why would we assume that we're on a ball spinning when it's not a ball in the first place?
Because the argument for the globe Earth goes is that you can find lots of pieces of evidence and lots of phenomena, such as the different spinning around axis depending on the hemisphere are. And a lot of these explanations and a lot of these phenomena map onto simply onto a globe Earth.
Yeah, but it has to be a globe first. I mean, you're claiming hemispheres and there's no sphere. So what are we going to do with that?
Well, okay, let me simplify this. You could go from North America down to Argentina and see that the Earth rotates around like a center point differently.
No, it doesn't. I don't see any of that. I see the sky doing what the sky does, but the Earth's not curving. So that kind of throws that out.
You haven't I mean, I'm taking other people's words for it, but I don't suspect that they'd be false about the direction of the sky spinning. That's a pretty falsifiable thing.
Yeah, so the sky is moving from east to west, right? Everything in the sky moving east to west, save for Polaris. The Earth isn't a ball, so why tie the two together since they're totally unrelated?
Because if you go into the southern hemisphere, there's a phenomena that occurs that, number one, there is no Polaris, but there's still like a center of spin. And this apparent center of spin, the apparent direction of it, is opposite to that of the North Pole.
Oh, so they're not going east to west.
I believe it's still
Mark,
going east to west. It's just around that specific axis, it's separate. Like one is clockwise, the other is counterclockwise.
No, those are relative directions. I'm talking about east to west.
Relative directions?
Yeah. You were talking about it earlier with Necros, talking about the tire. We're talking about traffic, right? Like if I'm facing north, they go to the left. If I'm facing south, they go to the right.
You could change the relative direction that something spins by going to the other side of it, to the other side of the wheel.
No,
But then,
no. You just stay in the middle. You just stay in the middle between those spinning wheels. Stay in the middle between two spinning wheels.
Yes.
Face the one. Just don't change your position. Just face the one.
Which one? Like one on the left side?
One of them. Okay.
So like you only have one in view. Yes.
I give you the correct example. If you have the car facing forward and you are facing the same direction, the car, the wheels are spinning to push the car forward, so they are spinning same direction both. You face one. You turn to the one in the right. That one in the right you will see it turning or rotating anti-clockwise.
Yes. So if this is what I'm saying, you have changed your position relative to these wheels by going under it. But you've changed your position to one and the other. If you go to the right of this vehicle, like you're not under it anymore, and you look at the wheels, they're both spinning. If the car is going forward, it would be. Let me think about this real quick. It would be clockwise, right? If you're of the right of it. Now, if you go to the center, you've changed your position relative to the right wheels. So now they appear to be spinning counterclockwise. Yes.
Now you are not.
But they're still moving in the same direction.
Yes, they're still moving the same direction.
Like you are standing in the earth in the equator.
Explain this in a way that you would understand.
Like if you are standing in the earth, in the equator, you face the north, you can see the stars rotating anti-clockwise. Yeah. If you face the south, you will see them spinning clockwise. That's the same thing. You stand in between the two wheels. One in your right, if you are facing the forward of the car, one will be in your right. Like if you are standing in the equator and facing west, the north will be in your right, and the south will be in your left. and you will face the north. Now you will face the right, your right hand. So that right wheel of that car, you will see that wheel of the car spinning anti-clockwise. If you face south, if you face your left hand, and it will be that wheel at your left hand. If you face south, you will see it spinning clockwise.
This is not rocket science, guys. This is so easy. I don't
Well,
know
for me,
why.
I'm slow, so I have to draw
No,
it.
it's not about you, bro. It's the people that are showing this as some kind of globe proof. Think about it. If I wanted to know if my shoes are tied, right, would I ask you to see if my shoes are tied by looking at the ceiling fan?
Nah. We'd have to ask a specialist.
No, you would look directly at my shoes and examine the laces, maybe with your eyes and your hands, to see if they're tied, right? Well, flat Earth is all about what? Guess what? The stars? No. The shape of the Earth in totality. If there is a shape. If it's provable. So the globe claims that it's spherical in nature. Right? That we live on a sphere, an oblate spheroid. So that's what we should be talking about. But the stars rise in the east and set in the west. They don't rotate in opposite directions. Does everybody agree?
Right. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so nobody else is going to say they spin in opposite directions, right?
Get the analogy here that was being made.
No, I'm getting.
There's an easier way.
You don't need an
easier way
analogy.
to explain it.
We don't need to talk about it. It doesn't prove the Earth. It doesn't prove curvature.
Well, in his mind, it does.
No.
He claimed they're spinning in opposite directions. We showed him that it's not.
Yeah,
So he
even
was
if
wrong.
even the analogy shows you that even those wheels, they appear to you that they are spinning in the opposite direction because you are facing the opposite direction, you yourself. That doesn't mean that the floor of that garage that you are standing on is spherical at all.
Okay, so I'm understanding your analogy. I'm getting it, and just so I could dispel this like straw man. I'm not saying that you could choose a phenomena and therefore the globe Earth falls out of that. I am saying that models are a collection or like an idea that you can extrapolate a lot of phenomena and why they would occur. Simply, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And that's
How are you going to test it? How are you going to test it though? Because what you're doing is you're saying that a lot of these these inferences, right, add up to a probability, right?
No.
Okay.
A lot of these inferences.
All these things are lending credence to your idea, right?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Seems to be fitting it. Oh, this fits. That fits. This other thing fits. So it's like I'm accumulating this, what you'll call a preponderance of evidence, right?
Yeah. I agree.
All of these things alone don't prove anything, but you're saying that collectively they do.
So, yeah, I do agree with that. I agree that you could prove something, but that doesn't mean that you have like definitive knowledge that this is actual.
How would you test it then? So if you've got an idea about why something's happening, right?
Yeah.
Then you can't you come up with an idea of why, but that alone isn't enough, is it? You need to test that idea. You need to test it.
Yes.
Right. So if something comes along and shows that your idea it can't be true, right? Then you need to throw it out.
Not necessarily. Yeah, if there's like definitive evidence that something is false, then yeah, you would need to throw it out or not use it anymore, or only use it to explain certain things, as we do for like chemistry. But sometimes evidence seems to be against something, but there's alternative explanations that would still allow for it to exist within a certain model. Right.
Right. So what would need to be demonstrated in order for the idea that the Earth is that the reason we see the stars do what they do, the Earth is a sphere, is measurement of the surface, is confirmation, direct confirmation that the surface is curving and that it is spherical in nature. That would be confirmation.
What would the evidence be? Is that what you're asking?
That would back up your idea. That would support your idea of why the stars appear to be doing what they do.
What do you mean? Like
If the surface isn't curving, then the idea that the stars are doing what they do because the Earth's a sphere can't be true.
So I'm struggling to follow because obviously I've said many times I'm a bit slow.
If the stars are doing what they appear to be doing because the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yes.
And also spinning, right? Then it would necessitate that the surface of the Earth be curving.
It would well if it that makes no sense. On the premise you granted that the Earth was a sphere, yes?
No, I'm just saying that. If the reason the stars are doing what they appear to be doing is because the Earth is a sphere,
yes,
and that would necessitate that the surface of the sphere has curvature.
That would necessitate because it's a sphere. It would have some sort of curvature.
If it doesn't have that or can't be demonstrated to have that, you don't have any support for that idea of what the stars are doing.
I would agree with you. If you could find contrary evidence that the Earth is actually not a sphere, then yeah, you would find that model would fail to explain why certain things happen.
Alright. Maybe someone else can pick up from there because I gotta go. Sorry, guys.
Nice. So you remember earlier that we just talked about what they call, we don't consider it a model, it's not. The model of that curvature, the rate of curvature over distance.
Say again? Sorry?
The rate of curvature over distance, the observation that they showed you where you can see the horizon at significant distance, much more than what the globe model is telling you.
Yeah, and
Nice.
So here's the thing: I don't talk about this all the time. I don't have like the most information. I can't give you like a full refutation of that position. He did say there was a refutation within refraction, which I know refraction as a thing exists, and I would think it's reasonable, but I don't know. Like honestly, like this isn't my day job. Like I'm not on here all the time. I'm primarily a computer engineer. So
I
don't know.
understand it correctly, but just to explain to you that was the point of T word.
Right,
If the surface is not curving, so there is no point to say that the cause of what we see in the sky is the spin of a ball Earth. It's nonsense because
as
the
far as I
surface
know,
is not curving.
As far as I know, and I'll say this, and you'll have your reasonable objections to it. There's an explanation as to why the laser thing happened, or why the peninsula thing happened, and it's scientific and backed in evidence. And I also know that I think all the evidence that we have, all the scientific evidence that we have, all the theories and models we have, sort of rest on the idea that the Earth is a globe. And if the Earth were not a globe, then we'd need to reverse back 300 years of all this science, essentially.
You don't even know the refutations. Hold on a second. You don't even know the refutations to the long distance observations unless you're just assuming that there's an explanation that's scientific, even though it's not a scientific query. You're just assuming that there's an explanation that fits. Don't say there is when you don't even know.
Yeah, I am making an assumption. I will be honest here. I don't know a lot of these things. I am making a clear assumption.
I was about to say that's what you hope to be in reality, because you will go and research what will be the excuse that they will give for what those observations. Why we see a horizon at significant distance more than what the globe model predicts.
So you guys already like. You say it's an excuse. You say it's magical, the explanation they give, but that's not a rigorous refutation of why refraction wouldn't explain it. Why wouldn't the way light behaves through a medium not explain these certain phenomena?
No, that's not the way light behaves through a medium, dude. Right? It's not. Okay, so when they're claiming terrestrial refraction, right, they're begging the question, and it's a type of refraction that literally begs the question, right? They're adding, like when they say, standard refraction, they're giving you a 7/6 R formula, right? They're incorporating the radius value into their refraction claim.
Yep, and also when we do the tests, when we use, for example, when we just for example, when we use, for example, because the claim of the globe is that refraction helps you see farther distance. When refraction is there, it helps you see farther distance. But what we can see in reality,
Neil,
when we test, for example, when we use infrared cameras, infrared filters in telescopes and cameras, so it's less. There is less refraction there, meaning that we should see less distance, but still we see farther distance.
So if I do a Google search, right, it's and this is not like rigorous research, but it says that the light must move the air, and this is directly from it. The light must move through most air to reach your eyes, and so it's being refracted downward, as they say. This is incorrect. Why? Why is this not possible?
Can I go over this?
Sure.
Yes.
Can I explain one thing real quick? Neil deGrasse Tyson said that it was due to gravitational refraction, which isn't even possible. So look that up.
Gravitational refraction? What does he mean by that?
I don't know.
Gravitational refraction, meaning the bending of light due to gravitational force, which isn't possible because light does not have mass.
Well, I think there's I mean, I'm not a physicist, but I do think light changes depending on the field you're in, like some Einstein shit, some quantum shit. So I don't think he's incorrect in that. You're coming from like a sort of classical understanding where it's like light is not a mass, so it can't be interacted on by other
The
bodies.
flat earther's correct on that. I'm sorry, the globe earther's correct on that. It's the bending and warping of space-time, but still there's not enough gravitation to cause that. So if Neil deGrasse Tyson did say that, could you post it? I'd like to see it, please. So I want to go over the whole thing, right? So from the beginning, we can see too far. That's why there's flat earthers, right? So that's objective reality that we can see too far from the claim of the geometry of the Earth, right? And the given dimensions, right, circumference, radius, and when we try to, debunk it, the globers say, okay, yes, you can see too far, but the reason why is refraction. So it's empirical, we can see too far. It's an inference only as to why. Now, they say refraction because everybody's experienced refraction. You ever wore a pair of glasses, seen a fish tank, looked into a pool of water? Yeah, refraction is real, but there's no fish tank, glasses, or pool of water in the sky in between you and the thing that you're observing. So we're not saying that refraction can't happen. They're saying the kind of refraction that they're claiming is happening, or the light bends down at the same curvature rate as the Earth, and that's why it looks flat. That sounds like an excuse, right? Because if I were to claim, okay, I'm a globe earther, the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, how would I verify that? Well, I would have to measure the curve. Well, how do you measure the curve? You can't because of refraction. Because every time you try to measure curvature and you see the horizon, objects are always refracted next to the horizon. So if the horizon moves around from point A to point B, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the hour, because it changes from hour to hour, then what you would see is drastically differentiating sunset and sunrise times. And here's why. We could see a mountain from 273 miles away. I think it was the longest distance Guinness Book of World Record at one point. Now, this mountain at 273 miles away, guess what? Globers say that it was refracted. That it wasn't actually there like we were seeing it. It was being refracted, and that's why we were seeing it, right? If that's true, then the sunset time, because it changes day to day throughout the year, but not the same day on the calendar year to year. It wouldn't be predictable. There would be times when Houston would be completely dark, but Dallas would still be lit because Houston is south of Dallas, right? Because of refraction, 273 miles away, the sun set over there, but not over here to the east. But to the south, the sun is already set. We don't witness that in reality. Therefore, the counter refraction they're saying is happening, where the sun can, appear where it's not, 270 miles away. We don't witness that in reality. Guess what? Houston and Dallas get dark at the same time.
Sure. I'm sorry. I struggle to follow.
Well, you asked. It's okay. You asked.
Yeah.
I tried to explain to you that refraction is them saying the light bends down around the curvature of the Earth. That's why it looks flat. That's why we see too far, because of refraction. Well, that takes away the geometric horizon, which is what they used to say was proof of the globe to begin with. That, boats go over the horizon. Yeah. The geometric means Earth-caused horizon.
How does refraction take away the geometric horizon?
Because we can see too far. That took it away to begin with. Then they say, well,
the geometric from a globe perspective, the geometric horizon would still exist. It's just the refraction would be showing you beyond that. It'd be showing you the light from beyond that.
How many horizons is there?
What do you mean? How many horizons is there?
When you look out to the ocean, how many horizons do you see?
You see one horizon.
Right. That's an optical horizon where the sky apparently meets the water or land. Correct?
Yes.
Right. So apparent means that it's optical. So if they say what's causing this is refraction because we can see too far, we're seeing objects that are past the horizon that should be invisible, not visible. Not visible.
Yeah.
Because of the geometric Earth curve. Well, when we can see those images, that debunks the claim of a geometric horizon. That's why they say refraction. So you no longer have a geometric horizon once you say refraction.
If you took away the light in this scenario, there would be a geometric horizon. There'd be an object which would be visible to you, and it would obscure the objects behind it. The refraction in this case is just showing you the objects beyond the horizon.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what you would expect to see if the Earth was flat, right?
What would you
objects that were farther than the claim of a spherical Earth?
I mean, from my understanding of what a flat Earth would be like, I expect you'd be able to see all objects, if they were not obscured. That's just how a flat plane would exist. So if you got up to a sufficient enough height, you'd be able to see China, right?
How big is a brick when it's touching your nose? Pretty damn big, right? Blocks out all of your vision.
Sure.
Right?
How big is a brick when you're 5 miles away from it?
Right. So how could we see China, which is 12 hours by flight? I don't know how far it is from here, but it's a really long far away. So China's huge, but at that distance, it's going to appear quite small if it would appear at all, because the atmosphere isn't transparent, it's translucent.
Sure.
So there's cloud and fog and rain and storm.
You'd still be able to see some sort of light from it, whether it be small or whatever. You'd be able to see, I assume, I'm not a flat earther, so I don't have a clear picture of what the flat earth model would be like, but I assume you'd be able to see the earth as if it were a map, right?
You don't understand. The Rayleigh criterion dictates that things disappear when they get too far away from you. They don't disappear, they converge.
Yes.
If objects converge, at 1 mile away, you can see 2 headlights. But at 5 miles away, it's going to appear as 1 headlight, even though it's a car that has 2 headlights. Does that make sense?
So, but this occurs on a continuum, right? So it's not clear when 2 becomes 1 as you get further from it, right?
Right. So if you're talking about 2 headlights, if you put the car on its side, right, you're going to think that the bottom headlight is disappearing when you only see 1 headlight. The car's on its side, the bottom headlight's close to the ground, but at 5 miles away, you're like, oh, the bottom light disappeared. Must be a globe. That's not actually how it works. You have to take the optics into consideration. You don't have eagle eyes. You got human eyes. And then even if you advance...
Why is it that when we go up to a sufficient enough like height, we are not able to see the Earth as a map? Or is there some sort of alternative explanation from this?
See the Earth as a map, bro. The Earth is dirt and rocks and grass and trees and shit.
Yeah.
The Earth is not the map. The map is not the terrain.
Yeah, I agree. The map is a depiction of the terrain.
Right, it's a cartoon, basically. It's a really well done cartoon. But it's not the real thing.
Yeah.
So every time you've ever seen a globe, you've seen it on TV. You never went outside and saw one.
I'm not talking about a globe map. I'm talking about a flat map, like what we use to navigate. Which I think we can both agree that maps are highly accurate.
No.
Okay, then we're just end pass here.
Yeah, there's imperfections in every map.
They're highly accurate. I mean, I guess that's subjective to you. But I would stake my life on a modern map.
Would you? Go look at the size of Greenland and look at the size of Africa.
Yeah.
Because Africa's
Yeah, look,
5,000
this
miles.
is.
Go ahead.
Have a look in the side chat, my friend, and you'll see the most commonly used map, which is the Mercator map, and you'll see the continents shrinking to their true size, right? And it shows you how inaccurate that is on that particular map.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
But
Larry.
it still has high. It has a good accuracy in getting you from place to place.
Bro,
and my
look at
initial
Greenland.
question is still unanswered. Why? So if the Earth is a flat plane, why is it that I cannot go up to a sufficient enough distance, assuming that the Earth were not in rotation, and see China? Is it because it's obscured because it's far enough away? Is that the explanation?
Bro, you're not going to be able to see tens of thousands of miles away. The atmosphere is not transparent.
So what do you see when you go high enough?
Horizon. You have a
what?
limit. You have a limit to how far you can see, bro. It's just reality. The Earth is too big. Look at how small Africa is on this map. It's it's 5,000 miles.
What? How do you answer the question, or how do you account for like the pictures we see of hurricanes and such, where you can clearly see like clear geographical locations like Florida,
Yeah, you
for
could
example?
send a balloon up and see a great deal of land, but you're not going to be able to see
Yeah.
Florida and China with a balloon.
So
with the
if
same
the
balloon?
Earth,
No.
if the Earth were flat, if you send up a weather balloon and you could clearly see Florida, it'd be reasonable to suspect that if it were flat, you would be able to see other continents or other things, or at least you see where they meet. And you'd see an obscure. I don't know how to put that obscurification. You'd be able to see an obscurification of that visual, but you don't see that. You see a circular horizon.
Yes, because that's
Which
reality. You don't see this.
Yeah,
kind
because
of stuff
reality
on
is
TV.
globe.
No, that's what you see on TV, sir. Try to think about what I'm saying. You've seen the globe on TV. You've never been up so
Yes.
high that you can see Florida and China at the same time.
Have you seen these things in person?
No.
Felix Baumgartner.
Okay, so I'm telling you. Okay, I will
Felix
stake.
Baumgartner was 80,000 foot up. What are you
I
going
will
to stake?
stake my life that the next
Oh,
time a hurricane
shit.
comes around in Florida, that I could get an image of this hurricane as it is, that portrays Florida, like accurately,
How high
geographically.
up are you going to be?
And I trust this. I don't know how high it up. It's in the lithosphere or whatever.
Are you listening or are you just going to keep talking? Felix Baumgartner went up to 80,000 feet. Go take a look at what he saw in his view when he looked down. Could you just do that?
Was it a
real quick?
flat plane in which he could see further, or was it a circular horizon?
Brother, stop talking to yourself.
I asked you a question. If
It was
Go watch it.
128,000 feet. He could only see New Mexico.
Yeah.
He went up 128,000 feet.
And also in the side chat, if you look in the side chat, I just sent a video from J. Tolan channel where he can take footage from plane using a camera and also with the normal lens and also using an infrared filter, and you can see how things are fading while they are away in distance. You don't see them with the normal camera, not because of the curve, but just because they are fading in the light and the fog in distance. When he's using the infrared, you see more. The infrared
So
is just
you're claiming
showing
that at his distance he would be able to see, like things which would be on the opposite side of a globe Earth, right?
No. You can
like
see, you
it'd be obscured, but he'd be able to. The light would be
read the title.
approaching
You
him.
can read the title, and it is already telling you what is the distance, because it's just there is
View of Baja. What is Baja? Baja. What is Baja? Is that a mountain range in like Mexico or something?
The place in Mexico, isn't it? Baja. They do a rally out there.
Yeah, something like that.
Anyway, I think the topic got a little bit confused, right?
Yeah, there's been a lot of.
Yeah, so you were asking why can't you see forever on a flat Earth? Is that what you were asking?
I could. I don't think forever is the right word. You'd be able to see a lot more than
maybe
you,
Glober questions.
Like you would be able to see, or the light would be approaching you from Australia if you were in North America or something. If you're on a flat plane.
You believe that you are living in a dry atmosphere, which is not. I'm showing you the
So
video.
there's some alternative explanation as to why you can't see it on a flat.
Exactly. In the video
So
in the side chat that you never clicked on, just to just see what it is showing.
I clicked on
those
it.
mountains. You see those mountains, and you also see that there is something behind those mountains, but you can't resolve it because it is fading. Not because it is really like that. When you go through to it, you see a ghost mountain. No. It's a real mountain, but it is fading in the atmosphere, not the atmosphere, but in the air. Humidity, dust, particles in the air that are next to each other. So those things will just block the light coming. Like when you go underwater, the light won't travel the same distance when you are in the dry land. When you go underwater, the light will just go a little bit and stops, and you will just go in the complete darkness. Continue your way in complete darkness. But in the dry land, because that water exists around us, just like as humidity, as gas status, it won't block like normal water. But it will still block in farther distance.
I don't have like a response. Like I struggle to follow. Like
Remember a foggy day. Have you ever witnessed a foggy day?
Yes.
Nice. That's just condensed humidity. Particles of water that are much more than a normal day. So much more than a normal day doesn't mean that in a normal day there is no water.
So I find the explanation as to why you wouldn't be able to see further objects if you go a sufficient enough height on a flat plane. You would be able to see objects which are further than you were if the Earth were a globe. And the explanation as to why I understand the explanation is because particles, especially like dense particles, will block out the vision. I think this is a bit of an extrapolation. I don't think it's rigorous.
Well, hold on a second. Let's do some rigor. Hold on, Necros. You're describing something that is very easy for him to look up. Please look up the attenuation of light and the inverse square law of light. Light does not travel indefinitely. Okay, so you are aware then that light does not travel forever. It will be essentially occulted by air, dust, fog, whatever you want to call it, at large distances. So to see China on the flat Earth is not going to happen. I don't care how high you get.
Yeah, square law. The mathematics.
All of those things. Hold on a second. All of those things that we mentioned. You also need to remember that things get smaller when they move away, right? So if you're standing on the ground and you see a giant jumbo jet that's almost the size of a football field, It's like a tiny little dot that you can barely make out when it's just 7 miles away. Right? You're talking about ridiculous distances, man, and you're not taking all of these things that we've mentioned into account.
But if you
Right?
go with
So
sufficient enough height, you will be
angle
able
of
to
view,
see.
right? No, things converge into a vanishing point, right? Depending on like what type of lens that you're looking for, right? Everything's going to converge, right? Then you've got the opacity of the atmosphere to take into consideration, right? And then
But
you've got
things
the
converge
angular
after a
size of
certain
what you're claiming to look at.
We would be able,
Depending
in a
on
flat
right,
Earth,
and you can
to go up to a sufficient enough height and see like a semi-clear picture of what a map depicts. Pretty much, we would be able to do that. Yes, if we go further than that sufficient enough distance, eventually the light that reaches us from the Earth will get smaller and smaller.
Okay.
I agree.
No worries. What distance?
I don't know, but somebody would need to do the mathematics. And if you guys have the mathematics at hand, or even the visual imagery at hand, I'd be astounded.
Excuse me,
Like, sure.
bro. You're freaking out. Hold on. You made this claim. I need to know. You're making the claim. I need to know what that distance would be. So please present it.
Well, you would be okay. There's a difference here. I'm not making a numerical claim. I'm making a geometric claim that you would be able to see something. Now it would be
geometric. What's the distance?
Okay, I don't know. Right? There's going to.
So why are you making this claim that you're appealing to something that is not something that you can verify? You're making an appeal to something that you can't verify. Why are you doing that?
We could both agree. We could both agree that if you're close enough to the Earth, you're only going to see the local dirt around you. You're going to see nothing, and assuming that the Earth is flat. And now, if you are far away enough, like a pretty huge distance away, you're probably not going to see anything. It's going to be like a speck, as was told to me before, and I agree. But this is a continuum. The change in your perspective of the Earth is not going to go snap, and now it's a little speck of dust. So I'd like to see where the mathematics bears and where our images bear, where we could see the Earth reasonably. We could see like the shape of it on a flat plane.
Well, I need to see that from a globe also, right? Because everything that we measure on the Earth, no, we don't.
Yes, we have pictures of the globe. We have pictures of single hemispheres of the globe.
Great. So you can get me those distances, and then we can go ahead and do the math, and then we'll check it while we're here on Earth, right?
Has any flat Earth I mean, you guys don't need to produce an answer from here, and that's a tall task. But do we know of any flat earthers that have done this mathematics, have done the optics, or have taken pictures of a flat Earth?
We just took the globe claim and then scrutinized it, measured the Earth, and it's not there.
Right, and there's explanations as to why your scrutinizations are incorrect. But you guys are saying
what are those explanations?
This is false, and by
what are those explanations?
Name,
what
refraction
are those
but you guys say it's magic, which I can't argue against.
No.
I can't argue against if you say it's magic. That's an impasse.
No,
yeah, sure, it's
bro.
magic.
Here's the thing. You're making all these claims, but you actually haven't done the research yourself. And I actually don't want to torture you here, right?
Sure.
But if you're going to make claims about things that you are actually ignorant of, how would that be conducive to good conversation?
I'm asking you for certain evidence of something that I take to be that we all take to be fairly true. That let's say you're the tip of a pen and you raise your hand, you're going to be able to see a good portion, if not all, actually all of this flat surface, right? If you're the tip of the pen, you're going to be able to see all of the paper.
Help me out with your scenario. I want to understand you better. I'm serious. So help me out with your scenario.
Imagine you're a pair of eyes on the tip of a ballpoint pen, and you are on the surface of a paper writing, right?
Do you think you could grab a better analogy? So I'm upside down on a pen, and my head's rubbing up against the paper.
Yeah, like you're right side up. Let's say you're right side up. So you're in the same orientation as the pen.
Okay, so I'm standing up, and my feet are the bottom of the pen.
Yeah, you'd be able to see what's around you, and you'd be able to see off on the horizon the totality. If there were no things were not getting smaller in distance. Like if the paper were small enough, you would be able to see the totality of all that's on that flat surface.
Yeah, but proportionally, this is not even close to what we're talking about as far as the Earth is concerned.
You might want to find a better analogy.
Now we're saying that the reason we can't see this, the reason that we can't see everything, and the reason that we cannot raise up the tip of our pencil or pen and see more of this Earth is because the Earth is just so vastly huge.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about thousands of miles, bro.
Right. So
you're going to have to find an analogy that fits the scenario.
If you
not something that's false.
Continue to use the same analogy. Now, if you take a piece
Well,
of
it's
paper
no
that's
good.
the size, okay, you just
You have to. We have to take in. We're taking.
let me
I'm
reason
giving
through
you
it,
reason.
and then you'll tell me why it's no good, right?
What's the scale?
Let's say the scale is a football field, and you were the size of a pen, right?
Okay.
You wouldn't be able, like, from your perspective, things at the edge of this football field, size paper, would be incredibly far away, right?
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't be able to pick out objects on the perimeter of this. But as you raise up the tip of this pen, you'll be able to see if the object on the perimeter is sufficiently large enough, the shape of this object. Yes?
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so what is the reasoning as to why you are not able to do this on the Earth? Is it because the scale of these objects, or the scale of the Earth, and the scale of the objects? Like, what is the reason?
We already gave you in a scenario where people have raised their altitude and seen for vast distances, this does occur on a flat surface. You just told me that.
I see a circular horizon, yes.
Now, when you say circular, are you saying on...
Well, of course,
what do you mean by
under a flat
circular?
Earth, the horizon would be circular too. I don't think I'm trying to portray that.
Right.
But
so
it would
a
make
flat
sense
plane,
that you would see
either
the
situation.
entirety of this Earth. I need to see the...
Well, then I'd have to get the numbers from you because and then I don't want to fault you for this. Like I'm believe me, I'm taking it easy on you. But if you're going to claim something such as that, you're going to have to back it up. It's sort of an analogy that is devoid of actual figures and real scenarios.
So
now, if you want to reduce it down to scale, that's fine. We're going to have to reduce the size of the optic. We're going to have to reduce the amount. We're going to have to get the scale all correct, and then we could go from there.
Yes.
Right.
So
right.
So I'm not concretely saying that you can do this. I should rephrase my language. But I'm asking for an explanation as to why you wouldn't be able to.
So if you increase your altitude, you should see more. Well, that's true on a flat surface. It's also true if you were on a ball. The problem is that we would have to go ahead and derive certain geometric, there would be consequences depending on the surface. So in the case of the flat Earth, this would be, limited. I mean, because the horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea. That's the same for the ball and the globe. Now, if you want to increase your altitude, are you still going to call that horizon a tangent point? Because if it is, and we measure it, and it's not what the globe Earth geometry would dictate, such as you see much farther than that geometric horizon would already be occulting, what are we going to come to a conclusion about? That the Earth is flat or the Earth is a ball?
I don't think I'm sorry. I'm going to sound sort of snarky. I don't think maybe I'm slow too. I don't think I heard an answer to my question though.
What was your question?
My question is why? What is stopping us from? We are. Let's say you take the globe Earth to be true, and I'm in America, so I think I'm opposite of China on a globe Earth, right? On a flat Earth, right? Assuming that all things are on the same side of the surface, I would be able to see China supposedly. Why can I not do that?
What is the angular size of China at the distance that you're going to give us in this scenario?
So is your or what are you saying is that it's going to be angularly so small that you can see it?
No, I'm asking you. This is your scenario. How big is China at the height?
It could vary depending on what height I chose. But I'm not doing the trigonometry to do this right now.
Well, why not? So you're creating a scenario. This is your claim.
What's the reason? Why can't you see China?
Why can't you see China from what height?
From any height. You choose it. Very close.
No, this is your scenario.
Maybe there's a mountain.
Bro, this is your scenario.
You could choose the height. It's
Well, how
far
many?
away.
I'm asking you,
Infinitely
how
far
many?
away. I understand it's a speck of light. So close. I
No,
understand
no,
there's
no.
mountains. Let's say there's a medium in which you're not blocked by the mountains, but it's not so far enough that it's a speck of light. Why can you not see China?
Hold on a second. How high am I off the surface of the Earth?
I'm not. I don't know. Like,
Why are you bringing up a scenario and you're going to say I should be able to see China? Okay, how high am I? Well, that's up to you to figure out. No, this is your scenario. Don't reverse
You're
the
high
burden on
enough.
me.
Okay, so you're okay. I could see through this tactic, by the way. Like poof.
This is
X-ray
not a
vision through it.
tactic.
It's so
You
slippy.
made
It's
the
so slippy.
scenario.
I'm telling you,
Dude, you made the scenario.
I don't have the exact figures, so I can't tell you. Oh, you're exactly 3 million miles up. And this, I'm telling you, take a flat surface. You're above the position in where things like mountains block you, or where the tallest mountain on Earth block you. But you're not so far enough away that the flat plane is now a speck. Why can you not see
So
China?
the tallest mountain on Earth, what is it? Kilimanjaro? What is it? I
Something
forget.
like that.
Okay.
Mount Everest.
Yeah.
You're sufficiently
Okay.
tall. You're even taller than that, but the Earth is not a speck.
So nearly 30,000 feet. I'm gonna take a ballpark and then add some to it. 30,000
Actually,
feet,
make
like
it-
the height.
Make
Let's take it the height of an
Make
airplane.
it
How about
200,000
that?
feet. Make it 200,000. No,
Okay.
not even that.
200,000
Make it-
feet. Great.
Let me see. What is the height of the ISS?
Okay, the ISS.
Let me see. ISS. Is that figure right? 45 miles?
1.34 million feet.
So you're 1.3 million feet away. What is the reasoning why you can't see China? And you could give me a
Well,
valid
I'm
reasoning.
asking you what is the angular size of China at that height?
Do you want me to do? Okay, I'm not going to engage
At
with this
height?
further. This seems ridiculous. You asked for a height. I gave you a height. Now
Can I
you're
get
asking
a
about
timeout?
angular size. Like, I'm not going to bear out the trigonometry right now.
Can I get a timeout?
Why not?
For a second, hold on. Just
Because you're being unreasonable. I see this
Hold on,
tactic.
brother.
It's slippery.
Hold on, brother. This is your claim. This is your claim.
I'm not
Who's the
claiming
best?
anything. I'm asking you guys a question. And all this guy has to do is continue railroading me down further questions, which, sure,
He's
let me
not
go live stream
railroading
my
you.
pen and paper right now and I could do the math. No, you're being ridiculous.
Bro,
Homeboy's
relax
flipping
for a
out.
second. Just relax. Take a deep breath. We're not being
I'm
ridiculous.
passionate and I'm calm,
okay.
man.
You can be
I'm not gonna.
passionate, but just
I'm
relax,
gonna
man.
rest my case here. Listen. I asked you a
So
simple question.
China, from the height of the ISS,
Yes.
will
Why
take
can you
up-
not see China from the height of it? Is it because of the
So
clouds?
if you were dead overhead of it, it would take up 163 degrees, i.e., pretty much all of your view.
China.
A little bit shy of 180.
Right. So how come
China
you
would
can't
take
see
up all
Florida
your. If
from
you were
that
directly
height?
ahead of China.
Because
That
it
was if
takes
you were
up
dead
all of your
overhead.
view, right?
Dead overhead China. Okay. Thank
right.
you.
So you can't see
Jesus.
Florida from there, right?
What do you mean you can't see Florida from
Because
there?
it takes up all. China takes up all of your view. He just said it. So you can't see Florida from there, right?
Sure.
Okay. Even if it was flat, from that height, you can't see it from there. Even if it was globe, you can't see it from there. We're just walking through your scenario and asking questions. We are not being dishonest whatsoever.
You
We're
were being
entertaining-
dishonest. Don't lie to me, man.
How?
You were. I mean, were you the same guy as says who? Is that
No.
says who?
No, it's me. I'm asking you the question about your
Says who
claim.
was being dishonest because he was continually asking me
Excuse
these
me.
ridiculous questions.
Excuse me. I don't appreciate the accusation. See now, all right. So he's
He
triggered
asked me a
now.
question,
And now he's flipping
and
out.
I asked who was talking to me, and I was trying to answer
Hey,
that question back.
homeboy, you're
I'm not your
spiraling,
homeboy,
and I'm
man.
going to give you a little bit. Okay, so you can shut the fuck up. You brought in a scenario. I'm asking for the geometry. You became a bitch, and now this is where we're at. I'm not going to explain any of your claims. You got to be kidding me.
God. Okay, so first of all, just to set the record straight, I never made a claim. I asked a question in which I was railroaded into like this.
I don't need to hear it, bro. You brought up a scenario. I asked you the details about your scenario. You didn't want to provide them. And I'm not asking you to do the math on the spot. However, if you're going to bring up a scenario and have no details for it and ask me why you can't see something or if I should see something, I'm not going to answer that unless we get the geometry. Sorry. So, I'm going to take you off mute. You can calm down. I'm asking you about your scenario. You can cry about it or do whatever you want, but that's the situation in here. We're very, you made the the claim earlier, or you were talking about how thorough we need to be. We're being very thorough. So I thought you liked being thorough. We're being thorough. Okay? We're scrutinizing every claim or every scenario.
All right, you're being in bad faith, man. That's all.
Okay, yeah, you can think whatever you want.
It's bad
Yeah.
faith to ask questions.
Okay.
Weren't you
yeah.
asking questions?
So I was
Are you
asking
in bad faith too?
a question, and he was asking me about the exact
Well, you're
geometry of it.
railroading us with
Obviously,
your
I don't know
questions.
the exact angular size. So that's in bad faith. That's my perspective. That's fine. We'll leave it there. We're not going to talk about this any further because we'll just get muted again or something.
Well, I mean, you're the one that said asking questions is railroading in bad faith. So you've been railroading us in bad faith by your own logic this whole time.
Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're saying that when we ask you questions about the topic that you're talking about, it's railroading and in bad faith. So when you ask questions, it's railroading us in bad faith. It's not
to give you perspective of why. To give you perspective of why I think it's bad faith, it's reasonable to ask a certain question about a point you're making or a question you're asking. Like if you say, how fast is the car moving, or how much force is the car going at? And I ask how fast is moving. That's reasonable, right? I need to know how fast it's moving to get the force, right? But if I'm asking how fast is the car moving, and you're asking oh well, what was the hexadecimal color of this car? What was this? Obviously, that's bad faith.
Nobody did that.
I asked about why couldn't you see the Earth at a sufficient enough distance away where it wasn't a thing, whatever. We can rehash it. And he was asking me about angular thing, and I said I don't know several times, and he kept on insisting on that. That's clear bad faith. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done with this topic. Can we move on?
No.
This is meta. It's fine. We're
Bro,
done
can you
with
stop for a second? You brought up something about a car, which would be a red herring, right? It's non sequitur, doesn't follow, right? Him asking what the angular size of China would be is directly necessary for what we need to know whether we would be able to see it or not. Because the angular size is how it appears, right? The brick in front of your nose or the brick a mile away.
Do you not get my analogy about the car? I don't believe it's a red herring.
So how is a car relevant to what we're talking about?
Because the point I was making is that I was trying to set up a question. I wasn't never making a point. And he was asking me super specific details, and I was insisting, and I said multiple times throughout the questioning, throughout the interrogation, that I do not know the super specific details. I'm just trying to get a general answer to a general question. And he was still insisting on that, in which I called out bad faith, because it rightfully is. But can we move on from this? Can we talk about something else? Maybe something else.
It's hard to move on when you accuse someone of being bad faith, and then when they try to address it and get you to demonstrate how it was bad faith, and you say, well, you were asking questions, that's railroading in bad faith, and we say, hey, didn't you ask questions? Is that railroading in bad faith? Then you start talking about cars.
I explained to you 2 times
what we're talking about.
I explained to you 2 times why I'm not saying that he just asked questions. I'm saying that the questions he was asking was far too specific and far too ridiculous for me to answer.
No,
he was
it
not
is
insisting
not.
on answering
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Because even in your analogy with the car, the thing about the car was, what is the speed? So I know how much force. The weight of the car would also help. Whether it was on ice would also help. So in this scenario, you asked a question about whether or not we can see something if we're really high up and off the coast of, I don't even know where you're at, off the coast of Florida. What the hell are we talking about? So I need to know the distance. I need to know the height. I need to know the angular size from that distance and that height to figure out whether or not we can see it.
And so the way you could answer that is you could say that as you get further, you could see less and less, and the reason why you can't see the plane in total if it were flat is because of whatever, right? That's what I was asking. If that's not understood here, that's fine, right? I don't know how many I'm this line of questioning. I'm tired. All right, can we move on?
Rewind.
Nah, we'll stay here indefinitely.
All right, then I'm not going to engage any further. Sorry.
All right, see you.
They rewind the tape. It's already live in YouTube. They already explained to you multiple times why you can't see the objects in far distance.
We talked about attenuation of light. We talked about angular size. We talked about obstruction. We talked about all these things. So I don't know why you're asking the question if you've heard of the attenuation of light, the inverse square law of light, and you were aware of things change angular size or apparent size as they move farther away from you, then this shouldn't even be a question to begin with.
Yes.
Yep.
I asked. I
So
especially
look,
put this
hold
in
on,
my.
hold on, look, guy. Look,
Yeah.
1 second. Look. Let me just debunk this quickly for you. Okay. So even if you're at the height of the ISS and you're looking at, just say you're above Florida in the ISS, right, and you're looking at China, right, it's 8,000 miles away. So if you draw a line from your eyes, right, to China, you're still having to look through thousands of miles of atmosphere, right? But you can't see that far, right? I think you can see somewhere between, some sources say about 185 miles through the atmosphere, and some sources go up to around 350 miles. That's as far as you can see through the atmosphere, right?
Yes,
Because
I
of the
agree with that.
opacity
Thank
of
you.
it over distance.
Yeah, that was a sufficient enough answer to my question. I agree with that. We didn't need to go into angular size and all this bullshit.
Yeah.
So,
His answer is already in the video that I sent you.
yeah, I don't have time to look at a video when I'm conversing with people.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you just made us waste much
And
more
take it
time.
too seriously, guy. Right? It's this is how these conversations go, man. It's not a
It's
huge
yeah.
big
I
deal.
mean,
Don't take it personally or
I'm.
anything like that, man. We've had a good conversation, right?
Mhm.
And maybe just now we've got past that one. We can bring up something else,
I
like
have
maybe
ulterior motives for engaging in this conversation that are in good faith, right? So, like, I understand when I think somebody's acting in bad faith, and then I have to engage in like 15 minutes of interrogation as to why it's actually not bad faith when it's like clear to me. You understand how that's frustrating. Now, let me stop talking about that.
yeah.
It's stupid.
Oh, yeah, that's all good, man. Like all they were getting at, what they wanted specifics, right? Because it's like, can you see China? Can't you see China from the ISS? Like, then we have to know where is the ISS? Like, what's it above, and then distance,
Sure.
and then there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes along with it. Anyway, we can get past that now.
Yeah, we can. And I don't know. That was all. I understand, and I think the greater point I'm getting at is I'm imagining myself floating away from this flat plane, right? And there's going to be a point in which either the light gets obscured, or I could be able to see stuff that would be on the opposite side of a globe Earth. And if your explanation is that you can't see it because it's like the flat Earth is sufficiently large enough and it's obscured, that's a valid enough explanation. We need to do more research on it. We need to get the mathematics out in full to see. But I'll take that because I'm not asking for a rigorous proof right now.
Yeah, that's all good, man. Like, yeah, if you look it up, you'll see that the maximum distance is about 185 miles that you can see through the atmosphere. So yeah, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mind you, like,
So
I
yeah,
don't have
like, okay, so this is, I will tell you the three main problems. The reason that flat earthers are growing at a rapid pace is because there's three main problems for the globe. We've already been over one of them, which was the radius value, right? So lack of empirical evidence or validation of Earth curvature or a geometric horizon. And then the second problem is the rotation problem, right? To be able to prove the Earth is moving, right? It's spinning at 1,040 miles per hour, and then it's rotating around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. It's also chasing the sun at the same time at like 480,000 miles per hour, and then that whole system's rotating around the great attractor at a couple of million miles per hour. So the rotation is the second problem, right? And then the third problem, which is a good one to go over as well. Well, that there's no proof that the Earth moves, right? We're stating that the Earth is stationary, just as we all observe it as. And even Einstein admits there's no experiment to prove that the Earth is rotating around the sun. It's just written in math, basically. And then I just want to quickly mention the third problem, right? There's more problems, but these are just the three main problems. And then, yeah, the third one is that we have gas pressure here, right? And outer space claims to be vacuum, right? Like almost, near perfect vacuum, like 10 to the negative 17 torr. So it breaks natural laws and gas laws, right? So
what is the
firstly, you
natural
need
law
gas.
that these gases
the second
would
second
dissipate?
law of thermodynamics, it's entropy.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, the high pressure would fill the available space, right, into the low pressure system. Like high pressure always goes to low pressure, hot always goes to cold, right? These are laws of nature. And also gas laws, right? Like ideal gas law and a whole bunch of gas laws. So to have gas pressure, you need a container, right? It's the natural antecedent of gas pressure. So we have gas pressure here on Earth, and then we have a vacuum, which is deep space, and we have no barrier between the two. So if you set that up on a smaller scale, right, then what would happen as soon as you release the valve, right, which is the barrier separating the high pressure from the low pressure, it instantly equalizes, right? It fills the available space. It goes a lot deeper than that, but that's just the basic problem that we're having to.
Right. So is the claim is so? What is the claim that is actually happening, and what do you say that the laws are, or that a globe Earth would lead to?
The claim that's happening is that we have a gas, like you mean on the globe, from the globe side?
Yeah, from the globe side. What is the claim about gas and atmosphere that is not proportional to reality?
Okay, so the globe side claims that we have a gas pressure system here on Earth, like which we can measure, which we know we have 14.7 psi at sea level. Right, we have a gas pressure gradient, and then we have outer space. Right, deep space is claimed to be a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is I think it's over 100,000 times stronger than any vacuum chamber that we can even create here on Earth. Right, so the problem with that is the second law of thermodynamics and also gas laws, right? I can give you some citations if you want.
I don't follow.
So
what is the issue? Like, do we?
Okay, let me give you. I'll give you a demonstration just so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Just a little GIF. 1 second. Here it is.
In slide chat.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's just uploading now. There it is. Okay, so in the top chamber is a vacuum chamber, and in the bottom chamber is a gas pressure system, and it's separated. And then as soon as he releases the valve, you'll see that the gas pressure system instantly fills the available space, which is the vacuum chamber.
So you're claiming that if the globe Earth were true and they're like the vacuum, if space was a vacuum, that the gas in the globe would escape to the vacuum. Yes.
Yeah, that's what happens. And also, you need a container to be able to have gas pressure in the first place. You can't create gas pressure without a container. Like if you look up the definition of gas pressure, it will say that you need a container.
Before diving too deep into this, right? What is a container, right? If not something which can impart force onto matter.
It's a physical container.
Yeah.
Right. It's
so you could have a force take the place of a container.
So if I wanted to sell you some propane, can you buy propane without the container?
Oh, if you could create a force that acted as a container, then yeah, you could buy propane.
So how? How could you buy propane without the propane accessories?
You'd have to talk to the man from Texas, man.
But you can't. You have to buy the tank.
Yeah, I if this is all I'm saying. Like I did this earlier when I talked about like calculus, right? A container is nothing but like a body which is able to sustain the force of the gas or of the matter, right? Do we agree? That's how it works. And
So
if you could have something
that's enclosed on all sides with no opening.
Yes, but essentially all that is needed of the container is the ability to maintain a force inwards.
Okay, and the only way that we know that you could do that is with a wall, right?
No, you could have forces which we observe.
Show me.
And this is without going too deep, like without going into your refutation of gravity or whatever, but we could see that the gravitational force, which is radial inward, would act as a container.
So you can buy propane with gravity as your tank.
Do you not see how that's an obvious straw man?
No, you just said you could use gravity. So
I
how?
listen. Okay, I'm gonna be an adult here. I'm not gonna that's a ridiculous question when we both know why.
So you're not talking about gravity.
Okay, I'm just let's not go that way. I'm gonna seem like I'm skirting this question, but to save my sanity, I'm not gonna
No, it's
engage in
easy.
that.
What's a propane tank made of? You're telling me that surrounds the Earth? It's
Yeah,
steel or some type of steel? That's ridiculous.
I'm telling you that
You got a
there's
steel tank surrounding the Earth because we can't buy propane without it. It's a ridiculous
Nobody
argument.
said that.
You understand what I'm trying
That's what
to
Larry
say?
said. That's what Larry said.
I'm saying that a container is nothing but a thing which can put a force on something without breaking its body. Right? That's what makes a good container.
Gas pressure is the other way around. It's the pressure the gas exerts on the walls of the container.
Yeah, and so the
Those are just there.
pressure, if there was nothing in that system to be moved, right, there would be an equal and opposite force being imparted on the particles of gas trying to escape that container.
We're talking about the restriction of volume for gas.
Yes.
So you got to demonstrate that for us.
So the restriction. What do you mean I have to demonstrate that?
Saying it's possible. Well, to know that, right?
Well,
you must have witnessed it or have demonstrated it in some form.
I mean, this is easily deduced through Newton's laws, through physics.
We're not talking about deduction. We're not talking about what could be. We're talking about what is or what isn't.
What is occurring within the container is that it is putting a force onto the gas particles, which keep it from going in a certain direction, which is outwards.
When was this demonstrated?
What do you mean? This is demonstrated when you have a cup.
Have a cup?
Yeah. The liquid, it's
Sorry,
being
Larry,
pulled.
go on.
No, you got it.
So the liquid at the
No,
top,
it's all
okay. There's a force of the liquid that is trying to spread outside of the container. That's why if you pour a column of liquid into a cup, it will fill out the basin because it's acting outwards. It's acting.
But we're talking about gases. We're talking about gases, not
gas.
liquid.
This is analogous to gas.
You need to demonstrate that.
Okay, that's a pretty tall order. I mean, I could. I don't know how to answer that question, man. I honestly don't know how to proceed further with that. Do I need to demonstrate that? I gave you a analysis using basic university level physics on what a container is and how essentially it's all a force, right? It's nothing but a force, and this force is being imparted because there's a structural property of the container which resists the breaking of this container, which then imparts a force back on the gas particles, which keeps it in.
So where in all of nature do we observe this occurring?
When you
specifically with gas.
You could blow air into, or blow CO2 or whatever gas into a plastic bag, tie it up like a balloon, and it won't escape the container.
Well, that's a container. Yeah. We're talking about non-container containment.
Well, then I would point to the atmosphere, that's our grand opening of
That's the thing in contention. That's the thing you're saying isn't contained, and we're saying
that's why.
And then you're just pointing back at it and saying it's not contained. It's
so do we agree? Right? Do we agree that the reason the container works is because it's imparting a force?
Yeah, the gas pressure is pushing against the wall, and the wall is pushing back, not allowing the gas pressure to be strong enough, in most cases, except for when it is, to escape. So the gas pressure is created by the force that the gas molecules exert against the wall of the container, and the wall must be pushing back.
What's the name?
That's all I was saying, and so what I'm saying is you could extrapolate that to you don't necessarily need a material container. All you need is that force there.
That's a beard or a bird?
What kind of force can you get without the container?
Without the container, well, there are other forces, right? So the force at play in the container is the specific one. I think it would be the electromagnetic force, or just the electroforce of the different molecules of a container holding tightly, so that when there's some sort of blast of energy, they don't break apart.
Hold on, brother. DJ, you're hot micing, bro.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to hear what you have to say, bro, but I couldn't hear it with him saying it. So please continue.
Yeah, so the force of the container that's keeping its shape, not allowing it to break, would be the forces in between its molecules, which would be dependent on what it is. So like the electrical force keeping those molecules aligned in that structure so that they don't break and there's a rupture caused.
So you're talking about electrostatic force?
It would be electrostatic force, and maybe there could be other forces, I don't know. But I think the primary force keeping the rigidity of that container would be the electrostatic force.
Okay, so you're claiming that an electrostatic force can contain gas pressure. Let's say something not explosive, right?
Mhm.
So let's say nitrogen, right? So how would I verify that what you're saying is true? Can you show me something where somebody's contained gas, like a balloon or a tire with just
So
an electrostatic force? Are you talking about
the question would be,
clouds
it's like I would verify it with a real example, which would be like a container, and you say, well, that doesn't show it, but what would be your like what else would be keeping the gas in of a container? Like how this is a very basic understanding of physics of the universe. What else is there? Some sort of like what would be the alternative explanation?
Well, the way I understand it is that in order to have a steak, there must exist a cow, right? It's the necessary antecedent for a steak. So in order to have gas pressure, there has to be a container. And you're saying there could be this, hypothetical force caused by electrostatics or something else.
Well, it's not even hypothetical. It's actual. It's real. It's what the container is.
So show me.
Then
I'm open to the idea. Are you talking about the ionosphere or something? What are you talking about?
Are we taking a broader argument about the atmosphere?
Are you talking about a fusion reactor?
No, this is basic physics. Draw a free body diagram of the container. What are the forces acting on it? So for things to break, for things to move, there needs to be a force, right? So for something to be contained, there needs to be an opposite force to the direction of movement outwards, right?
So what is it?
It's in this case, it's the electrostatic force between the molecules of the container, or I wouldn't say it's the I don't know. I need to do more analysis, or more thinking about it. I don't want to say analysis; sounds fucking retarded. It's just molecules that are connected together, like a steel or a metal, have a resistance to a force which pushes this apart. I believe that this resistance would be caused. I think that this resistance would be caused by the electrostatic, the attractive force between them all.
The electrostatic force between the what?
Between the molecules of the container.
Okay, so it sounds like
You need the container?
you're talking about the electrostatic forces of the container, like between the molecules and the atoms, like holding it together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is like the electrostatic model of gravity, which I'm not pushing here, by the way. I'm just trying to figure out what he's talking about. So I guess if you were to say that, then every atom has electrons, and
yeah,
you could say everything is because of this. There's
not entirely. I mean, like there are other forces like the quantum, like things when they go quantum get weird, and you can't describe
we're trying
them.
to avoid that.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't get you to demonstrate like gas pressure without a container. If you could, that'd be great. We kind of been skirting around that thing, but that's what we're trying to find: gas pressure.
All I'm saying is that, like, if you could have a force, I'm not going to extrapolate this to the fucking globe, because then I'd have to prove so much more else, and there'd be such a field of things I have to answer for. But we could agree that if you had a force that replicated the inward force of a container, you would be able to contain a set of molecules or a gas.
Yeah, but that's kind of hypothetical. Like if your aunt had a penis, she'd be your uncle. I mean, we could agree on that, but can you demonstrate it?
That's all I needed to do. You could ask for the demonstration after, which is fine. I think the demonstration is in the Earth. You don't think that. That's fine. That's a whole. Like, it's so hard to get like one thing, right? It's
kind of
so
funny how
hard.
it seems to be the only instance, right, that you can example, whereas every other instance in nature requires there to be physical barrier in order to achieve gas pressure.
It's in the definitions.
Movement of particles. What is this anti-globalist person?
Oh, the daily trolls, don't worry about that. Underneath that, okay, right? So what you're claiming is that gravity pulls things down to Earth, right? It's a force you're claiming, right? Newtonian gravity, it pulls things down to Earth, right? So in gases, particles move rapidly in all directions, frequently colliding with each other side of the container, right? So what it's saying there is gas particles don't have a downward bias, right? They're not affected by your so-called gravity because the particles move at random in all directions. Right? And there's a citation there.
Sure. If you had, I think this is a lot like electrons. I mean, if I'm thinking about this physically, like electrons don't zip around a circuit; they actually move incredibly slowly.
Yeah, but this is gas particles, right? Gas particles, they have weight.
If you have a container that you could open of gas, and at the same time you open it, you could push in other gases so that no gas could fall out. You could impart some sort of movement onto this gas in one direction, right?
No, I mean, firstly, you're going to need a container to have the gas pressure in the first place. But then, just say if you open open the container, right, the gas particles are all going to just keep moving out, right? They're going to
let me.
They're all going to leave the container eventually.
I think I explained this.
All the particles are
pretty poorly. Have you ever seen one of those like long balloons that make the wiener dogs and such?
Yeah.
So if you lie that out on like a flat plane and you blow into it, you're able to move that gas into one direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like gas moves randomly.
Well, no, the gas is. I mean, it's just gonna, fill the moon up, right? The gas particles. What the gas particles are gonna do is they're gonna all move in straight lines unless they bounce off each other, right? Unless they bounce off the walls of the container or they bounce off each other, right? And yeah, they're not going to have a downward bias. Like they're not going to move in a parabola. Like if a gas particle is heading upward, right, on an angle, it's not going to come back down again due to gravity.
Imagine
right? It's not going to. There's not going to be.
Imagine I have a Cartesian
gas particle
axis. Right, and I have a deflated long balloon, right? There's no gas anywhere in that balloon. If I blow into it, I'm going to have, on average, forced gas to the right. Let's say 2 meters to the right. It's a very long balloon, right? We agree. By enacting a force on this, by like a force which allows for movement in a certain direction, you have movement of this gas.
Yeah, right. But but the gas is just going to fill the space and you're going to have the same pressure because it's a static system, right? It's just going to have the same pressure throughout the entire balloon.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. The point is gas particles don't have a downward bias. They're not being pulled down to the Earth because of gravity, which goes against the globe claim.
So I don't know where the disconnect here is. Like you have a force which is containing this gas, right? What's the disconnect there? How is that not logical?
What do you mean a force that's containing the gas? You have a container that's containing the gas.
Okay? Do I need to go over what the container is? Nothing but a force. If you could have a force, it would push the gas into a certain container. I'm loosely claiming, and you could have your own disputes about this, that gravity acts as this force, keeping this gas within like an area or contained.
Can you demonstrate?
Well, no, gravity's the strongest at ground level, right?
Right.
According to you, right? It gets weaker. It follows the inverse square law, and it gets weaker as you go up in altitude, right? So why would it Why would there be a container up high? Stop the gas equalizing into the most powerful vacuum known to man, which is the deep space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. You saw what happened in the practical demonstration that I showed you just with a weak vacuum next to a gas pressure system. This is a law of nature.
I honestly don't know. Like, I'm not that.
Thank you. That's all we expect. It's not something that
you guys you have like an inch of knowledge on this and see a discrepancy and just ignore the rest of the field and then say we know, like our flag is here, we know why this is, which is ridiculous. You guys have the same level of understanding as I do.
Hold on a second. No, we've been studying this for years, man. I've been studying this for like 8 years. You've got other people in here that know way more about this than me. They can go into the intricate details and explain every single thing to you, right? Flat earthers know the globe model really, really well because we have to, right? If we're going to enter into these debates. I don't think that because we don't have some particular credentials that we don't know a lot about it, right? When we have people, physicists and mathematicians and professors and people like that, satellite engineers come in to these debates, they don't do any better than what you're doing, right? But what they do, like what they know is they know the limitations of their own model. So a lot of the time they will be more honest because they'll say, okay, gravity, we can't prove gravity, right? We don't know what gravity is. We don't know where gravity comes from, right?
So if you've done this immense research, I do 3 seconds and I cannot upload it. It's too long. I do three seconds. I go to physics overflow and I see a reasonable answer. I don't see evidence of you guys having like a deeper understanding.
What's your base level debugs. Dude, that's the difference. There's answers.
Explanations aren't proofs.
Right.
Those answers are censored by the government.
Explanations are not proof. Like it's just
no.
We have
what's the answer?
So we have proofs of forces, right? We have deductions of these through mathematical or in physical means, right? So that's okay.
Yeah, but no demonstration.
So and then we analyze
so-called forces.
We analyze
There's
off
no
of these
demonstration
forces
of any of those so-called forces containing gas, restricting the volume.
And then we analyze of these forces.
Gases don't have a definite volume. They're only restricted. Their expansion into available volume is only restricted by physical barriers.
Can I get in, please? When you're done, go ahead and finish, bro.
Who, me?
No, him.
Quad was all.
Yeah, he's done.
All right, so
yeah.
You say that the container is only the force that it provides. Actually, the container is the wall, right, that provides that force. So
the only aspect of the container that is relevant to keeping the gas within is the force. Yes, it is a physical thing. But when you're talking about what does the container achieve to keep the gas within, it achieves the force through the rigidity of its structure.
All right, I'm gonna try to finish. So,
yes, but you're just strawmanning me right off the bat, and I had to like cut it off.
My intention. Okay, so I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna try to finish. I'm not trying to strawman you. In fact,
all right, go ahead.
This is my argument, not yours. So my argument is that people claim that gravity is what holds down the oceans, right? And some people claim, not saying you, that it also holds down the atmosphere. Well, the thing about the ocean is I can prove, it's demonstrable that high gas pressure and low temperature is what holds down the ocean. So you can take a cup of ocean water, put it in a tea kettle and boil it, and it will no longer stick to the surface. You can imagine a volcano erupting below the surface of the ocean.
Are you honestly that retarded?
Do you not know that you can make tea? Can you boil water, sir? Can you boil water in a tea kettle with a duration of, 200 degrees for 30 minutes? Will the water boil out? Do you question that?
It was a troll that got muted. Don't worry about it, Larry.
Right.
Red herring.
So you can boil the water with a vacuum. Also, if you take a cup of water, put it in a vacuum container, turn on the pump, 3 days later it'll be empty because you can boil water at low temperature with low gas pressure.
Right.
So this is demonstrable. You can demonstrate this, like in your own house. So can you manipulate something to do with gravity to show us that gravity is holding down the oceans?
Can I manipulate something?
Yeah, because I'm manipulating temperature, and that's a cause and effect, making
Yeah.
the water no longer stick to the surface, and I can manipulate the gas pressure, causing the water to no longer stick to the surface. Can you manipulate gravity to show us that's what's indeed causing the water to stick to the surface, and therefore also
I think so.
the
I
atmosphere?
have two answers to this thing. Number one is like I'll save that for a second. Number one, I think we've pretty sure we've observed gravity as a force on sort of like a molecular level. I think we've observed it's incredibly weak in magnitude, but we've seen it work. And the second one is the answer to your question is I cannot have a tea petal sized demonstration of gravity because the very basis of it, to create a force with magnitude enough to impress you, I would need a huge amount of mass, and I cannot manipulate that much mass.
So the answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is no. Not because it doesn't exist, not because it's fairy tale, but because the very nature of the force, it does not lead to you making a scientist experiment for kids sets, which you'll be able to do it.
Okay, well, I'm claiming that it's not gravity, and I can demonstrate that I have two causes of what holds down the ocean. And, you might come up with a third cause. I'm open to it if anytime you want to present it. But so far, I've identified two causes. So the cause that, gravity is holding things down, you can't demonstrate it. And you said it was mass attracting mass, like Newtonian. We've been operating off of, Einsteinian for like 100 years plus. So that's not, force. Gravity's not a force under Einsteinian. It's actually the bending and warping of space-time. So those two things are not the same.
If you want to have a in-depth discussion about gravity under like special relativity and all that, then you can. But I'm not the guy to have that conversation because I don't know Einsteinian mechanics.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Einstein would not disagree with Newton. I'm sure he would. He would give a lecture on.
One is
on
three
physics
space and
too.
one is four space.
So he would give a lecture. He would call these things forces, as I did. My understanding is not false. Sure, it's not 100% accurate. There are like the space-time shit. But just because Einstein said there's another like reason for this thing doesn't mean that I'm like that my analysis is incorrect.
He debunked Newton, and if you want to take Newton, then you're throwing out your cosmology. Newtonian gravity will not work at the cosmic scale whatsoever. That's the whole reason for Einstein.
So Einstein, with greater capacity, predicted things. I think his first landmark paper was that he predicted some sort of celestial body moving. Right, but if you're going to use Newtonian mechanics, the reason that Newtonian mechanics and Newton is the god he is in the first place is because the analysis, the methods through which he deduced things and measured things is incredibly accurate. Right, so if you're going to use a Newtonian mechanics way to understand how things hold gases or whatever, you'd be much in line with 100% of mechanical engineers that I know.
Right. So
I don't know many mechanical engineers that take quantum physics.
So my point, if you're going with Newton, there goes your cosmology.
We could hold. I could say two things at once. I could say that Einstein, according to our theories and according to our understanding, gives a greater understanding of why things the way they are. But I could also say that if you're seeking to explain,
you're not going to respond to what I said, are you? You're just going to waffle past that point.
I'm saying we can have cosmology and we could also analyze.
Newton doesn't apply to the cosmic scale. So if Newton is correct, your cosmology is not.
Newton doesn't apply to the cosmic scale? I mean,
no.
I guess. I'm
pretty
sure
using Einsteinian mechanics to model the solar system and everything beyond. You take Newton, all that shit is gone. So I'm fine with Newton. It's you who has the problem with him.
I thought I had a problem with Einstein, and I only like Newton. I thought that was what you were saying I did.
So we just posted a bunch of stuff about Newton and Einstein. Please take a look at it if you got a chance.
Newton's law of gravity, his laws are separate from his force, right? The way you could so if you apply Newton's law of gravity to certain like cosmological scenarios, you will not be 100% correct. The reason that Einstein has so much favor within physics is because he had that much more predictive capability. He was that much more better at predicting
So,
certain
like,
things.
instead of
But
listening
if
to anything anybody says, you're just going to take like a snippet of it and then just start waffling right past the points that they're trying to make.
I don't understand how what I'm saying is
Yeah, because
like,
you're
what
not
are you not
listening.
understanding
Because
about
Larry started talking, and he provided a bunch of citations he was going to base a point on, and then you just started blabbing right past it.
He
Just
provided
interrupted, started
citation
going on a monologue again.
and quit speaking, so I figured that was it, that his citations. If he wants to make a point, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just posting a few things in the chat.
Mhm.
You take a look, right? Newtonian was superseded by Einsteinian, and I can
Mhm.
show you other stuff where, according to Einstein, it's not a force. Newtonian, there's absolute space with, absolute space and absolute motion. With Einstein, there is no absolute motion. It's all
Mhm.
relative.
Yes.
So I know that you were taught that, Newton is correct, but we've known for a long time that Newton wasn't correct because the perihelion of Mercury, it didn't work out. So it's
Okay.
really interesting that,
I don't think you guys are understanding what I'm saying, though. And just because you say it authoritatively,
you
then I'm
saying?
speaking over you. I'm saying that Newton has great predictive capacity. That you can make good predictions off of Newton. Are they 100% correct? No, of course not. Like, are they even correct at a fundamental level? No. Obviously, Einstein is more correct at a fundamental level. But if somebody was going to make a prediction on how certain things were going to behave in space, like if you throw a ball or something, I trust the guy who's using Newton over his own deduced theories. That's all I'm saying.
Own deduced theories are you talking
Like
about?
some crackpot says, oh, I think the ball is going to move upwards, and then it's going to turn around because of a demon, right? Obviously, I choose Newton over that because there is merit behind his ideas.
Except for when they don't work.
Yeah, at the edge cases, in which Newton or in which Einstein was famous for. Like we were using Newtonian mechanics to predict the way the stars and celestial bodies would move for ages, and they were pretty good at making predictions. They weren't 100% correct, and that's I believe I don't have the full history on it, but I believe that's where Einstein made his first correct prediction, or not his first, but one of his most famous. The one that made the scientific world go like, oh shit, maybe this guy's onto something.
So you know that in reality it can be only one, right? It can either be the Newtonian force or it can be the bending and warping of space-time, but it can't actually be both.
What in that refuted what I said?
Yeah, so you're not really addressing what we're saying is that it's either one or the other. It cannot be both. In reality, you just want to keep saying that you can use both to model this and that. They're very accurate, but one's more accurate. Yeah, we don't really care. Like, the point is that it can only in physical reality be one or the other. It cannot be both.
So does Einsteinian mechanics, if that's even a word, refute the idea that a mass could push certain things together?
Yeah, that's not what Einstein says.
Okay, then
what's called
on the face of it, that one, because if Einstein says that large masses cannot push other things close to each other, that this could never occur or it just doesn't happen, then he'd be wrong.
You're not listening to what we're saying, dude. They're two completely different mechanics.
You're not addressing what I'm asking or what
You're
I'm
not
even
listening
saying.
to a fucking word anybody said to you for the last 20 minutes. It's interesting.
I'm trying to listen, but
we're trying to point out. So listen, then. What we're trying to point out to you is Newton is one mechanic. Einstein is another mechanic. Yes, both these completely different models that have the same predictive power are more or less randomly accurate, but they're completely different mechanics. So which one's the real gravity?
Wait, so 1 second. What do you mean randomly accurate?
All right. Do you understand the point I'm raising?
Yeah, I agree with your point, but I'm just interrogating it a little. I'm shaping it up a little.
Trying. There's no point you interrupting me, dude. Just trying for you to get you to understand the point. They're two different things.
I never stated the other.
Good.
I never stated that they were one and the same.
Which one then? Fucking hell, you're ignorant. Which one then is the real gravity? If we've got two models.
The real gravity.
Yeah, what actually makes things go up and down?
Well, There is no up and down, but in
Which
terms of
makes
gravity.
things accelerate then?
I mean, I think my answer is pretty obvious. And if you...
Which one?
Like, do you... Okay, just take a guess. Which one do you think I think?
Which fucking one, dude? I want you to tell me. Be plain
I
and
think
simple.
Newton's. I think Newton's is more accurate, actually.
You think Newton's is more accurate that was superseded by Einstein?
No,
You
I think
that's the case?
I think all of physics after like 1901 was false. I think that the field as itself has died. I think they
Based
were
on
all
what?
idiots peddling a quack science. I think only Newton was right.
You think that only Newton's right? Okay. You
Yeah,
guys,
only Newton and the people who didn't change too much of his mechanics.
How many bodies does Newton predict for? Is it 2 bodies? Is it a 3-body issue?
Oh yeah, the 3-body problem. That's Einstein doesn't have an answer to that.
Oh, sorry. Does Newton?
Yeah, but there's a certain we need to advance Newtonian mechanics. That's the solution. Newton only went far enough because he didn't have enough time. But I think with enough deliberation with Newtonian mechanics, we could solve the nth body problem.
Escape
With
to the
enough-
future fallacy.
Thank you, Larry, for pointing that out. Yeah, now we're just appealing to the future. Yeah, at
Mhm.
some point in the future, that we'll maybe figure this out.
Yeah, no,
Still-
like Newton.
You're just going to have to do this. You're just going to have to do this. Provide the scientific experiment that proves whichever gravity you're talking about. Just do that.
The gravity of Earth. Well, Newton has the law: G times the mass of the objects over R squared.
But did you not listen to what I said?
What's the
What
proof?
did I
I mean, you
ask
could look at
for?
the sky.
Excuse me. What did I ask for?
You asked for proof of why Newton's
Not
gravity.
all. Be a little bit more specific, if you could, please. What did I specifically ask for?
Did you not ask for proof?
I asked for a scientific experiment that proves whichever gravity you're talking about. So I asked.
What do you mean?
Why are you talking through me?
What does that mean?
I asked you for a scientific experiment based on a hypothesis. I asked you to back it with science.
It's not experimental. It's analytical.
So
I can't experiment with bodies this big to show you magnitude of forces that would convince you.
Experiment. That's why you've got 2 models and you don't want to differentiate between the 2. You've got no experiment to back up your claim.
No, I don't have 2 models. You have 2 models.
No,
I only have the Newtonian model.
Okay, so Einstein, which superseded in 1915 because of your belief that physics after 1901 is fake, you're going to go back to what was not demonstrated to be true, falsified. I just had to bring up more than 2 fucking bodies, which ruined it. Now, do me this. Provide me, stop trying to interrupt you, ignorant little man.
I'm letting you go.
Provide me with the scientific experiment based on a hypothesis that proves mass attracting mass.
So I think that it is not experimentally proven. It's analytically proven. And also, I believe that... Okay, let me finish. I could see the green bubble going up. I could see, or I believe, that physics after 1901 was corrupt. And I think the politics at that time falsified it. And I think Einstein was a shill.
Awesome. So you've got no scientific experiment to back up your claim then?
No, because it's not experimentally proven.
Okay, awesome stuff. So you've got no validation for your claim then?
No, my validation is my predictive ability with Newtonian mechanics.
Apart from when we add more bodies?
Yeah, you could say I'm not predictive up to the 3-body. But I could predict to you how much a ball is going to fall.
When we have more than 2 bodies. Your predictions are good if we only have 2 bodies.
Do you have a better prediction that could solve the 3-body problem?
Need to have a better prediction. I'm just pointing out the shit ones that you're providing. I don't need to replace this.
You're saying that because my predictions cannot predict everything under the sun, therefore they're false?
Excuse me. You want to avoid Excuse me, you want to avoid your humiliation by talking through me.
I'm asking you a question.
My friend, how many bodies can you solve for?
How many bodies? Well, the 3-body problem. I've heard of it on Netflix. Well, apparently we can't do that.
No, so just 2 bodies then. So you're going to be able to predict, for example, the orbit of an object around the sun, but as long as you don't have any more things orbiting around the sun, or as long as that thing in orbit around the sun hasn't got any fucking moons.
And I'm going to ask you a question as well, Jedi.
Don't ask me shit, dude.
Okay, no. If this is not a 2-way street, then you could see who's the coward here, right?
Oh, that would be you by not entertaining what I'm saying, by then
I'm
asking
saying
me another question. Do you
no.
understand the
No,
problem you
Newtonian
have with
mechanics
excuse me.
cannot predict that.
Do you understand the problem you've got with Newtonian physics?
Yeah, I understand. There are certain barriers to the mechanics. It's not perfect.
So you can't make predictions then for more than two bodies.
How does that? Oh, yeah.
Good.
Did I ever say that I could?
No, I'm just pointing out that you can't make any predictions for more than two bodies. So how many
Okay,
bodies
so now
are
that
there
we
in the
got
solar
past that, we both agree there. Do you think that because my predictive models or my predictions, my method of getting predictions, cannot account for everything, including more complex problems, such as the three-body problem, therefore it's false?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine then. And so what do we do to predict things which are not two or three-body problems?
Oh, we can use a very basic formulation of Newtonian or Einsteinian physics. Einstein can't solve for a more than two body problem as well. So you're only good for making small predictions. Small ones.
Why do we care about Einsteinian then if he can't solve the three-body problem?
Well, neither of you can. Not Newton.
Okay, so what do we do? We've ruled out Newton. We've ruled out Einstein. How do we make predictions on physical
Don't need to
things?
anymore. You don't need to anymore. You
What
need
do we
to come
do?
up with. You need to come up with something else, which is not my burden to do so.
So if you're an engineer, if you're a mechanical engineer, and I say make me a bridge that wouldn't fall, would you sit there, scratch your head, go, well, Einstein didn't work, Newton didn't work. I'm just gonna fucking draw on this paper and hopefully it stands up.
Oh, sorry. Are we now conflating things in orbital motion with things falling to the floor?
They're the same force.
Oh, that's the same thing, are they?
They're the same force.
They're the same
I
force.
don't know what's a laughing matter. This is pretty
Have you got a
basic.
scientific experiment to prove this? Oh, you already admitted that you don't.
Okay, now we've gone full circular back to the whole experimental thing.
You have. Yes, you have. Yes.
So if I asked you to make a bridge, Jedi, what are
I'm
you
going to use
consulting?
Newtonian physics to do that. Am I
Okay,
going to
but
use?
it can't
the same
answer the
thing to-
three-body problem. We should throw it out.
Yeah.
So,
because it works, my friend, works on the small scale because things go up and down. It's not going to predict the behavior of gases, for example. You're not going to use Newtonian physics for that. But in very small circumstances, when you got things falling to the floor, or you want to figure out how much weight can be bore by a certain object, engineering, then yeah, things go down. That's fine. We can use specific gravity for that, no issue. But you're making predictions about what things going around and around in the sky. You're not going to be using Newtonian physics for that, though. You're going to use something else.
Jedi, you were making a ignorant claim. We use Newton in thermodynamics.
Oh, really? Can you explain gas behavior with it then, please? Does gas have mass? Sorry, does gas have mass?
Yes, gas has mass.
Does gas attract gas?
No, because the mass is not sufficiently large enough to.
Okay then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, certain gases actually are. If you look at
certain gases are
space.
attracted to.
I believe so. I believe there are certain celestial bodies which are compromised of gas, which have their own gravitational.
Your talking isn't going to help you, dude. You're just going to have to verify this in an experiment. You said certain gases. Show me certain gases attract certain gases.
You're right. I'm sorry. I don't have the experiment. Let me go make a laboratory the size of the fucking universe, dude. Let me go do it. Let me go do it to prove you right.
Okay, no problem. Off you go.
Man. Get out of here with this ridiculous bullshit.
Dude, you've made a claim about what
reality
does. Go on, fuck off then. You've made a claim about what reality does, but you can't show it happening, dickhead.
Ask him a simple question. Does the Earth orbit the Sun in your paradigm? Because I just want to see. Say that you are following Newton's excuses and explanation of the orbits and the planets. So, in your paradigm, is the Earth orbiting the Sun?
Just going to say something completely ignorant now. Go ahead, lure guy. Does the Earth orbit the Sun?
Is the Earth orbiting the Sun? Please tell me. It's just yes or no. No problem. just for your knowledge, Newton wasn't a heliocentric. Now, the modern science still they follow a heliocentric model, which doesn't work in Newtonian mechanics. Can't have an Earth orbiting the Sun. Forget that. They are both orbiting a center of mass.
The Berry Center.
Yeah.
The center of mass?
The Earth does not rotate around the sun. Instead, both the Earth and the Sun rotate around a point where the distance times the mass for each of the two objects is equal.
Yes.
Meaning they're both orbiting a point, which will be the center of mass, which is not the Sun. Newton,
So if you did the calculation
in a heliocentric model.
If you
And
did the
Newton felt
calculation
that
of where the center of mass is in our solar system, where do you think it would be?
they are both orbiting a point next to the sun, and they are both orbiting that axis.
Assuming that it's next to the sun, you would have to show a calculation. The center of mass calculation is not hard. It's not Einsteinian.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to stop begging the question with this guy. Hey, Necros, you got to stop giving him the solar system, dude. What solar system?
No, let's continue down this. He made a concrete claim. He made a concrete claim. The center of mass would be outside the sun. You could do a calculation to verify.
Shut up. The only thing that you need to answer, the only thing that matters here is there a solar system with the Earth going around it?
Well, I don't know. Newton didn't predict that far. He didn't agree that there was
it's an
a solar
assumption
system.
that the Earth orbits the sun. Right here in the link that I posted.
Yeah, if you assume that there is a solar system, which Newton didn't go that far, so I'm not going to go that far. And you say the solar mass.
That's all we need. Your answer is no. You're a geocentrist globe earther or something like that. Thank you.
Huh?
You just said no to the solar system. That's all we need. Thanks.
It's a very fucking question that Newton was trying to answer. That's why he wanted to figure out
Newton didn't know.
the mass of the Earth.
Yeah, Newton didn't know.
That's because he was trying to answer the question with regards to orbital motion of things in the sky.
Yeah, I think he was pretty good at it, don't you?
Well, unless he got to more than two fucking objects, yeah.
Well, do you have a better theory?
Einstein came out of one, which superseded his in 1915.
Well, I think Einstein's a crack.
Have you? You said earlier that you think that physics is bunk after 1901.
Yeah, I think all of 20th century physics is bunk. I think Feynman.
Can you provide me with the physics? That would be the scientific experiment that proves mass attracting mass.
What's this? Are we gonna, dude?
Sorry, you said that physics was bunk after 1901.
Yeah.
So that means before then, physics was great. Good. Give me the experiment that proves mass attracting mass. Physics.
Analytical.
Oh, it's analytical. So no science here then.
Yeah. Well, Newton, he created calculus.
That's lovely. No science here then. That's mathematics. We're trying to do natural science. Elucidate the cause of phenomena.
So, like, the calculus which Newton created is pretty hand in hand with physics. If you study physics, it's pretty much all calculus.
Sorry, you understand that physics goes hand in hand with the scientific method, right? Physics, the study of physical interactions, what physically causes physical things to happen, physics, right?
Uh-huh.
Good. So give me the physical experiment based on a hypothesis. Can you do that?
So there are certain things in science that you cannot recreate through experiment.
Okay,
so things that are too large.
Natural science here then.
So what I was going to say is it's still natural science. You're making observations about certain things and trying to rule out the factors and then saying, well, this model accurately depicts it.
Sorry. That's just step one, observing things.
Well,
you're going to need to complete, hold on. You're going to need to complete the entirety of the method to do science, not just say that by looking in things you're doing science when you're not.
So if you were in the 1940s, right, which I don't agree is good physics, and you were talking to Oppenheimer, who I don't think is a good physicist, and you asked him, well, you say that this amount of mass of whatever is going to create a nuclear explosion, and you say, well, you have no experimental proof of that before he detonated the bomb, obviously. Would you be right in saying that his theories were bad?
Why do you keep running off onto red herring subjects? We're trying to talk about gravity. I'm not interested in Oppenheimer. I'm talking about the claim of physics. I'm talking about what you said. You said before 19...
Yeah, man.
No, I know it's hard for you. Shut up.
No, it's incredibly hard, man.
You've made this claim. I'm trying to point out to you that if before 1901 physics was better than previously after it, then there should be some natural science, some physics based on experiment. Stop interrupting.
I just thought you were
very
finished. That's all.
quickly. Yeah, good. You're just very quickly trying to worm your way out of it by saying, well, there's no experiment here. If you've got no experiment, you've got fuck all science.
So I'm going to say one sentence. If you have no experiment, you have fuck all science. Would you say that to Oppenheimer prior to the Trinity test?
Yes.
Okay, then you're a fucking idiot, dude. Thank you.
Sorry. What is science, dude? One who just
science
said
is what Newton created in his basement.
No. Science is a method you use to elucidate cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. There's 4 steps.
What does
observe,
elucidate mean?
Show. Demonstrate.
So if I pull up the definition, it's the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories. So nothing about this definition says that it's only experimentation.
Sorry,
nobody said it was only experimentation.
That's what he's claiming. Dude,
no, he's not.
I'm so done.
No, he's not. Dude, you're retarded. We know you come in here before. You're obviously retarded. You tried to play a little game in here, but you got fucking crushed. You're getting crushed, bro. You're getting crushed today.
Let me go over that.
He is claiming that if you do not have experimental evidence of a certain scientific theory, then you have nothing.
What did you read out? What did you read out?
Can we just stop for a second? If I say define a hamburger, it's meat, bread, and cheese, right? So you have to have all those things to, let's say, cheeseburger, right? Now read that definition again, please.
The systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against evidence obtained.
Observation.
Nothing about this definition, and we're not going to play this word game. Nothing about this definition stipulates that it is only through experimentation. That is a further analysis that is not backed up by logic here.
You just read it out, dude. So
Dude, holy shit! Now we're playing semantics. I don't want to play semantics because that's a totally different game for all
Experiment
of us.
is in your definition. You need observation and experiment, and what else?
Some other testing of theories against evidence obtained.
Testing. That's what an experiment is. It's a hypothesis.
Do you understand what testing could mean?
Hypothesis test?
Do you know, like, if I have a hypothesis that if I'm given a certain amount of data and it goes through this formula and it gives me this number and I could observe that number, right? The testing would just be putting into that fucking formula. There doesn't necessarily have to be any observation.
Look, there's a definition in the side chat. Hold on a second, dude. Look, there's a definition in the side chat that's very important, right? It's the definition of pseudoscience. Can you read that out?
A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific fact. Yes, I could read it out. Do you want me to be your fucking pay pig? Do you want me to slap my ass?
Oh, that was method, not fact. You need to read better. Can you stop being an obtuse little cunt and listen to what we're saying? Because you're now becoming intolerable.
Yeah, I'm intolerant, dude.
Good. So you've already given us what we're trying to tell you. Observation and experiment based on repeatable testings of hypotheses or theory. Now, you can't just say, I've done observation, therefore I've completed the entire method of science. That's the first step. Second step is where you predict what causes the phenomena. That would be your hypothesis construction, where independent and dependent variable are correctly situated. And then you test your hypothesis in an experiment where you actually physically manipulate shit to see, do you want to fuck off if you're going to yawn again?
I'm listening, man.
Incorrect.
Huh?
I'm demonstrating that you're incorrect. Do you not like it?
my initial point is that there are certain things that are beyond experimentation because they're just on too big of a scale. You could experiment with the gravitational force, and I believe, I'm not 100% sure, like I can't say this 100%, that we have seen. Okay, I'm speaking. Jesus. We have seen that it imparts some sort of force. You're asking me to show gravity at large, and I'm saying that, okay, gravity at large is not possible to show through experimentation because I need a lot of mass, and I do not have the money to buy enough mass.
You don't even have the first step of the scientific method. You don't have the observed phenomena.
Oh no, Newton observed everything perfectly.
Oh, did he?
Circle. Here we go. 3-body problem.
No, we're not going to be talking about gas. Faint exasperation. Did he explain gas
real.
behavior?
I wish I was that good of an actor.
That's brilliant. Did he explain gas behavior and make predictions about it?
He did. We used Newton in thermodynamics.
Good. Can he explain how gases interact, please?
Yes, he can. I'm not a I've never taken thermodynamics, but from what I've told from people who have taken it, yes, he can.
Yeah, awesome. So can you predict how much gas you're going to need before entropy stops increasing?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Can you at least try?
Who, me? I've never taken thermodynamics.
Okay,
all I know is electromagnetism, dude. Like, I know how electrons
you
move.
cannot
That's it.
back up your claims.
Yeah.
You just say things at the moment, but you can't back them up.